Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 7 of What If I Was Reborn in the world of One Piece as a civilian with the One Punch Man system. Let the tale begin. Chapter 181, Observation Hockey Max Level. He didn't mind that Isho might see his true nature. After all, if Isho were to become his subordinate someday, he would inevitably witness this side of him. Better to let him see it now and make a clear decision than to leave him uncertain later. Byakuya steadied his thoughts, preparing to call out the next number when Doflamingo, unable to bear watching more of his family die before his eyes, finally broke. I admit it. I admit Virgo has been my spy in the Marines for years. Good. If you cooperated earlier, none of this would have been necessary, Byakuya replied coolly, putting away the recording din mushy. With a simple wave of his hand, the remaining 4 senior officers were executed simultaneously. Doflamingo was stunned. Even after confessing about Virgo, Byakuya still chooses to kill the others. Byakuya! Doflamingo roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage, his voice trembling with fury. Unable to stand, he crawled toward Byakuya, clawing at the ground with both hands, driven by sheer hatred. He seemed ready to bite off a piece of Byakuya's flesh if that was all he could manage. But Byakuya kicked him aside effortlessly and sneered. Save your energy. You're lucky I didn't kill you, so don't push it. I kept my word. These are my people. If you keep whining, I'll throw you into the sea and tell everyone you jumped to escape punishment. How's that? Doflamingo's body trembled in fury, his injuries worsening as blood poured from his mouth like a broken dam. The pain and exhaustion overtook him, and he collapsed, unconscious. Find some sea stone cuffs and lock him up, Byakuya ordered, his tone indifferent. If he causes any more trouble, do what I said earlier. Byakuya rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he walked away, amused by his actions. I might have a knack for playing the villain. If there were a villain system, I could probably clear it in no time. He turned to Isho, once again adopting his usual calm and refined demeanor. Isho-san, it's time to unveil the true face of the Dressrosa Kingdom. Isho was taken aback by the rapid change in Byakuya's demeanor. Which was the real Byakuya? The elegant and composed Marine officer or the merciless man he had just witnessed? The two walked in silence, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Isho was still processing the shock of what he had just seen. He hadn't spoken up earlier, as his position didn't allow it, but if he could have, he would have tried to stop Byakuya's actions. Breaking the silence, Byakuya asked, Isho-san, are you still dwelling on what just happened? Isho, ever the honest man, did not deny it. I can't help but think. Given your rank as a Marine Vice Admiral, there was no need for such extreme actions. Honestly, it felt like you were the villainous pirate, while Doflamingo was the oppressed victim. Byakuya laughed lightly. Isho-san, you said it yourself, felt like. But the reality is that I am still a Marine Vice Admiral, while Doflamingo is a notorious pirate responsible for countless atrocities. But, Isho began, only for Byakuya to interrupt him. Isho-san, tell me, do you believe the Don Quixote family deserves to die for their crimes in Dressrosa? They do, Isho answered without hesitation. And what kind of people has Doflamingo killed? Innocents, Isho replied grimly. And what kind of people did I kill? Criminals, Isho admitted. Then why is it wrong for me to eliminate criminals while sparing the innocent? Where's the logic in that? Byakuya pressed. Isho fell silent for a long time before conceding, there's no logic in it. Exactly, Byakuya said, his voice firm yet calm. Compared to the heinous crimes they committed against the people of Dressrosa, what I did is nothing more than poetic justice, giving Doflamingo a taste of the despair he inflicted on countless others. If the roles were reversed, and I were in his position, I have no doubt his actions would be far crueler than mine. Isho nodded slowly, finding a strange logic in Byakuya's words. Byakuya had simply treated Doflamingo the way Doflamingo had treated others. To oppose that would be to sympathize with Doflamingo, a man who, by any measure, deserved no sympathy. The only ones truly deserving of compassion were the suffering citizens of Dressrosa. Byakuya looked up at the rising sun, its golden rays illuminating his figure. His pristine marine coat billowed gently in the breeze. The word justice emblazoned on his back. With a steady voice, he declared, as they say, only a villain can subdue another villain. If no other marine is willing to play that role, then I'll take it upon myself. Isho turned toward Byakuya, drawn by the sound of his voice. For a moment, it was as if he could truly see, not just through the blurry images his observation haki usually provided, but a vivid and clear scene. Byakuya stood tall in his white marine uniform, bathed in a golden light as though he were in the midst of a radiant sea. Yet the word justice on his back was not white, it was as black as ink, starkly contrasting with the brilliant surroundings. Within that dark justice, Isho seemed to glimpse countless pirates being punished and even celestial dragons facing judgment. Suddenly, the word justice transformed into fairness, and the black radiance it emitted swallowed the golden light entirely. The vision left Isho deeply shaken. For a brief moment, his tightly closed eyes flashed with a dark gleam. At that moment, Isho finally understood. He truly grasped why Byakuya had chosen to act as he did. Rather than saying Byakuya bears the marine's justice, it's more accurate to say he shoulders the other side of marine justice. Of course, this doesn't mean he acts like a pirate, committing atrocities such as looting, arson, or indiscriminate slaughter. Instead, Byakuya takes on the burden of doing what marine justice cannot openly condone. Take Doflamingo, for instance. As a warlord of the sea, he operates outside marine jurisdiction. Yet, Byakuya willingly defied all conventions, not only uprooting the Don Quixote family entirely but also leaving Doflamingo half-dead in the process, with no regard for the consequences. Even the celestial dragons, the so-called world nobles whose unparalleled authority and privilege render them untouchable on the seas, are included in the scope of the justice Byakuya carries. Isho could barely fathom the sheer resolve and determination it must take for this young man before him to act on such principles. When Isho thought of the image of celestial dragons being executed, his entire body trembled, not from fear but from a profound sense of recognition deep in his soul. Only now did Isho realize that the belief he had been pursuing all his life was standing right before him, embodied in Byakuya. Fairness. Absolute fairness. With newfound clarity, Isho bowed deeply to Byakuya and said, "Vice Admiral Byakuya, I must apologize for my earlier short-sightedness, which led me to misunderstand your actions. Only now do I truly understand the difference between your justice and that of the other Marines. And your justice is precisely the justice I have sought all these years. Therefore, I humbly ask for your forgiveness and for the chance to serve under your command, so that I may pursue true justice alongside you." Byakuya was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Isho to directly express his willingness to become his subordinate. That worked better than I imagined. Initially, Byakuya had been mulling over how to convince Isho to willingly join him. He knew that while Isho could not see, his observation haki was extremely advanced, allowing him to sense his surroundings with remarkable clarity. So, Byakuya decided to leverage this ability. He spent 7,500 points of world source energy to upgrade his own observation haki to its peak level, simultaneously triggering a unique ability that came with such mastery. Unlike Katakuri's ability to foresee the future, Isho's heightened perception, Enel's massive range, or Roger's ability to hear the voice of all things, Byakuya unlocked a unique trait, illusion. Observation haki, max, special skill, illusion. The term illusion is straightforward, it allows Byakuya to subtly distort others' perceptions without them realizing it. He can alter what they see, hear, or sense through their observation haki. For someone like Isho, whose observation of haki is also at a top-tier level, Byakuya could only guide his perception to a certain extent, not fully immerse him in the illusion. But for Byakuya, this was enough. Byakuya subtly influenced Isho's senses, presenting him with a vision slightly altered to align with Byakuya's ideals. Seeing this blend of truth and illusion with no prior defenses, Isho came to a clear realization of what he had been seeking all along. This understanding led Isho to willingly pledge his allegiance to Byakuya, committing himself to the marine cause under Byakuya's banner of justice. Byakuya quickly helped Isho to his feet, smiling warmly. "Isho-san, I'm glad you understand my intentions. From this day forward, let us work together in the Marines to fight for true justice." Chapter 182, Sugar. Byakuya and his team arrived outside a courtyard not far from the royal palace. Inside lived Sugar, a paramecia-type user of the Hobby fruit, whom Doflamingo used as a tool to control the entire Dressrosa kingdom. Resolving the issue with Sugar would restore all the toys in Dressrosa to their original human forms and return the memories of those who had forgotten their loved ones. Byakuya gently pushed the door open, and it fell to the ground with a loud crash. He and Fujitora stepped into the courtyard, while the soldiers surrounded it to ensure no one could escape amidst the chaos. The courtyard was spacious and well-decorated, featuring a fountain at its center, which sprayed water droplets that formed faint rainbows under the sunlight, a remarkably beautiful sight. It was evident that Doflamingo treated his crew members quite well, providing Sugar with an excellent living environment. However, this luxury came at the cost of unimaginable suffering endured by countless innocent people. "Who are you?" A group of over 50 guards tasked with protecting Sugar quickly surrounded Byakuya and Fujitora upon seeing the Marines invade. From the crowd emerged a girl wearing a polka-dot dress. In the officer tower, she would often wear a teddy bear-like cloak with a crown-shaped hood. She had a bob haircut, a monocle over her left eye, and her fingers adorned with plump purple grapes, which she occasionally bit into, her cheeks puffed up adorably. Her appearance could barely even be described as childlike, as that might be overstating it. Sugar looked at Byakuya and Fujitora with her large, curious eyes and muttered, "What's wrong with the young master? How could you let Marines enter my courtyard?" Planting her hands on her hips and leaning forward slightly, she scolded, "Hey! Don't you know it's wrong to barge into a little girl's home uninvited?" The Hobby fruit granted its user the ability to transform anyone they touched into a toy, control their movements, and establish a binding contract. It was a terrifying and practical power. However, it came with a significant drawback: the user's physical growth would halt the moment they consumed the fruit. In other words, whatever age they ate the fruit, they would remain that age forever. For many young girls, this drawback might not even seem like a downside, it could even be considered a blessing. Unfortunately, Sugar consumed the fruit at the age of 10. Although she was now 20 years old, her appearance and physique remained frozen at 10. Byakuya sneered, "Breaking into a little girl's house might be wrong, but breaking into the home of a 20-year-old pirate is perfectly justified. Are you looking for Doflamingo? Well, here he is." With a wave of his hand, the soldiers dragged an unconscious Doflamingo into the courtyard like a discarded ragdoll. "Young master." Sugar's shrill cry was so piercing that even Byakuya couldn't help but frown. "How dare you Marines lay a hand on the young master? Aren't you afraid of being held accountable by the world government?" Byakuya smirked. "Once you undo your fruit's powers, I suspect the ones being held accountable won't be the Marines." Realizing the dire situation, Sugar immediately gave the order. "Attack! Take down the Marines!" The 50-plus guards surrounding Sugar were fiercely loyal to the Don Quixote family and among Doflamingo's most capable subordinates. Sugar's importance to Doflamingo was second only to his top executives. However, before the guards could make a move, an overwhelming gravitational force pressed them all to the ground. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't lift themselves off the ground. Sugar understood that if these Marines were capable of capturing Doflamingo, her guards were no match for them. But with no better options, she resorted to a desperate gamble. Feigning weakness, Sugar put on an innocent and pitiful expression, her childlike face brimming with tears as she pleaded, "I was only helping Doflamingo because he forced me to. I didn't want to control the people of Dressrosa." Byakuya smiled faintly. "So, you're saying Doflamingo is the true culprit, and you had no choice?" Sugar nodded vigorously. "Yes, exactly. Look at me, I'm just a harmless little girl. How could I possibly do something like this on my own? Then tell me, Byakuya asked calmly, how can we undo the effects of your fruit's powers? Sugar's grape-colored eyes darted around shrewdly as she answered in a soft voice, you need to use a strong individual as a medium to simultaneously lift the powers from all the toys. Afraid Byakuya wouldn't believe her, she elaborated, when I first used the fruit, I used the young master as the medium to turn most people into toys. Byakuya chuckled. Then do you think I would be a suitable medium? Sugar hesitated for a moment before nodding. You seem to be the strongest marine here, so yes, you should be suitable. Good. Then I'll do it, Byakuya said, stepping forward. Vice Admiral Byakuya. Fujitora called out, sensing malice emanating from Sugar. He realized the girl had no good intentions. Don't worry, Fujitora-san, Byakuya reassured him. I know what I'm doing. Standing before Sugar, Byakuya looked down at the girl who appeared no older than 10. Let's get started. Undo your power. Sugar obediently nodded, her eyes glinting with a barely perceptible cunning as she removed her special gloves, revealing her small, pale hands. She placed her hand on Byakuya's. A sly smile crept onto Sugar's face as she activated her devil fruit powers. In her mind, once Byakuya was turned into a toy, she could use his life as leverage to force the Marines to release Doflamingo. As long as Doflamingo lived, the Don Quixote family could still rise again. However, a few seconds passed, and the transformation she expected didn't occur. Byakuya stood before her, completely unharmed. He glanced down at her shocked expression and sneered, surprised that you couldn't turn me into a toy? Sugar gasped in panic, quickly pulling her hand back and attempting to flee. But Byakuya caught her by the neck with a single hand, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. Sugar flailed her arms and legs desperately, but her 10-year-old body was no match for Byakuya's strength. I was willing to give you a chance, Byakuya said coldly. If you had obediently undone your devil fruit's power, I would have sent you to impel down at most. But you dared to try and outsmart me. Sorry, but you just signed your death warrant. Oh, and before you die, here's a little secret for you. I'm the one who killed your sister, Monet. Sugar's eyes widened in horror, her face flushing with a mix of hatred and fear as she struggled even harder. Without further hesitation, Byakuya tightened his grip slightly, snapping her neck. As Sugar's lifeless body fell limp, the effects of her devil fruit were immediately undone. Across the entire Dressrosa kingdom, tens of thousands of people who had been turned into toys regained their human forms. Those who hadn't been transformed also recovered their memories of the loved ones they had forgotten. A cacophony of sounds erupted across the kingdom. There were cries of joy from families reunited, curses directed at Doflamingo, and calls for retribution against the Don Quixote family. The kingdom was alive with raw, unfiltered emotion. Byakuya released Sugar's body, letting it collapse onto the ground. Her lifeless eyes remained open, her face frozen in an expression of deep resentment. In truth, Byakuya had been reluctant to kill her. Despite knowing her true age, her appearance as a 10-year-old girl made him hesitate. That's why he had given her one final chance. But her attempt to use her powers against him solidified his decision. What Sugar hadn't realized was that Byakuya had been continuously reinforcing his skin with armament hockey, rendering her powers ineffective. When her ability failed, it only further convinced Byakuya that eliminating her was the best course of action. Hearing the chaotic noises from the streets outside, Byakuya tilted his head slightly, his sharp gaze lifting toward the sky. It's over now, he murmured. High above, Morgans, who had been secretly recording everything since the fall of the Yonko Kaido, shivered as Byakuya's eyes seemed to pierce right through him. Startled, Morgans almost dropped his den mushi. Did he spot me? Morgans muttered nervously. Should I make a run for it? Morgans knew all too well how ruthless the young Marine Vice Admiral was. In less than half a day, the once mighty Don Quixote family had been utterly dismantled. Aside from a barely alive Doflamingo, all of his top executives had been executed on the spot. The sheer brutality left even Morgans, who had seen countless battles, shaken. As Morgans debated his next move, a marine soldier approached Byakuya and reported, interrupting his skyward gaze. Relieved, Morgan sighed in relief. "Lucky me," he muttered. "Base Commander Byakuya," the soldier said, "the citizens of Dressrosa, led by former King Riku and Kairos, are marching up the hill toward the palace. They're demanding to confront Doflamingo." "Confront him?" "More like throw their lives away," Byakuya replied with a wry shake of his head. "Bring the bodies of all the Don Quixote executives. Let's go meet them." Meanwhile, King Riku and his son-in-law Kairos were leading tens of thousands of enraged citizens up the mountain road to the royal palace. The crowd was seething with anger, each person eager to tear Doflamingo apart with their bare hands. Despite the fervor, King Riku and Kairos looked deeply worried. They knew all too well that sheer numbers meant nothing against someone of Doflamingo's caliber. However, the people's hatred had been simmering for years, and if they weren't allowed to vent their anger, the consequences could be disastrous. Moreover, their sudden return to human form was undoubtedly linked to the actions of the Marines. Thus, the two decided to lead the citizens themselves, knowing that Riku's status as the former king would lend more weight to their words if they had to negotiate with the Marines. As they approached the midway point, they were stopped by over 200 armed Marines blocking the road. The lead Marine spoke sternly, "Without orders from Base Commander Byakuya, no one is allowed to pass." This abrupt obstruction only further inflamed the citizens' anger. During Doflamingo's reign of terror, they had appealed to the Marines for help, only to be ignored. They later learned that Virgo, a Marine working directly under Doflamingo, had suppressed all reports against him. This betrayal had shattered their trust in the Marines. Now, with the soldiers standing in their way, it seemed to the citizens that the Marines were complicit with Doflamingo, protecting him even now. Chapter 183, Reveal. Someone in the crowd shouted angrily, "Brothers, let's take action. Anyone who tries to stop us is our enemy." Exactly. The Marines are clearly in cahoots with Doflamingo. We can't count on them to uphold justice. We have to fight for our answers. The mass of tens of thousands prepared to storm forward, threatening to attack the Marine soldiers blocking the path. However, the 200 Marines stood firm, raising their guns in unison to aim at the enraged citizens. For these soldiers, orders from Base Commander Byakuya were absolute. Without his command, no one was allowed to pass. Moreover, the Marines stationed in the New World were far more capable than those in the first half of the Grand Line. After all, the pirates they faced in the New World were leagues more dangerous, many of whom would be infamous in the first half. Though the Marines might not be able to completely stop tens of thousands of people, they could certainly take down a few thousand. The sight of the raised guns further escalated tensions, and the situation teetered on the brink of an all-out conflict. Just as the clash seemed inevitable, two voices rang out simultaneously. "Everyone, calm down. Under no circumstances should you attack the Marines. Lower your weapons, all of you." The first voice belonged to King Riku, and the second to Byakuya, who had arrived just in time, alongside Isho. King Riku, who had been framed and ousted from his throne by Doflamingo's schemes, still held a place of guilt in the hearts of the citizens. Upon hearing his plea, the crowd hesitated and gradually calmed down. Seeing this, King Riku let out a sigh of relief. A full-blown conflict would have been devastating for both sides. Furthermore, the young Marine leader standing before them was undoubtedly the famed Base Commander Byakuya. Before King Riku could speak, Byakuya addressed him coldly, "King Riku, you're aware of the consequences of attacking Marines without authorization, aren't you?" "Aye." King Riku was momentarily stunned. Of course, he knew the repercussions. Unprovoked attacks on Marines carried severe penalties, ranging from years of imprisonment to immediate execution, depending on the severity. The sharp tone of the young Vice Admiral left him feeling cornered. At this, Kairos, unable to hold back, retorted indignantly, "And what about the Marines colluding with Doflamingo to oppress allied nations? Isn't that illegal too?" Byakuya's gaze turned icy as he looked at Kairos. Do you have any proof? Kairos was left speechless. Byakuya himself had only uncovered Virgo's betrayal, the marine who served as Doflamingo's informant, at the cost of Doflamingo's defeat. The citizens didn't even know who Virgo was, let alone have evidence against him. The fiery determination of the tens of thousands of citizens was extinguished in an instant by Byakuya's simple question, leaving them deflated. Recognizing that this marine commander was not someone to be trifled with, King Riku composed himself and asked, "Vice Admiral Byakuya, are you aware of the pain Doflamingo has inflicted on the people of our kingdom?" Byakuya retrieved a document from his coat and tossed it to King Riku. "I'm well aware. The purpose of our mission here is to resolve that." King Riku unfolded the document and began reading. To his surprise, the records were far more detailed than what he knew, indicating that the Marines had conducted extensive investigations before their arrival. King Riku hesitated before asking, then, what does the Marine plan to do about this? This was the question on everyone's mind. The citizens feared that Doflamingo's status as a warlord of the sea might grant him immunity, leading to a situation where he would later retaliate against Rosa. Byakuya responded with a question of his own. "And what do you expect the Marines to do?" King Riku took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his people's anger and suffering. With firm resolve, he said, "I want the Marines to give Rosa a clear and just resolution." "A resolution?" Byakuya smirked and clapped his hands. "Is this clear enough for you?" From behind, a group of Marines stepped forward, each dragging a corpse. The bodies of the Don Quixote family's top executives were laid out before the crowd. King Riku's eyes widened in shock as he recognized them. "That's Sugar, Pica, Senor Pink." Nearly every high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family that he could name now lay lifeless before him. Byakuya continued, "Treble and Diamante were killed by me 6 months ago. As for Doflamingo..." At this moment, Doflamingo, unconscious and battered beyond recognition, was dragged forward like a beaten dog. "This one can't be killed just yet," Byakuya explained. "He has to face final judgment. But rest assured, his fate is sealed, he'll live out the rest of his days rotting in the depths of Impel Down." Seeing Doflamingo's pitiful state, King Riku and the citizens finally understood the Marines' true purpose in coming here. They had initially assumed the Marines would merely arrest Doflamingo and his crew, leaving everyone alive. But the young Vice Admiral before them had decisively eradicated the entire Don Quixote family, sparing only Doflamingo to ensure justice through proper channels. Looking at the state of the once feared warlord, many in the crowd felt that death might have been a kinder fate for him. At the very least, this spared Doflamingo from more suffering. After allowing everyone to fully take in the sight of the defeated warlord, Byakuya ordered him to be dragged away, preventing King Riku and the citizens from becoming overly emotional. "Does this resolution satisfy you?" Byakuya asked. "It does! It does! It more than satisfies us," King Riku exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion. His gratitude was shared by the tens of thousands of citizens present, their excitement palpable. The 60-year-old King Riku suddenly dropped to his knees before Byakuya, intending to bow in gratitude in front of everyone. However, before he could kneel completely, Byakuya firmly held him up. With a warm smile, Byakuya said, "You're old enough to be my grandfather. Kneeling to me feels inappropriate." King Riku, overwhelmed, responded, "But I'm truly grateful to you. You and the Marines are the greatest benefactors of Rosa. You deserve this bow." As King Riku spoke, he suddenly remembered his granddaughter, who was about the same age as this young Marine Vice Admiral. A thought crossed his mind: if this heroic Marine could become his grandson-in-law, it wouldn't be a bad idea at all. Meanwhile, Byakuya had no clue that the elderly king was entertaining such thoughts about their relationship. "Honestly," Byakuya began, "the Marines aren't entirely your benefactors in this matter. The truth is, the Marines share some blame. All your reports about Doflamingo's crimes were suppressed by the spies he had planted within the Marines. That's why you've endured years of suffering before finally finding relief today." Having said this, Byakuya bowed deeply to King Riku and the tens of thousands of citizens. Isho and the 200 marines under Byakuya's command followed suit, bowing in unison. The crowd was stunned. They never expected the same vice admiral who had initially seemed so domineering and unyielding to bow and apologize to them. The sight left King Riku and the others momentarily at a loss for words. When Byakuya straightened up, his expression was firm as he addressed the citizens. 6 months ago, the atrocities committed by Crocodile, another warlord of the sea, in the kingdom of Alabasta were exposed. At that time, I proposed abolishing the warlord system. However, my efforts were met with immense resistance, and I chose not to push further. But today, after witnessing the even greater atrocities committed by Doflamingo and Dressrosa, I can no longer stand idly by while evil pirates exploit their government-sanctioned status to commit such inhumane acts. So, in front of all of you here today, I swear an oath. I, Byakuya, Base Commander of G5 and Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters, will do everything in my power to abolish the warlord system. I will fight to ensure that no citizen of any allied nation will ever again suffer under the tyranny of a warlord of the sea. As Byakuya's words echoed across the silent plaza, the weight of his vow struck everyone present. They all understood the monumental implications of his declaration. Byakuya was pledging to challenge a system recognized and upheld by the world government itself. From the sky, Morgans, the president of the World Economic Journal, muttered in disbelief, "He's crazy. Byakuya is insane." Clutching his transponder snail, which had been recording the entire scene, Morgans felt a shiver deep within his soul. "If this footage is made public," he whispered, "the entire sea will be thrown into unprecedented chaos." And he couldn't wait to unleash it. Chapter 184, Big News. The following day, the entire sea was shaken when the World Economic Journal published a special report accompanied by a broadcast recording. The footage began with the Knight Organization's assault on the Don Quixote family. It clearly showed Doflamingo and his entire crew being annihilated by the Knight Organization in a single strike, without even the slightest resistance. The recording then shifted to the Marines' arrival. Vice Admiral Byakuya led his forces onto Dressrosa and confronted the Knight Organization. Although Byakuya did not manage to capture any members of the Knight Organization, his boldness in attacking them, coupled with the terrifying power of his sword strike, showcased both his immense strength and unshakable courage. This act not only cleared Byakuya of all suspicions regarding his alleged connections to the Knight Organization but also firmly established his integrity. From this point forward, no one would dare accuse him of colluding with them. As for why the Knight Organization refrained from retaliating against Byakuya, this raised little controversy. Ever since the Knight Organization had risen to prominence, there had been no reports of them targeting or killing Marines. This led some within the Marines to view the Knight Organization as a lesser threat, an organization that only targeted pirates, saving the Marines significant effort. After the Knight Organization departed, the situation in Dressrosa reached its climax. Vice Admiral Byakuya eliminated every remaining member of the Don Quixote family, save for Doflamingo himself. When the last and most deeply hidden high-ranking officer fell, Morgans took flight to capture a wide-angle shot of Dressrosa. The recording revealed an astonishing sight. Across the entire kingdom, every animated toy suddenly reverted to its human form. The video captured the joyful cheers of those who regained their humanity and their bitter condemnations of Doflamingo. The recording confirmed a horrifying truth: the so-called land of love, passion, and toys was a facade. The toys were once real citizens of Dressrosa, transformed into playthings through the powers of a devil fruit. This revelation struck a massive blow to the world government. They had previously used Dressrosa and Doflamingo as shining examples to persuade other nations to join their ranks. Now, it was irrefutable that the so-called peace and prosperity of Dressrosa had been a fabrication orchestrated by Doflamingo, while the true citizens suffered under his tyrannical rule. This revelation trampled the reputation of the world government. The video concluded with Byakuya standing before former King Riku and tens of thousands of citizens, presenting the bodies of the Don Quixote family's high-ranking officers, criminals with combined bounties worth billions of berries, as proof of his resolution. He apologized on behalf of the Marines and uttered words that left countless jaws hanging in disbelief. Though the recording wasn't particularly long, its content sent unprecedented shockwaves across the sea. Hundreds of allied nations voiced their support for Byakuya's bold declaration and demanded the abolition of the warlord system. Byakuya's open challenge to the world government placed him squarely at the center of worldwide debate. Everywhere, people were discussing the fearless Marine Vice Admiral. Unbeknownst to Byakuya, his sword strike captured in the footage had caught the attention of none other than Dracula Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman. I never expected the Marines to have such a powerful swordsman in their ranks. How intriguing! Mihawk mused. On a coffin-shaped boat, Mihawk set sail alone from the East Blue toward the New World. Meanwhile, Byakuya had already returned to the G5 base. Sitting alone in his office, he was grinning like a fool. Anyone who saw the cold and domineering Vice Admiral from the video would be stunned by his current appearance. But Byakuya couldn't care less. What was wrong with grinning like an idiot? If it meant gaining so much world energy, he'd happily keep smiling every day. As the broadcast spread, Byakuya's reputation skyrocketed as though propelled by rockets. Congratulations, host! You've achieved the reputation milestone, momentary fame. Reward, 5,000 world energy points. Congratulations, host! You've achieved the reputation milestone, worldwide renown. Reward, 10,000 world energy points. Congratulations, host! You've successfully altered major plot points, the Straw Hat Pirates' first landing on Punk Hazard, the alliance between the Straw Hat and Heart Pirates, and Luffy's defeat of Doflamingo. Reward, 30,000 world energy points. Congratulations, host! You have earned the recognition of the future Marine Admiral Fujitora Isho. Reward, 15,000 world energy points. A string of system notifications rang out, leaving Byakuya grinning ear to ear. With a total of 60,000 world energy points gained, it was a substantial haul. World energy, 61,000. The once broke Byakuya suddenly found himself wealthy. However, his joy quickly dissipated when he noticed that he was still about 5,000 points short of advancing the integration level by another 10%. As the integration level increased, the world energy requirements became steeper. Byakuya couldn't help but sigh. The road to 100% was proving long and arduous. With most major plot points already altered, only the events of the Marineford War and Wano country remained untouched. At present, Byakuya has limited options to acquire a large amount of world energy without resorting to mass slaughter. Three primary avenues remained. 1. Advancing his marine rank. Becoming an admiral or even fleet admiral would undoubtedly yield a significant amount of world energy. 2. Boosting his reputation. By continuing to stir the waters and make waves in the world under his identity as Byakuya, he could further elevate his standing. 3. Utilizing devil fruits. This could involve leveraging the artificial devil fruits created by Caesar or gathering real ones. Currently, the production line on Skypiea had only just started, producing fewer than 15 artificial devil fruits per month, not even half the output of Punk Hazard. However, the Knight organization had managed to obtain 3 devil fruits during their raid on the Don Quixote family. These were now awaiting Byakuya's decision on their use. At the same time, Byakuya remembered something Lucci had mentioned. 3 Revolutionary Army members captured during the operation were being temporarily held on Skypiea, also awaiting his orders. Byakuya began considering whether he should use these 3 revolutionaries as a bargaining chip to establish contact with Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army and Luffy's father. Such an interaction might also yield a substantial amount of world energy. While deep in thought, the Den Den Mushi on his desk suddenly rang. Picking it up, Byakuya was greeted by the exasperated voice of Sengoku. Byakuya! What were you thinking? Rubbing his nose, Byakuya leaned back in his chair, propped his legs up on the desk, and replied nonchalantly, What? I didn't kill Doflamingo, did I? You didn't kill Doflamingo, Sengoku snapped, but the fallout from what you said in public is worse than if you had. Honestly, it would have been simpler if you'd just killed him outright. Well, Doflamingo is still locked up in the branch prison. If it's such a problem, I could just kill him now and save everyone the trouble, Byakuya offered, half joking. You little brat. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Sengoku roared, his voice so loud that the soldiers outside the office could hear every word. They exchanged uneasy glances. Is the fleet admiral on the phone with Vice Admiral Garp? One whispered. What else could get him this worked up? Sengoku, still fuming, continued, I've already sent Tsuru and Momosaji to the G5 branch. They'll take Doflamingo back to Marine headquarters for trial and then transfer him to Impel Down. You better not pull any stunts and kill him before they get there. If it weren't for me sticking my neck out to protect you, your Vice Admiral rank would have been stripped already. Do you have any idea how many calls I've had from the Gorosei since this morning? Sengoku was at his wit's end. The plan had been straightforward, allow the situation in Dressrosa to fester and escalate until allied nations pressured the world government into abolishing the warlord system. The Marines would then publicly support the decision, shifting the blame to the government while coming out looking like heroes. But Byakuya had completely derailed that plan. His public declaration gave the impression that the Marines were directly challenging the world government's authority, forcing them to shoulder the burden of abolishing the warlord system. Meanwhile, the allied nations could simply stand on the sidelines, cheering the Marines on. This was the first time the Marines had openly defied a world government policy, and the repercussions were severe. Sengoku himself had been scolded endlessly by the Gorosei. Sengoku had hoped that a stern lecture would make Byakuya realize the gravity of his actions. Instead, Byakuya's response nearly sent him into cardiac arrest. Uncle Sengoku, you're too timid, Byakuya said, sounding almost amused. Timid? Me? Sengoku's mustache practically stood on end in fury. Let me ask you, Uncle. Who came up with the warlord system? The world government, Sengoku replied hesitantly. And every time something goes wrong with the warlords, who gets blamed? Who has to clean up the mess? The Marines. Sengoku admitted slowly. Exactly. The world government made a terrible decision, and whenever it backfires, we Marines are left to fix it and take the heat. Now, when we finally point out that the system is flawed, they accuse us of being troublesome. Is this any way to run things? Sengoku fell silent. Byakuya's words carried an uncomfortable truth. Still, the underlying implications were deeply unsettling. Chapter 185, Seed of Doubt. Byakuya, I understand your point. But do you realize how much money it takes to sustain the Marines every day? Without the world government's funding, the Marines would collapse in an instant, Sengoku explained. His words carried an implicit warning. The massive organization of the Marines, comprising millions, relied entirely on the financial support of the world government. Even though Sengoku harbored dissatisfaction, he had no choice but to tolerate the situation for the sake of keeping the Marines operational. Byakuya, however, pressed on. But Uncle Sengoku, have you ever considered, where does the world government get that money? Sengoku, unsure of where this line of questioning was heading, still answered truthfully. Of course, from the heavenly tribute that allied nations pay annually. And why do these nations pay the heavenly tribute every year? Byakuya continued. Sengoku instinctively replied, to become allied nations and enjoy the protection of the Marines. Sengoku trailed off, his voice faltering. These thoughts had never crossed his mind before. From childhood, he had been taught to believe that the Marines were subordinate to the world government and dependent on their funding for survival. The notion that the allied nations' tribute was tied to Marine protection had never been a focus of his education. Byakuya's words planted a seed of doubt. Chugging down a glass of soda, Byakuya continued, his tone now laced with righteous indignation. Exactly. Those nations pay the heavenly tribute because the Marines protect them. How many Marine soldiers and officers have sacrificed their lives for that protection? Yet, out of the trillions of berries collected as tribute each year, how much is actually used to support the Marines? And how much is wasted on those so-called celestial dragons? Byakuya's voice rose as his frustration mounted. The world government earns a fortune off the Marines' hard work, tosses us a small fraction of that money to keep us running, and then treats us like lapdogs. We sacrifice, we bleed, and they use us while living in luxury. The more Byakuya spoke, the angrier he became. This is the very definition of exploitative capitalism. It doesn't matter which world you're in, greedy elites are always the same. If the timing weren't wrong, I'd be convincing you to lead a rebellion against the world government right now. But for now, I'll just let you chew on that. On the other end of the line, Sengoku fell silent for a long time. Byakuya's words struck at the core of everything he had come to accept as normal. He wanted to argue back, but he couldn't find any flaws in Byakuya's reasoning. The bitter truth was that the Marines were treated like tools by the world government. Whenever they didn't toe the line, their budget was threatened, forcing them to compromise again and again. Sengoku had endured this humiliation for decades, growing numb to it over time. After a long pause, Sengoku sighed heavily. A bitter chuckle followed as he said, "Byakuya, I called to reprimand you, to tell you not to act so recklessly in the future. But it seems this old man ended up getting schooled by his nephew instead." Knowing when to stop, Byakuya decided not to push further. "I get it, Uncle Sengoku. By the way, I've identified the mole Doflamingo planted among my men. I've also got someone in mind to replace them, someone who wants to join the Marines. What do you think?" "Handle it however you see fit," Sengoku replied wearily. "Got it! I'll take care of it." Without waiting for a response, Byakuya hung up. Sengoku sat frozen for a moment, staring at the den mushi in disbelief. Then his gaze shifted to the large kanji for justice hanging on his wall. His eyes carried a hint of hesitation and doubt as he muttered to himself, "You make valid points, Byakuya, but it's hard for me to break free from decades of ingrained beliefs and act on them. Perhaps when you become Fleet Admiral, the Marines will finally stand tall. Until then, this old man will hold things together as best as I can." Little did Sengoku know, Byakuya also breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up. He hadn't expected the conversation to delve so deeply into such topics. But judging from Sengoku's reaction, there wasn't as much resistance as he had anticipated. That was enough for now. In Byakuya's eyes, as long as Sengoku wasn't actively opposing him, it was tacit approval to proceed as he saw fit. Confident in his approach, Byakuya turned his attention to other matters and made his way to the branch prison. Unlike the damp, dark, and foul-smelling prisons often depicted in movies, the Marine branch prison was clean and well-maintained. The air was fresh, and the facilities were orderly, a stark contrast to what one might expect. The Marine prison was surprisingly clean and orderly, with interrogation tools neatly arranged and sunlight streaming through the windows. Soldiers cleaned the area daily, maintaining an environment that was almost pleasant. As Byakuya stepped inside, he was taken aback. "This place is so nice, it's like these prisoners are on vacation. This needs to be fixed," he muttered to himself. Byakuya walked further in and asked, "How's the interrogation going?" Ferguson, the officer in charge of questioning Virgo, approached with a guilty look. "Base Commander Byakuya, Virgo stubbornly refuses to admit that he's Doflamingo's spy. He insists he's innocent." To be honest, Fergus found it hard to reconcile the revelation with the image of Virgo he'd known, a friendly and approachable Marine Vice Admiral. If Byakuya hadn't personally confirmed it, Ferguson wouldn't have believed it even if his life depended on it. "He won't admit it?" "Well, that's in line with his character," Byakuya said, unfazed. He made his way to the cell where Virgo was being held. Virgo's body was covered in scars from the interrogation. Despite this, the interrogators had held back somewhat out of respect for his former rank. If it had been any other pirate in G5's custody, they'd likely be barely clinging to life by now. When Virgo saw Byakuya, he weakly called out, "Vice Admiral Byakuya. Base Commander Byakuya. I'm innocent. I have no connection to Doflamingo. Please, believe me." Byakuya chuckled softly. Stop struggling, Virgo. Doflamingo already confessed. What's the point in resisting now? Isn't that right? Demon Bamboo? The mention of his codename from within the Don Quixote family sent a chill down Virgo's spine. Only Doflamingo had known that name, yet Byakuya spoke it aloud as if it were common knowledge. This could only mean one thing: Doflamingo had indeed betrayed him. With his last shred of hope shattered, Virgo steeled himself. If Doflamingo had abandoned him, then loyalty no longer mattered. Base Commander Byakuya, this is all a setup. Doflamingo must have framed me. Back when I was stationed at G5, I had conflicts with him. This is his way of getting revenge before his end. Byakuya clapped his hands mockingly. Bravo. A fine performance of dog-eat-dog. But whether you admit it or not doesn't matter. The fact is, I say you're a traitor, and so you are. He stepped closer, his tone turning icy. For a marine traitor, the punishment must serve as a lasting reminder to everyone. Fergus hesitated before asking tentatively, Base Commander Byakuya, do you mean? Byakuya's voice was cold and unyielding. Break his limbs and hang him at the base gate. I want everyone to know that betraying the Marines leads to a fate worse than death. This wasn't just about punishing Virgo. Byakuya's rage was fueled by the near death of Ein and Tashigi during Doflamingo's schemes, an incident that would have cost him dearly had Zephyr not intervened to save them. Even executing Virgo 100 times wouldn't fully vent Byakuya's fury. Chapter 186, Doflamingo to the Impel Down. After wrapping up the matters involving Virgo, Byakuya set out to find Isho, only to discover that Zephyr was with him as well. Zephyr, the former Marine Admiral, had earned the admiration of many for his deeds across the seas, Isho included. The respect Isho showed in their conversation was evident, while Zephyr, impressed by Isho's strength and similar age, praised him wholeheartedly. The two were chatting like old friends when Byakuya arrived. Zephyr-sensei, Mr. Isho, Byakuya greeted them. Zephyr turned and chuckled, well, if it isn't Admiral Byakuya. What brings you here to visit two old men like us? Isho, hearing Zephyr's teasing tone, also broke into a smile. Ever since the footage of Byakuya's battle circulated across the seas, his name had gained widespread fame. Some even referred to him as the 4th Marine Admiral, given his daring clash with Knight, a pirate with a 3.7 billion berry bounty, holding his ground in a confrontation. Such feats, in the eyes of many, were only achievable by someone of Admiral-level strength. On top of this, Sengoku had deliberately spread the news of Byakuya escaping an ambush by the Beast's pirates and defeating 2 members of the Tobarapo. To build Byakuya's reputation, Sengoku even credited Zephyr's contributions to Byakuya, something Zephyr fully supported without a hint of resentment. This dual narrative left an indelible impression on the world, making Byakuya's title widely recognized. The moniker 4th Marine Admiral gained universal approval. When Byakuya first heard about it, he found it amusing. Great, he thought, I'm now the 5th Emperor of the Sea and the 4th Marine Admiral. Busy days ahead. Hearing Zephyr's greeting, Byakuya sighed, Sensei, please stop joking. I'm far from worthy of the Admiral title right now. Zephyr laughed. Back when you graduated, you dared to tell me to demand the rank of Admiral, or even Fleet Admiral, from Sengoku. How is it that your courage has shrunk over the past year? Given my current situation, the world government would never agree to promote me to Admiral, Byakuya replied. Zephyr gave him a knowing smile. Don't speak so soon. If that old fox Sengoku wants to groom you, he'll find a way to make it happen. Among our generation of Marines, he was always the one with the craftiest schemes. That's how he became a Fleet Admiral. Byakuya shrugged nonchalantly. Well then, I'll wait and see what tricks Fleet Admiral Sengoku has up his sleeve. Turning to Isho, Byakuya said, Mr. Isho, I only have an open position for a Marine Rear Admiral at the moment. I hope you won't mind. Isho smiled warmly. I didn't join the Marines for rank or status, but to pursue my ideals. Besides, being appointed as a Rear Admiral upon joining is already quite the privilege, far better than what you received when you started, Vice Admiral Byakuya. Byakuya couldn't help but think how different the situation was from the original timeline, where Isho had joined as a Marine Admiral right away. Still, he agreed that the rank of Rear Admiral was too low for Isho. Zephyr, standing nearby, expressed his dissatisfaction. With Isho's strength, he's more than qualified to be an admiral. Rear Admiral is an insult to his abilities. Maybe I should talk to Sengoku and get him promoted to Vice Admiral at the very least. Byakuya nodded. I'll join you, Sensei. Isho quickly waved them off. No need, no need. I believe in your abilities, Vice Admiral Byakuya. It won't be long before you become an admiral, or even the fleet admiral. When that happens, my rank will naturally rise as well. There's no rush. Seeing that Isho was firm in his stance, both Byakuya and Zephyr dropped the matter. The next day, at noon, the marine ship escorting Doflamingo, led by Tsuru and Vice Admiral Momosaji Gion, was approaching G5. Zephyr informed Byakuya and Isho of his plans to return to Marineford. Sensei, you're leaving so soon? Byakuya asked. Can't be helped. That old goat Sengoku is rushing me. Besides, he's concerned about potential problems during the escort mission, so he wants me to accompany Tsuru and Gion back to headquarters. Byakuya chuckled knowingly. That was typical of Sengoku. In the original timeline, the escort mission had indeed encountered unexpected trouble, the arrival of Jack the Drought, a man who brazenly attacked a convoy carrying Admiral Fujitora, Isho, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Tsuru. Jack's suicidal assault led to his ship sinking and himself nearly dying, saved only by his fishman lineage. Whether the beast's pirates would attempt another attack this time was uncertain, but Byakuya remained vigilant. Together with Isho, Ein, and Tashigi, he escorted Zephyr to the base gate, where Fergus was bringing out a now-conscious Doflamingo. Bound with sea-stone cuffs, Doflamingo stepped out of the base, his sharp eyes catching sight of a corpse hanging above the gate. The corpse, though scarred and exposed to the elements for days, was still recognizable in its general shape despite the face being indistinguishable. Doflamingo's instincts told him that the body was Virgo's. A wave of bitterness surged through him. He hadn't expected Virgo to meet such a gruesome end. As the escort ship approached, Doflamingo, for once, spoke with a hint of pleading in his tone. Virgo was planted in the Marines on my orders. Other than occasionally sending me information, he didn't do anything excessive. Now that he's dead, can't you bury him, or even toss him into the sea? Just don't leave him like this. Byakuya's response was laced with disdain. Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? Infuriated, Doflamingo snapped, Fine, fine, you've won this time. But as long as I'm alive, one day I'll kill you and hang you up there in his place. Byakuya sneered, pointing at Doflamingo. Oh? Threatening me now, are you? Do you think I don't dare kill you right here and now? His voice turned colder. The fact that Virgo was your spy in the Marines came from your mouth. And now you're trying to play innocent? Say one more word, and I'll hang you right beside him. Sensing Byakuya's growing anger, Zephyr quickly stepped in, grabbing Byakuya by the arm. Byakuya, killing Doflamingo isn't worth it. Do you think he'll ever leave Impel Down once he's sent there? Doflamingo, realizing his outburst had been reckless, quickly lowered his head. He'd seen firsthand how ruthless Byakuya could be. If he pushed too far and Byakuya decided to kill him on the spot, his slim chances of making a comeback would vanish completely. Swallowing his pride, he remained silent, avoiding Byakuya's gaze. Thankfully, the escort ship soon docked at the harbor. Before Tsuru and Momosaji Gion could even disembark, Zephyr grabbed Doflamingo and leaped onto the ship in one swift motion. Set course for Marine headquarters immediately, he barked at the soldiers on board. Zephyr's urgency wasn't without reason. He knew his pupil's temperament well. If Byakuya's anger flared further, killing Doflamingo might be a small matter, but the consequences for Byakuya's future would be severe. After all, the order to put Doflamingo on trial came directly from the five elders. If Doflamingo were to die at Byakuya's hands now, no amount of cunning from Sengoku would be enough to secure Byakuya's rise to Fleet Admiral. Even Doflamingo himself seemed relieved when Zephyr swiftly removed him from Byakuya's proximity. For the first time in a while, he exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Tsuru, just emerging from the cabin with Gion, looked at Zephyr in surprise. In such a rush? Gion and I haven't even disembarked yet. I was hoping to catch a glimpse of the fourth admiral. Zephyr waved dismissively. Nothing much to see. Just a stubborn kid with a lion's temper. We'd best head back to Marineford quickly before things take a turn. While Tsuru and Zephyr chatted, Gion quietly scanned the harbor, her eyes searching for someone. When her gaze landed on Byakuya, his cold demeanor on full display, her eyes lit up. She murmured to herself, even colder in person than in the footage. How intriguing. Under Zephyr's insistence, the escort ship left as quickly as it had arrived. Within moments, it was out of sight. Byakuya watched the ship vanish on the horizon and couldn't help but chuckle. Was that necessary? Did they think I was going to eat Doflamingo or something? Fergus, standing nearby, blurted out, it wouldn't be impossible. Realizing his mistake, Fergus immediately regretted his words. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he glanced nervously at Byakuya, who was now staring him down. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Care to repeat yourself? Byakuya's voice was icy. Ferguson stammered, his face pale. I said, my mouth slipped. Byakuya's expression softened as he patted Ferguson's shoulder repeatedly, each pat harder than the last until Fergus winced in pain. Good. I think you're right. Nearby, Ain and Tashigi couldn't hold back their laughter, covering their mouths to stifle their giggles. Even Isho, typically composed, was amused by the exchange. Chapter 187, Luffy started his piracy. The Grand Line, Baltigo, the White Soil Island. The island was a barren wasteland of yellow sand and jagged rocks, with nothing but desolation in sight. Despite its unremarkable appearance, this remote island was the Revolutionary Army's base, a place the world government sought to destroy at all costs. 20 meters below the surface, the hidden Revolutionary Army base lay concealed. Terry Giltio, the intelligence officer of the base, held the latest newspaper with a worried expression. Dragon, we still haven't heard any news from Sabo and the others, he said with concern. Dragon, with short black hair, a deep green coat, and a red square tattoo on his left cheek, responded calmly. There's no need to worry just yet. No news might be a good sign, it means they haven't fallen into Marine hands. Terry, however, was unconvinced. But Sabo and his group were caught in the middle of a Marine operation to capture Doflamingo while trading weapons in Dressrosa. With the strength of that Marine Vice Admiral named Byakuya, there's no way Sabo and the others could have held their ground. If they weren't captured by the Marines, then why have they been silent for an entire week? Dragon shook his head slowly, a flicker of unease crossing his usually composed expression. Because it wasn't just the Marines who went to Dressrosa that day. The Night Organization got there before them. Terry's eyes widened. You mean Sabo and the others fell into the hands of the Night Organization? In the absence of evidence to confirm their deaths, this is the only plausible explanation, Dragon replied. Terry let out a heavy sigh. The Night Organization's elusiveness was legendary across the seas. If they didn't want to be found, almost no one could track them down. Falling into their hands could be a blessing, or a curse, for Sabo and the others. 1 week had passed since the Dressrosa incident. Byakuya, for once, was enjoying a rare period of peace. After the chaos in Land and the capture of Doflamingo, he'd been constantly on the move. But now, with Fergus handling the base's administrative matters and Isho taking charge when powerful pirates appeared, Byakuya found himself free to relax and train Ain and Tashigi. Life couldn't have been better. Meanwhile, Doflamingo's interrogation had concluded. The verdict was as expected, his status as a warlord of the sea was revoked, and he was sentenced to permanent imprisonment in Impel Down. Byakuya wasn't surprised by the outcome. As long as Doflamingo kept the secret of the Celestial Dragon's national treasure, his life would be spared. What did surprise Byakuya, however, was the news that Sengoku shared with him. The world government and the Marines were convening a joint meeting to discuss the possible abolition of the warlord system, a historic first. As one of the key proponents of abolishing the warlord system, Byakuya was personally requested to attend the meeting by the world government. To ensure most high-ranking Marine officers could participate, the meeting was scheduled 3 weeks out, giving everyone time to return to Marine headquarters. 2 weeks later, Byakuya and Isho boarded the ship and set sail for Marine headquarters. Initially, Isho wanted to remain at G5 to protect the base from potential pirate attacks, but Byakuya refused. Byakuya reminded Isho of their promise to work together to dismantle the warlord system, insisting both of them attend the meeting. G5's security, meanwhile, was entrusted to Enel and the Knight Organization, who could respond swiftly to any pirate threat. With Byakuya's persuasion, Isho agreed to accompany him. In the East Blue, at Fusha Village, Garp was also preparing to leave for Marine headquarters. The Marine hero had returned to the village on leave to train his grandson, Luffy, who was about to turn 18, with the hope of molding him into a proper Marine. However, the day before Luffy's birthday, Garp received the summons to the meeting. Given the long journey, he had no choice but to depart immediately, leaving no time to stay an extra day. Before leaving, Garp sternly addressed his grandson, whose head was covered in bruises. "Tomorrow, when you turn 18, you can officially enlist in the Marines. Don't forget what I've told you. Even if you can't become a Marine like Byakuya, you better not disgrace the family name. Become a respectable Marine soldier." For the past month, Garp had been hammering Byakuya's name into Luffy's ears, describing him as an exemplary Marine who had risen to Vice Admiral in just 1 year. Byakuya's strength, Garp said, rivaled that of the Marine Admirals, and he was Sengoku's chosen successor for Fleet Admiral. Garp urged Luffy to look up to Byakuya once he joined the Marines. But Luffy was utterly unimpressed by Garp's words. Muttering under his breath, he said, "I'm not joining the Marines. I'm going to be the Pirate King." Unfortunately for Luffy, his grandfather's hearing was sharp, even at close range. Garp's face turned red with anger. "What did you just say, you brat?" he roared, delivering a massive punch to Luffy's head. The boy yelped in pain, clutching yet another lump atop the growing pagoda on his head. Thanks to the gum-gum fruit, Luffy could survive such punishment. Any normal person would have been crushed by Garp's iron fist long ago. "If you say you want to be a pirate again, I'll break your legs," Garp threatened, his fury unabated. Garp couldn't understand what kind of spell that red-haired Shanks had cast on Luffy to make him so determined to become a pirate. Sensing his grandfather's rising anger, Luffy quickly changed the subject. "Grandpa, you keep telling me to aim to be like Byakuya. Is he really that strong?" Hearing Luffy's interest in Byakuya, Garp's demeanor softened instantly. With a wide grin, he replied, "Byakuya's decent. Among the new generation of Marines, he's one of the best. But compared to your grandfather, he's just average. If you join the Marines and train under me, you'll surpass Byakuya with ease. Becoming Fleet Admiral won't just be a dream, it'll be child's play." Garp intended to instill confidence in Luffy, showing him the bright future awaiting him as a Marine. But in Luffy's mind, it translated differently. Joining the Marines and becoming Fleet Admiral sounded easy, while the path to becoming the Pirate King was full of challenges. Naturally, Luffy gravitated toward the more exciting and difficult goal. Luffy's inquiry about Byakuya wasn't just to change the topic but also to prepare himself for an eventual confrontation. He was determined that if he ever met Byakuya after setting sail, he'd make sure to teach him a lesson. For an entire month, Garp's relentless nagging about the benefits of joining the Marines had gone in one ear and out the other. Silently, Luffy thought, "Byakuya, huh? Because of you, I've been beaten up by Grandpa countless times this month. Just wait. Once I'm out at sea, I'll pay it all back." In Luffy's eyes, while he couldn't defeat his grandfather, he felt the gap between their strength wasn't massive. Since Garp claimed that Byakuya was just average compared to him, Luffy concluded that Byakuya's strength was probably similar to his, or even weaker. Once he set sail, beating Byakuya to a pulp seemed like an easy task. Seeing Luffy silent, Garp assumed his persistence had finally paid off and his grandson had been persuaded. His mood brightened instantly. If it weren't for his adjutant Bogart urging him to leave, Garp would have stayed a few more days. Before leaving, he patted Luffy's shoulder with a satisfied smile and said, "Well, I'll be waiting for you at Marine headquarters." Luffy nodded, thinking to himself, it's only natural to head to Marine headquarters after I become a pirate and challenge the Marines. Seeing his grandson's nod, Garp's grin stretched wide, nearly reaching his ears. He boarded the ship humming a tune, his joy is evident to everyone. Bogart, puzzled by Garp's unusual cheerfulness, was intrigued. Over the years, every time Garp left Windmill Village, he'd be fuming with anger, especially recently, when he'd curse red-haired Shanks non-stop. But today, his demeanor was completely different. Even the other soldiers aboard the ship were baffled by Garp's good mood. Gathering his courage, Bogart asked, "Vice Admiral Garp, did something good happen? Care to share the joy with us?" Garp, brimming with pride, announced, "My grandson has agreed to join the Marines. Just wait, when the time comes, I'll show Zephyr that my grandson is no less impressive than his disciples." As Garp's dog-headed warship disappeared over the horizon, Luffy stood at the dock, ecstatic. "Ha ha ha! Grandpa's finally gone. I'm free at last." He ran to the other side of the dock and uncovered a small sailboat he had prepared for his departure. It was his vessel to set sail into the Grand Line. With the sun setting on the horizon, Luffy yelled toward the sea, "I'll become the Pirate King." The following morning, the villagers of Windmill Village gathered to see Luffy off. Among them were the village elder, Makino, Dayton, and two unfamiliar individuals who hadn't appeared in the original storyline. After bidding farewell to everyone, Luffy boarded his small sailboat and set off toward the vast, unknown ocean. Once the crowd dispersed, the two mysterious figures returned to their quarters, retrieved a meticulously cared-for Den Den Mushi, and dialed a number. When the call connected, they reported, "Lord Byakuya, Luffy set sail this morning." "Understood," Byakuya replied. "Do we need to remain in Windmill Village? Since your disguises have been convincing so far, stay there. Help out at the tavern when necessary and keep an eye on things." With that, Byakuya ended the call, a tinge of nostalgia in his tone as he remarked, "With Luffy setting sail, the original storyline begins. I wonder, with all the changes I've made, where the story will go from here. It's quite exciting to think about." The two individuals, known as Onaikai and Onianai, were Byakuya's earliest creations using experimental cells. When Byakuya joined the Marines, he tasked them with altering their appearances and assisting at Makino's tavern while monitoring Luffy's movements. Their skills weren't particularly useful to Byakuya anymore, so they stayed in Windmill Village, resolving occasional disturbances at the tavern. However, Luffy's departure was a mere ripple in the ocean, insignificant to the broader world. Without his famous lineage, Luffy was just another nameless adventurer. The world's attention was focused elsewhere, on Marine headquarters, where an unprecedented meeting was about to take place. Would the world government make concessions, allowing Byakuya and his allies to abolish the warlord system? Or would the Marines yield to the world government's orders, perpetuating the status quo? 2 days before the meeting, Byakuya and Isho finally arrived at Marine headquarters. Byakuya's ship stood out among the many standard Vice Admiral vessels docked at the port. As Byakuya disembarked, numerous Marine officers, both familiar and unfamiliar, greeted him warmly. Their gestures weren't just out of respect for Byakuya's strength. They admired his courage in openly challenging the world government and advocating for the abolition of the warlord system. "Vice Admiral Byakuya, don't worry. At this meeting, we're all backing you to end the warlord system." "Exactly. I've had enough of those pirates. Why should they be treated as equals to us Marines? It's an insult to our dignity. Count on us, Vice Admiral Byakuya, we're all in to abolish the system." The overwhelming support highlighted the deep-rooted resentment many Marines felt toward the warlord system. As Byakuya prepared to move further inland, a small, lone bicycle appeared on the sea, slowly making its way toward the headquarters. The icy trail it left behind stretched far into the horizon. Isho, curious, turned to Byakuya. "What's that?" Byakuya paused, smiling as he explained, "That's Admiral Akiji's unique way of traveling. It's one of a kind." Isho murmured in admiration, "An admiral, huh? He certainly is unique." Chapter 188, Marine Meeting. Byakuya and Isho deliberately lingered at the port to wait for Akiji. When Akiji arrived and spotted Byakuya, he quickly approached, giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Well done, kid." The situation in the Dressrosa Kingdom was handled beautifully. Byakuya shook his head, replying, "It's not over yet. The true outcome won't be determined until after this meeting." Akiji nodded in agreement, fully aware of the importance of the upcoming conference. Like many other Marine officers, Akiji also supported the abolition of the Shichibukai system. Turning his gaze to the man beside Byakuya, Akiji asked, "And who might this be?" "This is Isho. He's currently assigned to the G5 branch as a Marine Rear Admiral," Byakuya explained. "His strength is comparable to yours, Akiji." Hearing this, Akiji's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "Comparable to his strength?" Before Akiji could respond, Isho humbly interjected, "Byakuya, my friend, you're exaggerating. My strength is far from comparable to an admiral's." "Please don't take his words too seriously, Akiji." But with Byakuya speaking so highly of Isho, Akiji wasn't about to take Isho's humility at face value. Smiling, he said, "Since Byakuya speaks so highly of you, Isho, there's no need for formalities between us. That said, it seems a waste for someone of your caliber to remain a rear admiral." Isho replied with a gentle smile, "I didn't join the Marines for rank or status." Byakuya understands this well. Byakuya nodded, adding, "That's right. Isho joined the Marines because he, too, wishes to see the Shichibukai system abolished." Akiji's respect for Isho grew even more after hearing this. Their conversation flowed naturally as the trio entered Marine headquarters, talking casually to the mess hall for lunch. Their camaraderie didn't go unnoticed, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Despite Isho's Rear Admiral uniform, the fact that he shared such an easy rapport with Akiji and Byakuya, who was often referred to as the Fourth Admiral, left a strong impression. His quiet demeanor and blindfolded appearance only added to the air of intrigue surrounding him. The next day, at noon, the much-anticipated meeting finally began. Perhaps learning from past experiences, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had arranged for a larger meeting room with enough chairs to seat all attendees comfortably. Normally, a Rear Admiral like Isho wouldn't qualify to attend such a high-level conference. However, Byakuya had personally requested Sengoku's approval for Isho to participate. Sengoku, having heard from Zephyr about Isho's immense strength, said to rival that of the current admirals, readily agreed. This led to the unusual sight of a lone rear admiral among a room full of vice admirals and admirals. Byakuya couldn't help but recall how, during a previous meeting, he had also attended as a rear admiral amidst higher-ranking officers. Seeing Isho now, he felt a sense of déjà vu. As the start of the meeting drew near, most of the Marine officers had already arrived, per Sengoku's strict punctuality rules. Byakuya noticed Vice Admiral Garp sitting opposite him, chuckling to himself for no apparent reason. Curious, Byakuya asked, "Vice Admiral Garp, what's got you in such a good mood?" Garp burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha! My grandson Luffy is joining the Marines today. Isn't that great news?" Byakuya froze for a moment. Luffy? Joining the Marines? Was Garp confused, or had he hit his head recently? Strangely, the others in the room didn't find this surprising. They quickly joined in to congratulate Garp. "Congratulations, Vice Admiral Garp. The grandson of the Marine hero, he's bound to become an admiral someday. Like grandfather, like grandson. Looks like we've got another rising star among the new generation, alongside Byakuya. Garp's grin widened as he basked in the compliments. Byakuya, however, suppressed a smirk. Knowing the truth from the reports of his agents, he resisted the urge to burst Garp's bubble. Instead, he joined the others in congratulating him, thinking, laugh while you can. When Luffy's bounty poster is plastered across Marine headquarters, I'll be looking forward to seeing your reaction. Unbeknownst to Byakuya, someone else in the room had been stealing glances at him. Among the few women qualified to attend such a meeting, only two stood out, the seasoned Tsuru and Vice Admiral Gion, a candidate for admiral. Gion, observing Byakuya's lively conversation with Garp and Akiji, thought to herself, why doesn't he seem as aloof as usual today? Sitting nearby, Tsuru noticed Gion's frequent glances and teased her with a knowing smile. Interested in Byakuya? Should I speak to Zephyr about arranging a match? Gion, ever composed, brushed it off with a smile. I'm just curious about him. It's not what you're thinking, Tsuru-senpai. With a sage expression, Tsuru replied, curiosity is often the beginning of something more, you know. Tsuru-senpai, please. I'm 10 years older than him. And? With how young you look, most people would think you're his age if you didn't say anything. Tsuru-senpai. Gion blushed, her composure briefly breaking. All right, Tsuru relented, though she couldn't resist adding, I'm just saying, if you're interested, don't hesitate. A man like Byakuya won't stay single for long. Meanwhile, seated nearby, Vice Admiral Kaji, who had unsuccessfully confessed to Gion over 100 times, watched the interaction with growing frustration. Staring at Byakuya, Kaji thought bitterly, what does this guy have that I don't? Aside from being more handsome, younger, stronger, more promising, and... Damn it! Never mind. As the lively atmosphere continued, the room fell silent when the doors suddenly opened. Sengoku entered, his face grim, followed by three figures in pristine white suits, each wearing distinct masks. Byakuya exchanged a look with Akiji. Both recognized the attire immediately. CP0. Great. Sengoku's tone was neutral but carried a hint of underlying tension. These three representatives from CP0, Rainy, Reisher, and Rego, are here on behalf of the world government. The hierarchy within CP0 was evident. Despite 3 chairs being provided, only Rainy sat, while the other 2 stood respectfully by his sides. Those familiar with Sengoku could detect the suppressed frustration in his tone. The fleet admiral had already had a tense exchange with the CP0 agents before the meeting. Before Sengoku could formally begin, Rainy broke the silence, his tone laced with disdain. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, it seems the Marine's discipline leaves much to be desired. This meeting room feels more like a noisy marketplace than a professional gathering. Had this comment come from Sengoku, it might have been acceptable. But coming from Rainy, it was an obvious provocation, one that instantly soured the mood in the room. Admiral Akainu, known for his fiery temper, shot a glare at Rainy, his hostility evident. Though he hadn't been part of the earlier chatter, Rainy's remark had insulted every Marine present. Undeterred by the tension, Rainy continued, especially that loud laughter, I could hear it even before entering the room. It's hard to tell if this meeting is meant to be a proper discussion or just an opportunity for Marine officers to socialize. Before attending the meeting, Rainy had received vague instructions from the Gorosei. During the conference, they were to adopt a haughty attitude to emphasize their status as representatives of the world government, ranking above the Marines. This was the reason Rainy tried to assert dominance the moment they entered the room. However, as soon as Rainy finished speaking, Garp stood up, looked down at Rainy with his nose high, and began cracking his knuckles. It was me laughing earlier. Do you have a problem with that? Rainy was momentarily dumbfounded by Garp's threatening gesture. If it were any other vice admiral confronting him, he would have berated them without hesitation. But this was Garp, the Marine hero who had taken down the Rocks pirates and chased Pirate King Roger across the Grand Line. Crossing him would surely lead to a world of pain, and even if he got beaten up, there would be no recourse. Faced with Garp, Rainey remained silent and reluctantly backed down. The awkward tension in the room immediately turned to quiet snickers, and a few Marines even laughed openly. Sengoku calmly remarked, "Garp, sit down. You're scaring the poor guy." Sengoku's words were laced with sarcasm, which didn't go unnoticed. Garp let out a dismissive snort and sat back down. With the disruption seemingly quelled, Sengoku officially opened the meeting. But everyone present could tell that the discussion was unlikely to go smoothly. After all, the primary agenda was deciding whether to abolish the 7 warlords of the sea system. The discussion started with both sides presenting the pros and cons of the warlord system. The Marines had prepared extensive reports detailing its numerous drawbacks. Just the actions of Crocodile and Doflamingo alone were enough to showcase the severe dangers the system posed. Even so, there were examples of warlords who had benefited the world government, like Bartholomew Kuma, who willingly became a test subject for Dr. Vegapunk's weapons research. Byakuya, however, knew that Kuma was a Revolutionary Army operative, and his compliance was likely part of a larger revolutionary strategy. Of course, Byakuya couldn't bring this up during the meeting. Regardless, the harm caused by the warlord system far outweighed any benefits. It had sullied the Marines' reputation and brought undue suffering to the world government's allied nations. As the debate progressed, it became increasingly clear that the Marines had the upper hand in arguments. Crocodile and Doflamingo's heinous deeds were undeniable, and no amount of rhetoric from Rainey could obscure the facts. Realizing this, Rainey decided to merge 2 points in an attempt to sway the discussion. The existence of the 7 warlords effectively neutralizes 7 powerful pirates with catastrophic potential. These are individuals with the strength to rival entire nations. In critical moments, they can also be mobilized as a force to aid the Marines and the world government. Isn't that an undeniable benefit to the Marines, the government, and the seas as a whole? It was then that Isho, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Even if we have the authority to summon the warlords in times of need, there is no guarantee they will act in our favor. In fact, at critical moments, they are more likely to betray us. Should they defect during a battle, it would create even greater chaos for the Marines. The risks far outweigh the benefits. Isho's words struck a chord with the Marines present, who nodded in agreement. Even Byakuya couldn't help but silently applaud Isho's reasoning. After all, the betrayal of certain warlords during the Paramount War had proven that they were anything but reliable allies. Rainey was left speechless by Isho's rebuttal but soon noticed the rank insignia on Isho's uniform, Rear Admiral. Seizing this as an opportunity, Rainey sneered, "This is a high-level meeting between Marine leadership and the world government. What right does a mere Rear Admiral have to speak here? Get out!" This blatant insult angered every Marine present. After all, they had all started from lower ranks and worked their way up. Rainey's condescension struck a nerve. Before Sengoku or anyone else could respond, Byakuya slammed his sword onto the table with a sharp crack, drawing everyone's attention. His gaze turned icy as he glared at Rainey and said coldly, "If you don't want to keep that tongue of yours, feel free to keep talking." The room's atmosphere instantly froze as a wave of killing intent swept over everyone. The air seemed to shimmer with a faint crimson hue, as if soaked in blood, sending chills down everyone's spines. The Marines were shocked by the intensity of Byakuya's murderous aura. It was a testament to his power, confirming his reputation as the 4th Admiral. Some even wondered how many lives he had taken to emanate such a terrifying presence, one that even surpassed Admiral Akainu's infamous bloodlust. Rainey, whose strength was comparable to that of a junior admiral, felt utterly paralyzed under Byakuya's oppressive aura. It was as if an invisible blade was pressed against his neck, ready to decapitate him should he utter another word. Seeing Byakuya's actions, Isho felt a surge of warmth. He knew Byakuya was defending his honor. Still, to avoid escalating the situation further, Isho gently said, "Vice Admiral Byakuya, let it go. The primary focus of this meeting is the abolition of the warlord system." Hearing this, Byakuya withdrew his killing intent but left the sword on the table as a silent warning. The atmosphere in the room eased slightly, though the Marine's offer Byakuya only deepened. Even with the tension subsiding, Rainy noticed a shallow cut on his neck. Blood trickled down, staining his white suit. The realization that Byakuya had inflicted this wound without even drawing his blade left him utterly shaken. Meanwhile, Garp, observing the scene, chuckled inwardly. With Byakuya's strength, even if I train Luffy, there's no way he can surpass him. How will Luffy ever compete for the position of Fleet Admiral at this rate? If Byakuya had heard Garp's thoughts, he might have laughed and said, "Your grandson can be Pirate King, and I'll be Fleet Admiral. No conflict there, old man." Sengoku, on the other hand, rubbed his temples in frustration. This brat again. He's making a scene, and guess who has to clean up after him? Me! Even Gion, watching Byakuya's display, found herself captivated. Her heart whispered, "Yes, this is exactly the kind of man I imagined him to be." With the room still subdued, Sengoku finally broke the silence. "Rainy, if you have nothing else to say, we'll proceed with abolishing the warlord system." Reluctantly, Rainy muttered, "If we abolish the warlord system, won't these pirates run amok, causing even greater harm to the seas?" Byakuya responded calmly, "If any of them cause trouble, I'll personally hunt them down and eliminate them." His words left no room for debate. Rainy stammered, and no further questions. And with that, the meeting concluded, efficiently and with a clear outcome, thanks to Byakuya's unwavering resolve. Chapter 189, Meet Revolutionary Agent. After the meeting between the Marines and the world government concluded, the decision to abolish the 7 warlords of the sea system spread rapidly across the seas. Countless people celebrated this news with great joy. The 7 warlords granted the legal right to plunder, which made ordinary citizens the primary victims of the system, helpless and unable to voice their grievances. Thus, this decision became a highly anticipated moment for many. With the system abolished, they no longer needed to fear the tyranny of the 7 warlords. For them, no news could be better than this. However, individuals like Dragon, seasoned political leaders, viewed the outcome from a different perspective. On the surface, the meeting seemed to be a discussion between the Marines and the world government about the warlord system. But in essence, it symbolized the Marines' first resolute stance against the world government. As the saying goes, where there's a first time, there will be a second, a third, and more. In the future, if irreconcilable differences arise between the Marines and the world government, would the Marines remain under the world government's control? While such a possibility seemed distant, it was not entirely out of the question. The events of this meeting hinted at the potential for significant changes in the relationship between the two entities. After the meeting, the Marine admirals and vice admirals, burdened with their respective responsibilities, hurriedly returned to their posts across the seas. Byakuya and Isho, after visiting Zephyr, prepared to head back to the G5 branch. Yet, Byakuya was unaware that after the Marine leadership had dispersed, Rainy, the representative of the world government, didn't immediately return to Mary Geos. Instead, he visited Marine headquarters prison for a private conversation with Doflamingo, awaiting transport to Impel Down. Since the conversation involved only Rainy and Doflamingo, no one knew what transpired between them. However, as Rainy emerged from the holding cell, his expression grew noticeably darker, indicating that Doflamingo's words had left a significant impression. Inside the cell, Doflamingo, watching Rainy leave, smirked ominously, his eyes glinting with intrigue. He muttered to himself, "Byakuya, the Marines, the world government, this is getting more and more interesting. Just wait, when chaos engulfs the seas, that's when I'll leave Impel Down." After returning to the New World, Byakuya instructed Isho to head back to the G5 branch while he took care of some personal matters. Without questioning, Isho nodded in acknowledgement and sailed back aboard the ship. Meanwhile, Byakuya flew towards Skypiea, suddenly recalling a matter upon returning to the New World. During the Dressrosa operation, Lucci had captured 3 Revolutionary Army members. The matter had slipped Byakuya's mind while he was busy, leaving the 3 detained on Skypiea for about 3 weeks. Now that things had settled, it was time to deal with the situation. They couldn't just stay there indefinitely. In a modest house on Skypiea, the 3 Revolutionary Army captives were held. Even though none of them were devil fruit users, the Knight organization had spared no expense, restraining them with sea-stone handcuffs and stationing a guard at the door every 3 days to prevent any escape attempts. Their meals were handled by locals hired by Lucci, who had refrained from killing them only because of Byakuya's explicit orders to keep them alive for an unspecified purpose. In their confinement, the 3 had seen no one other than the locals providing their meals during the past 3 weeks. This isolation made them suspect that the Knight organization might have forgotten their existence. Otherwise, how long were they expected to remain in this limbo? A long sigh broke through the room's silence, followed by a regretful, youthful voice. If I had known they were part of the Don Quixote family, I wouldn't have attacked them. Now look at where we'd ended up. Worse, the leader probably doesn't even know about our situation. If he thinks we've fallen into the hands of the Marines, things will only get messier. Don't blame yourself, Sabo, said a blonde girl beside him, attempting to console him. It was dark the night, and the night operatives were wearing black cloaks. It was impossible to distinguish them in the chaos. Koala, Sabo, now's not the time to lose hope, interjected the 3rd captive, a silver-haired fishman with a composed demeanor. Master Hack, Koala asked, what do you think the Knight organization intends to do with us? They haven't killed us, interrogated us, or let us go. What's their plan? A seasoned Revolutionary Army veteran, Hawk seemed far more composed than Sabo and Koala. No matter their intentions, as long as it doesn't concern the Revolutionary Army, it's not our concern. Sabo and Koala nodded in understanding. They knew, no matter what, they couldn't afford to leak any information about the Revolutionary Army. Even though the Knight organization wasn't explicitly aligned with the world government or the Marines, caution was paramount. Over the years, the Revolutionary Army's growth had been hard-earned, and a single mistake could lead to catastrophic consequences, inviting the world government's fiercest crackdown. Such a loss was unimaginable. As their thoughts wandered, a door creaking open startled them. This was unusual, it wasn't mealtime. The only possibility was that someone from the Knight organization had come for them. They had hoped for this moment yet couldn't suppress their anxiety about what would happen next. As light poured in through the doorway, they caught sight of the visitor, and their breath hitched. They had expected someone from the Knight organization but never imagined it would be their enigmatic leader, the one with a bounty of 3.7 billion berries, Byakuya himself. This was no good sign. His presence indicated a significant interest in the Revolutionary Army, enough for him to handle the matter personally. The dark mask he wore seemed to have an almost hypnotic pull, unsettling them to their course. Byakuya regarded the 3 with his piercing gaze, his attention lingering momentarily on Sabo. Inwardly, he mused, the world source just delivered itself to my doorstep. Finding a chair, he sat casually in front of them and said in a leisurely tone, apologies for the delay. Things have been rather uneventful lately, and I completely forgot we had some little mice locked up here. Sabo and the others looked up at the man sitting before them. Although his words sounded polite, there wasn't the slightest hint of an apology in his tone. The contemptuous way Byakuya referred to them as little mice caused Sabo's fists, bound behind his back, to clench instinctively. Noticing Sabo's agitation, Hawk subtly nudged him with his shoulder, a silent warning to refrain from saying anything rash that might provoke Byakuya. After all, one had to bow their head in submission under someone else's roof. Though Hawk's discreet action didn't escape Byakuya's sharp eyes, he chuckled softly, did I say something wrong? Calling you little mice is quite fitting, isn't it? You revolutionaries scurry around, hiding from the world government's pursuit, just like mice. Before Sabo could react, Koala, sitting nearby, couldn't hold back and retorted with a sharp edge to her voice. And isn't your Knight organization always in hiding, never daring to show your true faces? What gives you the right to call us mice? Byakuya appeared unfazed by her words and shook his head with a faint smile. The Knight organization is nothing like your Revolutionary Army. The reason we don't show ourselves is that we have other identities in the open. We aren't hiding, rather, it's because the world government is too incompetent. From the first time we emerged on the seas to now, they still haven't managed to uncover our location. Besides, even if I handed over our headquarters coordinates to the world government, do you think they'd have the courage to come after us? His confidence was evident in every word, radiating an unshakable belief in the Knight Organization's strength. Even if the world government knew their location, Byakuya seemed certain they could repel any assault with ease. Since the incident at Whole Cake Island, where Byakuya gravely injured Big Mom, the Knight Organization had proven itself a force beyond the world government's control, on par with the Four Emperors. Even with their power on open display, the world government dared not muster all the Marines to confront them. The Knight Organization had already demonstrated its capabilities to the world. Koala, silenced by Byakuya's words, realized the harsh truth. While the Revolutionary Army posed a greater ideological threat to the world government than the pirates, their strength was still lacking. In terms of raw power, the Revolutionary Army, scattered across the seas, probably couldn't rival even a single Emperor's crew. Breaking the silence, Sabo suddenly spoke. I doubt you captured us just to hurl insults. What do you want? Of course not, Byakuya replied with a smirk. I have something far more interesting in mind. What exactly do you want? Sabo pressed, his voice steady but cautious. Byakuya gazed at Sabo's resolute expression and chuckled. Catching you three in Dressrosa was purely accidental, but after seeing you, an idea came to me. Perhaps we can collaborate. Collaborate? Sabo, Koala, and Haku exchanged surprised glances. That's right, a collaboration between the Knight Organization and the Revolutionary Army, Byakuya explained. Your Revolutionary Army lacks top-tier combat power, something my Knight Organization can provide. Sabo couldn't deny the appeal of Byakuya's words. The strength of the Knight Organization was beyond question. A partnership between the two could significantly elevate the Revolutionary Army's capabilities. However, it wasn't that simple. Due to the Revolutionary Army's covert nature, every recruit underwent rigorous screening, and their background, experiences, and ideology were examined thoroughly to avoid infiltration by world government spies. The standards for new members were stringent enough, choosing collaborators required even more scrutiny. If they agreed to work together and the Knight Organization betrayed them to the world government, the Revolutionary Army would be utterly destroyed. Moreover, Sabo couldn't fathom why the Knight Organization would want to collaborate with them. Knight had little to gain and would only attract more relentless retaliation from the world government. Even if Byakuya wasn't afraid of the consequences, it didn't make sense to willingly invite such trouble. Despite his doubts, Sabo didn't outright reject the proposal. Refusing too quickly might provoke Byakuya, putting all their lives in jeopardy. Instead, he hesitated and said, "This isn't a decision we can make. I need to inform our leader and let them decide." "That's fine," Byakuya said nonchalantly. "After we finish our discussion, you're free to go." Byakuya's straightforwardness took Sabo and the others by surprise. They had expected the Knight Organization to send only one as a messenger, keeping the other two hostages to ensure compliance. But Byakuya's willingness to let all three of them leave was unexpected and unsettling. Such an unorthodox move made Sabo even more suspicious. Chapter 190, The Past. Sabo silently contemplated the situation, worried that the Knight Organization might be feigning generosity in releasing the three of them, only to follow them and locate the Revolutionary Army's headquarters secretly. Such a tactic had been used in the past by the Marines, where they tracked revolutionary members intentionally released as bait, eventually uncovering their bases and destroying them. These incidents had caused devastating losses to the Revolutionary Army and were highlighted during their initial training as cautionary tales. To prevent such disasters, the Revolutionary Army's headquarters was never stationed permanently on any island and was frequently relocated to reduce the chances of discovery. Hawk and Koala harbored similar suspicions. Sensing their doubts, Byakuya smirked and remarked casually, "You don't need to be so cautious. If I wanted to know where your headquarters was, I wouldn't need to test you. I could guess it easily." Byakuya's arrogant declaration tested their patience, but Sabo and his companions refrained from rolling their eyes, demonstrating remarkable restraint. If their headquarters could be so easily guessed, the world government would have countless times eradicated the revolutionary army. Byakuya's grin widened as he asked, "You don't believe me, do you?" Although they remained silent, disbelief was written all over their faces. Byakuya spoke slowly, emphasizing every word. The Grand Line. Baltigo, the White Soil Island. Each phrase made Sabo and his companions' expressions flicker slightly. When the final words left Byakuya's lips, Koala involuntarily blurted out, "How do you know that?" The moment she spoke, Koala regretted it. Hawk sighed heavily while Sabo's face darkened. As a seasoned member of the Revolutionary Army, Koala knew better than to make such a blunder. However, being confined in this enclosed space for 3 weeks had frayed her composure. The shock of Byakuya accurately naming their headquarters had been too overwhelming. Regardless of whether Byakuya's information was accurate or where he had obtained it, Koala's reaction inadvertently confirmed his guess. If Byakuya bore ill intent toward the Revolutionary Army, he could relay this information to the world government, putting them at risk of annihilation. Koala's face turned pale as she bit her lip, realizing the potential consequences of her slip. "So I was right," Byakuya said smugly before continuing, "but don't worry. Whether you believe me or not, I won't tell the world government." At this moment, Byakuya held all the leverage. Turning to Sabo, whose expression was grim, Byakuya added, as a gesture of good faith, "I'll tell you about your past." "My past?" Sabo was taken aback. He only knew that he had been gravely injured before being rescued by Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Ever since he has been a dedicated member of the cause. However, he had no recollection of his life before that injury, a mystery that had weighed heavily on him for years. The idea that Byakuya, the leader of the Night Organization, might hold the key to his forgotten past was as shocking as his revelation about the revolutionary headquarters. Byakuya began recounting everything he knew about Sabo's origins, drawing from the detailed knowledge he had acquired. He highlighted the connections between Sabo, Luffy, and Ace. As Byakuya spoke, Sabo's mind gradually filled with vivid memories of Luffy and Ace, their faces becoming clearer and clearer, accompanied by recollections of their childhood bond and shared vows. "Arg! My head, it hurts so much!" Sabo exclaimed as the flood of memories triggered a sharp, unbearable pain. His body convulsed as he struggled with the onslaught. "Are you okay, Sabo?" Koala cried out, her voice filled with worry. Fearing Byakuya was behind Sabo's suffering, Haku demanded, "What did you do to him?" Byakuya raised his hands in mock innocence. "I merely helped him recover his lost memories." "But why is Sabo in so much pain?" Haku began, only to be interrupted by Sabo, who spoke through gritted teeth. "He's telling the truth. I'm remembering so much at once, and it's overwhelming." Despite the pain intensifying, Sabo's gaze grew clearer. He muttered to himself, "Brother Ace. Brother Luffy. We're the 3 brothers." Congratulations, host, for altering the storyline and helping Sabo recover his memories ahead of time. Reward, 5,000 world source points. Byakuya's grin widened as the system notification echoed in his mind. While 5,000 points weren't much, his effort was minimal, just a conversation and a bit of posturing. He welcomed more opportunities like this, not just for the points but for the added chaos he could stir in the world. The proposed alliance with the Revolutionary Army wasn't merely a ploy, it was part of a grander scheme. If the world government and the Revolutionary Army were going to play cat and mouse, why not escalate the game to an entirely new level? The resulting turmoil would make the seas far more interesting. Once Sabo's pain subsided, Byakuya called out to someone outside the room. "Lucci, unlock their restraints and see them off." After removing their cuffs, Haku and Koala helped the still weakened Sabo to his feet. Catching his breath, Sabo looked at Byakuya and said sincerely, "Thank you for sharing the truth about my past." "No need to thank me," Byakuya replied, waving dismissively. "It's just mutual benefit." With a cryptic smile, he added, "but you're thanking me too soon." Before the trio could decipher his words, a sharp pain struck the back of their necks, and they all fell unconscious. Byakuya watched as they collapsed, then turned to Lucci. "Take Il with you and dump them somewhere uninhabited." "Understood," Lucci replied. Not far from the G5 branch, a small, coffin-shaped boat drifted across the ocean. The vessel had an eerie appearance, with green flames flickering from two candles mounted on its sides, adding to the sinister atmosphere. Sitting aboard the boat was a lean man with short black hair, wearing a black top hat adorned with white fur trim, a wine-red patterned shirt, and a black overcoat. His piercing yellow eyes, sharp as an eagle's gaze, stood out the most. Only one man possessed such distinct eyes throughout the seas, Dracula Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, renowned as the world's greatest swordsman. Around his neck hung a small cross-shaped dagger, while strapped to his back was the legendary Black Blade Yoru, the strongest sword in the world. Mihawk's calm, penetrating gaze was fixed on the G5 branch in the distance. Ever since witnessing the sheer power of Byakuya's sword strike in image transmission, Mihawk had harbored a singular thought: he had to face Byakuya in battle. Originally en route to the East Blue for a drink with Shanks, Mihawk had changed course and headed straight for the New World. As for the Marine and World government's discussions about abolishing the warlord system, Mihawk paid it no mind. When the 7 warlord system was first established, the world government had invited him to join. Mihawk had only accepted because being a warlord meant avoiding the inconvenience of marine pursuit. Even without the title, his way of life would remain unchanged. As Mihawk's coffin boat approached the G5 branch, a soldier stationed in the observation tower spotted the approaching figure and immediately reported it to the highest-ranking officer at the base, Fergus. Moments later, Fergus, Ein, and Tashigi gathered in the observation tower. As they saw Mihawk drawing closer, worry etched across their faces. Though they weren't certain of Mihawk's intentions, his status as a warlord and Byakuya's involvement in the efforts to abolish the system gave them a good sense of his purpose. Ein's eyes flickered with unease as she asked, "When will Senior Byakuya and the others return?" Ferguson frowned and replied, "When the meeting ended at noon 2 days ago, Vice Admiral Byakuya mentioned he was already on his way back." "In that case, the earliest they'll arrive is tomorrow," Tashigi calculated aloud, her tone tinged with anxiety. "But Mihawk will reach us in less than an hour. We won't make it in time." Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Fergus said, "Relay this news to Vice Admiral Byakuya immediately. In the meantime, we'll try to stall Mihawk as best we can and buy time for Byakuya to return." "That's all we can do," Ein and Tashigi agreed, though they knew this plan was far from ideal. Aboard the Daybreak, Isho soon received news of Mihawk's arrival. With Byakuya absent, the responsibility fell to him. Isho immediately ordered the ship to head for the G5 branch at full speed, hoping to reach it as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Mihawk's small boat reached the shore, drawing closer under the watchful eyes of Fergus and the others. They had considered launching a long-range cannon attack but quickly dismissed the idea. Without knowing Mihawk's true intentions, attacking prematurely could escalate the situation unnecessarily. They risked turning a potential neutral party into an enemy. Besides, cannon fire was as trivial to Mihawk as toys to a child; it would achieve nothing. With Yoru strapped to his back, Mihawk stepped off the boat and walked steadily toward the branch's entrance. His cold voice rang out, "Dracula Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, is here to challenge Byakuya." Hearing Mihawk's declaration, Ferguson's heart sank. As expected, Mihawk was here for Byakuya. However, using the word challenge suggested that the situation might not be as dire as they had feared. Fergus was unaware that Mihawk had developed a deep admiration for Byakuya's swordsmanship after seeing that strike, recognizing it as equal to his own. Both men, untouched by devil fruit powers, were pure swordsmen, a rare and respected connection. This mutual respect prompted Mihawk to issue a challenge at the gate rather than storming in with a blade. The branch gates opened slowly, revealing 3 figures, a man and 2 women. None of them was Byakuya. Mihawk frowned, interpreting Byakuya's absence as a refusal to fight. His voice turned icy. "Where is Byakuya?" "Apologies, Vice Admiral Byakuya is attending a marine meeting and hasn't returned yet," Fergus explained. "Not back yet?" Mihawk murmured, his expression shifting into contemplation. The tension among Fergus, Ein, and Tashigi grew as Mihawk fell silent. Their hearts pounded nervously, anticipating his next move. Then Mihawk's sharp eyes fell upon the swords at Ein and Tashigi's waists. He realized that these young female marines were swordswomen, likely trained under Byakuya's guidance. A new thought arose in Mihawk's mind. Chapter 191, Tashigi and Ein vs. Mihawk. Since Byakuya isn't here, sparring with these two marines who've received his swordsmanship training might give me some insight into his style, Mihawk thought. However, as his sharp gaze lingered on Ein and Tashigi, Fergus noticed and immediately stepped in front of the two women, shielding them without a second thought. Fergus's sudden action broke Mihawk's train of thought, prompting him to dismiss the idea. It wasn't that Mihawk feared Fergus, far from it, but he no longer felt inclined to act. To match his skill against marines trained by Byakuya, especially female swordswomen, felt like overkill. It would have been more appropriate if a student of his had faced them, but Mihawk didn't have a disciple. If he did, the closest thing would be the monkeys on Kuragana Island, who occasionally mimicked his training. Mihawk had considered testing Ein and Tashigi mostly out of curiosity. Other than Shanks, Mihawk hadn't encountered a swordsman in years who could rival him. Witnessing Byakuya's swordsmanship reignited his interest, and he wanted to understand Byakuya's style. Unfortunately, with Byakuya away, this plan seemed fruitless. As Mihawk prepared to leave, Tashigi suddenly said, "Mihawk, I want to challenge you." Fergus's expression shifted to panic as he turned to her. "Tashigi, are you insane? You know you're no match for him. Challenging him is tantamount to throwing your life away." Ein grabbed Tashigi's arm and shook her head, urging her to reconsider. However, Mihawk, without even turning his head, said flatly, "Your level of swordsmanship is too weak. I have no interest in fighting you." Shing! The sound of a blade unsheathing echoed as Tashigi drew Shigeru, her expression resolute. "As a swordswoman, I may only have one chance in my life to face the world's greatest swordsman. I must consider whether this could be my only opportunity. I cannot let it slip by. Please, allow me to see the gap between myself and the strongest swordsman in the world." Tashigi's greatest dream was to collect all the legendary blades from villains' hands, but without sufficient strength, how could she ever achieve it? Though she rarely expressed it, she trained tirelessly, her dedication to swordsmanship far beyond ordinary. Ein, who spent the most time with her, understood this better than anyone. After hearing Tashigi's reasoning, Ein finally grasped why she had issued the challenge. While both were swordswomen, Tashigi's pursuit of swordsmanship was more intense than hers. Ein sighed and released Tashigi's arm, smiling faintly. "If that's the case, I'll join you. Let's both witness the gap between us and the world's greatest swordsman." Ein also drew her blade, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tashigi. She resolved not to use her devil fruit powers in this duel, fighting Mihawk purely with her swordsmanship. Mihawk turned to face the two women as they pointed their swords at him. His cold, impassive face betrayed no emotion. For a swordsman, drawing a blade signified a challenge. Earlier, Mihawk had refrained from fighting them, deeming it unfair, but now, avoiding the duel was no longer an option. Moreover, Mihawk admired Tashigi's determination. A true swordsman must possess the courage to draw their blade, even against overwhelming odds. Removing the cross-shaped pendant from his neck, Mihawk revealed a small, slender dagger hidden within. "I don't wish to bully you too much, so I'll face you with this knife." Though Mihawk's choice of a tiny dagger might seem insulting, Ein and Tashigi understood the reality. If Mihawk had used his famed Yoru, they wouldn't last even a single exchange. Exchanging a glance, they silently agreed and launched their attack. Two light blue sword arcs tore through the air as the women unleashed simultaneous slashes, followed closely by their use of sword to close the distance. Despite the synchronization, it was clear that Ain's strike was faster, surpassing Tashiji's by a body length. However, Tashiji's slash, though slower, carried an exceptional sharpness that fully embodied the essence of the word cut. With just those two slashes, Mihawk discerned the core elements of Byakuya's swordsmanship. Truly deserving of the title world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk raised his small dagger, unenhanced by haki, and precisely struck the weakest points of both slashes with lightning speed. The sword arcs disintegrated instantly, leaving Ain and Tashiji exposed. Ain lunged forward, delivering a flurry of rapid thrusts, while Tashiji swung her blade in a powerful downward strike from Mihawk's right. Both women attacked with their full strength, knowing they didn't have the luxury of holding back. Still standing, Mihawk effortlessly parried their strikes with his tiny dagger. Clang! The clash of blades echoed as the two women circled him, their swords flashing and clashing in a whirlwind of movement. Sparks flew, sword energy scattered in all directions, creating an intense spectacle. Despite the flurry of action, it was clear that their attacks posed no real threat to Mihawk. With nothing but a small dagger, Mihawk effortlessly blocked all of Ain and Tashiji's attacks. The skill gap was evident, but it wasn't just about technique. There was an undeniable physical disparity between male and female swordsmen, especially in raw strength, a limitation that couldn't be overcome through training alone. After exchanging blows with the two women, Mihawk clearly understood Byakuya's swordsmanship, which only heightened his desire to face Byakuya in a duel. However, this match had run its course. Mihawk increased the force behind his blade ever so slightly, and both Ain and Tashiji faltered, unable to withstand it. Clang! Clang! Two crisp sounds echoed as their swords were knocked out of their hands and plunged deep into the ground. From beginning to end, Mihawk hadn't taken a single step. Calmly, he returned the small dagger to its place within the cross-shaped pendant hanging around his neck. Mihawk said in his usual detached tone, "Among swordsmen, your skills are not weak. Even some men would struggle to gain any advantage against you." Fergus was relieved that Ain and Tashiji were unharmed and quickly thanked Mihawk. "Thank you for holding back." Ain and Tashiji clutched their trembling right arms with their left, their bodies still reeling from the clash. During the fight, they felt like they had been facing Byakuya himself. Every attack they attempted was effortlessly neutralized. If it had been a battle to the death, they might not have had the chance to draw their blades. The immense gap in power was disheartening. Yet Tashiji felt no despair. She had anticipated such an outcome when she challenged Mihawk and had steeled herself for defeat. "When Byakuya returns, I'll come back to challenge him again," Mihawk said, leaving behind these words as he turned to depart. Although his goal of facing Byakuya hadn't been fulfilled, gaining insight into Byakuya's style was still worthwhile. As Mihawk approached his small coffin-shaped boat, he noticed a ship speeding toward G5 at an astonishing pace. The ship moved like a cannonball, sending waves cascading across the sea. Mihawk's hawk-like yellow eyes fixated on the ship cutting through the waves. A glimmer of anticipation crossed his face as he muttered, "Is Byakuya returning?" Before Fergus could explain, Mihawk bent his knees and sprang forward with explosive force, launching himself toward the approaching ship like an arrow loosed from a bow. Watching Mihawk disappear into the distance, Ferguson slapped his thigh in frustration. He knew from earlier communications that Byakuya wasn't aboard the ship, it was Rear Admiral Isho returning. If Mihawk attacked, Isho likely wouldn't stand a chance. And if Mihawk accidentally killed Isho, things would escalate disastrously. Would Byakuya then hunt Mihawk across the world for revenge? Fergus wasn't worried about Byakuya's ability to defeat Mihawk. Ever since he met Byakuya, he had never seen him lose a fight, no matter the opponent. But what happened next made Ferguson realize his fears were unfounded. Eager to witness Byakuya's swordsmanship, Mihawk drew Yoru, his black blade, mid-flight. He raised the sword and unleashed a massive green-blue slash toward the ship. The slash swept over the sea like a spectral flame, igniting the ocean and surging toward the ship with terrifying speed. The Marines aboard the ship were thrown into chaos at the sight of the incoming attack. Some scrambled to adjust the rudder, others tried repositioning the sails, and a few even contemplated abandoning the ship. "Stop panicking. I'll handle this," a steady, commanding voice cut through the chaos, silencing the frantic crew. Isho, fully aware of the value of this warship, a ship crafted in Water 7 at Byakuya's request, leapt from the deck with his signature cane sword in hand. Facing the colossal slash, he called out, "Gravity blade, fierce tiger." With a soft yet resolute chant, Isho imbued his blade with gravitational force, releasing it in a horizontal wave as he swung. The massive pressure generated by gravity created towering waves over 1,000 meters high, as though they would crush everything in their path. The spectral slash clashed with the tidal wave, exploding seawater into the sky. The surrounding sea seemed to rain violently as the clash's shockwaves echoed across the waters. When the waves subsided, Mihawk's ghostly slash had vanished. Fergus, Ein, and Tashigi stood stunned, witnessing the scene. They had never imagined the unassuming, blind middle-aged man could wield such overwhelming power. "I thought the stories about Rear Admiral Isho defeating King the Wildfire in a single strike were exaggerated," Fergus muttered, still in shock. "But now I see they were true." For Fergus, Ein, and Tashigi, this was their first time seeing Isho in action, and his incredible display of power left them speechless. Not only had Isho successfully neutralized an attack from Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, but his strength rivaled that of a marine admiral. Yet, here he was, stationed in the G5 branch as a rear admiral. This realization bewildered Fergus and the others, their minds swirling with questions. Chapter 192, Waking Up Hidden Inner Desire. Why would Isho do this? Turning down the chance to be a marine admiral or vice admiral, only to take a position as a rear admiral in the G5 branch? Is the G5 branch really that appealing? Compared to other branches, apart from having more funds, does G5 have any real advantages? Before long, though, they started piecing together a possible reason. Fergus, his face filled with disbelief, stammered, "You don't think Rear Admiral Isho might be interested in Base Commander Byakuya, do you?" Ein and Tashigi's faces darkened instantly, and both lashed out at Ferguson in unison. "Shut up!" Despite their anger, Ein and Tashigi couldn't completely dismiss the possibility. The facts were hard to ignore. Ever since Isho arrived at the G5 branch, he had been frequently seen in Byakuya's company. Even when Byakuya attended high-ranking marine meetings, he always brought along Isho, despite the latter being only a rear admiral. Their relationship didn't seem like a simple superior-subordinate dynamic. Adding to their worries was the way Byakuya consistently played dumb whenever they tried to express their feelings toward him. He never reciprocated, nor did he outright reject them. When Ein and Tashigi exchanged glances, they could see deep concern mirrored in each other's eyes. Could it be true? Meanwhile, on Skypiea, Byakuya, who had just wrapped up dealing with a Revolutionary Army incident, suddenly sneezed several times in a row. "Achoo! Achoo! Achoo!" He rubbed his nose and muttered with some confusion, "Is someone bad-mouthing me?" Then, gritting his teeth, Byakuya growled, "Cursing someone like me, a great guy with a heart of gold? Do they even have a conscience? If I find out who's talking behind my back, they're dead meat." Turning around, he locked eyes with Tatsumaki, who was holding her mouth and stifling a laugh. Narrowing his gaze, he asked suspiciously, "Hey, was it you?" Tatsumaki crossed her arms and tilted her emerald green eyes, denying it with a huff. "It wasn't me. Don't make stuff up." Byakuya snorted, his gaze drifting toward her figure. His hands rubbed together mischievously as he muttered, "You better hope I don't catch you. Otherwise, there'll be no mercy." Tatsumaki, undeterred, merely scoffed. Her smug expression made Byakuya itch to teach her a lesson, but he held back. At that moment, a thought from his past life crossed his mind. Back when he watched One Punch Man, he had always wondered something about Tatsumaki. She was constantly floating in midair, wearing a tight, dark green dress. Whenever she used her psychokinesis, her dress would flutter, exposing her flawless, ivory legs. It always seemed as though, with just a bit more, something forbidden might come into view. So, the question remained, was Tatsumaki wearing underwear? Of course, even though Tatsumaki's loyalty was at 100%, Byakuya wasn't about to pull a Brook move and shamelessly ask to see her underwear. He still had his dignity. Then, an idea struck him. Tatsumaki, take me to Caesar's lab. I haven't been there yet. Though Tatsumaki was often sassy, she never disobeyed Byakuya's commands. She lifted her delicate chin and, using her psychokinesis, flew in the direction of the lab. Just like in the anime, the hem of her dress floated as she used her powers, revealing her flawless legs. Byakuya remained rooted in place, gazing upward to appreciate the view. His enhanced dynamic vision allowed him to confirm what he had always wondered. Sigh, so she is wearing them, he muttered, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Tatsumaki turned her head mid-flight, her expression skeptical. Aren't we going to Caesar's lab? Never mind, Byakuya replied quickly. I just remembered I have something else to do. Let's go another time. Tatsumaki grew increasingly suspicious. She landed beside him and asked softly, Did you like what you saw? Without thinking, Byakuya replied, There wasn't anything to see. What's there to like? The moment the words left his mouth, he realized he had messed up. His image as a virtuous gentleman was now in tatters. Tatsumaki's petite frame trembled with fury. Her small, sharp teeth ground audibly as she shouted, Byakuya, I'm going to kill you. Feeling calm, Byakuya responded, How dare you be so disrespectful and call me by my name? I summoned you. You should be addressing me as master. Bound by her 100% loyalty, Tatsumaki couldn't resist Byakuya's orders. Her face turned red with frustration as she grudgingly complied, gritting her teeth. Master, I'm going to kill you. Byakuya was dumbfounded. Was sneaking a peek at her underwear enough to spark such deep resentment? Before he could issue another command, a system notification suddenly chimed in his mind. Warning! Summon character, Tornado of Terror. Emotional state is highly unstable. Forcing commands against her may result in a decrease in loyalty. If loyalty drops below 60, the summoned character may disobey the summoner's orders. Byakuya froze. Wait a second, this system never told me about this when I first summoned characters. Loyalty for Tornado of Terror has decreased to 99. What the hell? That fast? Panicking, Byakuya quickly asked the system if there was a way to restore loyalty. Option 1. Perform actions that align with the summoned character's desires to increase loyalty. Option 2. Spend world source energy to restore loyalty at a 10-to-1 ratio. Byakuya immediately dismissed the first option. Tatsumaki's current greatest desire was to kill him. There was no way he'd let her act on that. That's ridiculous, he exclaimed internally. Byakuya decisively chose the second option. World source energy? He had plenty to spare. Ignoring Tatsumaki's mounting fury, Byakuya glanced around to ensure no one was nearby. Then, displaying absolute dominance, he wrapped his arm around Tatsumaki's slender waist and lifted her. Her petite form aligned with his waist as he hoisted her effortlessly. With a smirk, Byakuya raised his hand and delivered a resounding smack to Tatsumaki's backside. Smack! The crisp sound echoed in the empty surroundings. Feeling the soft, smooth sensation on his palm, Byakuya's years of experience kicked in. He made his judgment immediately, not bad. A fine piece of work. Ah! Master, you're dead meat. Tatsumaki's cry of outrage, mixed with her forced use of master, sounded both furious and strangely suggestive. Anyone overhearing might have misunderstood the situation entirely. Oh! How bold! Byakuya sneered. Let's see which is tougher, your backside or your stubbornness. And so, with Tatsumaki still in his grasp, Byakuya began an impromptu session of discipline, smacking her repeatedly. As he struck, the system's notifications echoed in his mind. Tornado of Terror, loyalty decreased to 90. Tornado of Terror, loyalty decreased to 60. Tornado of Terror, loyalty decreased to 50. But Byakuya remained unfazed. His plan was simple: if her loyalty dropped below 50, he'd just use his abundant world source energy to push it back up to the passing threshold of 60. Today, he was determined to tame this fiery Tatsumaki completely. Tatsumaki's protests began to shift subtly. Feeling the sting of each smack, accompanied by an odd, tingling sensation, her voice grew softer, almost coquettish. Master. Tatsumaki's tone carried an unexpectedly alluring edge, catching Byakuya off guard. For a moment, his resolve nearly wavered. Still, his persistence paid off. As another smack landed, Tatsumaki let out a sound that made his heart skip a beat. Tornado of Terror, loyalty increased to 61. Wait. What? Increased? Byakuya was stunned. Intrigued, he delivered another smack. Tornado of Terror, loyalty increased to 62. Glancing at Tatsumaki's flushed face, Byakuya noticed her emerald green eyes shimmering with an almost hypnotic charm. Her gaze, soft and inviting, seemed to ask why he had stopped. Hold on, Byakuya thought, stunned. Have I uncovered Tatsumaki's hidden masochistic tendencies? This was not part of the plan. While Byakuya's discipline session on Skypiea was reaching new heights, a fierce battle raged below between Isho and Mihawk. Mihawk had initially attacked, assuming Byakuya himself was aboard the ship. However, the swordsman he encountered wasn't Byakuya but a blind, middle-aged man wielding a blade of formidable power. Mihawk was taken aback. Since when did the title of Great Swordsman become so commonplace on the Grand Line? A single marine branch like G5 boasted not one but two swordsmen whose strength rivaled his own. It seemed almost absurd. Yet, as Mihawk crossed swords with Isho, he realized something: Isho wasn't merely a swordsman. He was also a devil fruit user. His swordsmanship, while impressive, was complemented heavily by his devil fruit abilities. This discovery left Mihawk conflicted. He wasn't sure whether to feel disappointed that Isho relied more on his devil fruit powers than pure swordsmanship, or regretful that his trip to the G5 branch hadn't led to a duel with Byakuya, who was reputed to focus solely on swordsmanship. Their repeated clashes stirred the surrounding seas into a frenzy. Waves rose like mountains, crashing violently against the G5 branch. The chaos resembled a natural disaster unfolding. The climax came when Isho summoned a massive meteor from the heavens, its diameter stretching over 1,000 meters. Its descent left the Marines of the G5 branch staring in stunned disbelief. That kind of power, it's not human, someone murmured in awe. But Mihawk wasn't fazed. With a single swing of his blade, he sliced the meteor into countless tiny fragments. The display of precision and power left everyone speechless. What kind of gods are these two? The onlookers wondered, dumbfounded by the spectacle. Chapter 193, Mihawk Duel Appointment. Before leaving Skypiea, Byakuya visited Caesar's laboratory to collect a batch of recently manufactured artificial devil fruits. Despite limited funding, producing 30 artificial fruits was a decent achievement. However, the extensive use of resources had drained much of the gold reserves stored on Skypiea, leaving less than half remaining. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before they ran out completely, prompting Byakuya to plan a solution upon returning to the G5 branch. Byakuya exchanged the artificial devil fruits for 3,000 world source energy points. Without hesitation, he spent an additional 7,500 points to max out his armament hockey. Special skill, Armament Hockey, Max, added attribute, Hardening. Byakuya could feel the power of Armament Hockey coursing through his entire body. With a mere thought, it felt ready to erupt like a surging wave. However, the added attribute puzzled him. Wasn't hardening already a basic property of Armament Hockey? Setting aside his doubts, he resolved to test it in combat later. He then opened the system panel to check his remaining world source energy. World source energy, 61,500. Seeing that his remaining energy wasn't enough to increase his fusion level by 10 points, Byakuya decided to let it rest for now. Donning his marine uniform, he began his journey back to the G5 branch. Meanwhile, the battle between Isho and Mihawk was nearing its conclusion. Though their clash had been brief, it was incredibly intense. Even pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions who dared to interfere would have been obliterated by the stray sword energy unleashed in the fight. This was no ordinary duel, a battle between individuals at the very pinnacle of the Grand Line's power hierarchy. Their swords crossed again, their figures intertwining as they clashed midair above the ocean before finally reaching a standstill with their blades poised in opposition. "Ha! What an exhilarating fight," Mihawk said with a rare smile. "While I didn't encounter Byakuya as I'd hoped, crossing swords with a great swordsman like you has made this trip worthwhile." "You truly live up to your title as the world's greatest swordsman," Isho responded, nodding respectfully. "From my perspective, in terms of pure swordsmanship, only Vice Admiral Byakuya might be able to rival you." Hearing Isho's words, Mihawk's curiosity about Byakuya deepened. His thoughts churned like a restless cat scratching at his mind. Sheathing his black blade, Yoru, Mihawk turned to Isho and asked, "When will Byakuya return?" "I don't know," Isho replied, shaking his head. "Vice Admiral Byakuya did not inform me of his return schedule before leaving." Mihawk sighed in disappointment. "In that case, I'll wait for him on one of the nearby islands." Isho's expression shifted slightly. With a calm but serious tone, he advised, "You should leave sooner rather than later. If you truly clash with Vice Admiral Byakuya, there's a high chance you might lose your life." Isho's warning wasn't baseless. Though he had only seen Byakuya fight once, his observation haki had consistently picked up an overwhelming, almost terrifying aura from the Vice Admiral. If his senses were correct, Byakuya's strength was far greater than he typically displayed. Mihawk, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, wasn't like the scheming Doflamingo or the ambitious crocodile. He was a lone wolf, solely dedicated to mastering the art of swordsmanship. Isho harbored no ill will toward Mihawk, so he felt compelled to offer a sincere warning. Mihawk, however, frowned. From what he had seen in the recordings, Byakuya was indeed powerful. But the notion that he could kill Mihawk seemed exaggerated. Still, Isho, who had just fought Mihawk and understood his strength, had made such a claim. This could only mean Byakuya's power was far from ordinary. Even so, as the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk had his pride. No amount of persuasion could deter him from his original intent. Moreover, after witnessing the swordsmanship of Ein and Tashigi, Mihawk's desire to duel Byakuya grew stronger. "There's no need to say more," Mihawk declared. 3 days from now, I'll return to the G5 branch. I hope Byakuya will be there by then." With that, Mihawk boarded his coffin boat and sailed toward a nearby island. Watching him leave, Isho sighed and shook his head. The folly of ignoring advice from the wise cost you in the end. By late afternoon, Byakuya returned to the G5 branch and learned of Mihawk's visit. Intrigued by Mihawk, Byakuya couldn't help but feel some excitement. Although Mihawk was a member of the 7 warlords, his strength was at the very pinnacle of the group. Mihawk's presence alone significantly elevated the overall strength of the 7 warlords. As the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk's mastery of swordsmanship was unparalleled, reaching near perfection. Every swing of his blade was executed with absolute precision and intent. A man whose basic attacks are as devastating as ultimate moves, this was the reputation Byakuya carried. Unlike his apprentice Zoro, a swordsman with the naming fruit ability, metaphorically speaking, Byakuya didn't bother naming every single strike. On the other hand, Zoro seemed unable to execute even a basic attack without first giving it some grand, intimidating name, as if lacking a name rendered the move unusable. As for Mihawk's desire to challenge him, Byakuya began to ponder how best to maximize the benefits of this situation. Turning to Isho, he asked, "Isho, old friend, you've crossed swords with Mihawk. What's your impression of his strength?" In the original story, Mihawk rarely fought, and even when he faced comparable opponents, his attacks were typically nothing more than basic strikes. It was hard to gauge his true ability. However, Isho had first-hand experience of Mihawk's strength, having dueled him personally. Isho's expression turned serious. There's no denying Mihawk's title as the world's greatest swordsman. I fought him for nearly half an hour, and he maintained a balanced stance. I'm not boasting when I say this, of all the people in the seas today, fewer than 10 could surpass the power Mihawk displayed in that battle. Byakuya nodded thoughtfully. Isho's evaluation was fair. After all, Mihawk's friendship with one of the 4 emperors, Shanks, and their frequent sparring sessions spoke volumes about Mihawk's incredible strength. But Byakuya furrowed his brow, lost in thought. What tangible benefit could come from defeating Mihawk? Even if he killed Mihawk, it would yield only a few hundred world source energy points. The reward would be minimal since this wouldn't alter the storyline significantly. Wouldn't it be a waste to fight just for the sake of it? Seeing Byakuya deep in thought, Isho couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Byakuya feels uncertain about his chances against Mihawk? Is that why he's so concerned? However, Isho chose not to voice this suspicion and instead offered words of reassurance. Byakuya, my friend, if you'd rather not accept Mihawk's challenge 3 days from now, I can take your place. Byakuya, sensing Isho's concern, found himself both amused and exasperated. Would he roll his eyes if Isho knew that Byakuya wasn't worrying about the fight itself but rather calculating the potential benefits of defeating Mihawk? Oh wait, Isho couldn't roll his eyes. Smiling, Byakuya replied, I'll handle Mihawk's challenge myself. Otherwise, people across the seas might start thinking I'm afraid of him. That's true, Isho agreed. We can't let the G5 branch's prestige take a hit. Byakuya continued, since I've decided to accept his challenge, this fight can't be for nothing. What do you mean? Isho asked, intrigued. With a meaningful tone, Byakuya replied, didn't the motion to abolish the 7 warlord system already pass? Isho sighed. The motion indeed passed, but the world government has been dragging its feet on issuing the official orders. As a result, Mihawk and the others are still considered 7 warlords. Some pirates are even vying for the 2 vacant spots in the system. Then what if I make a wager with Mihawk during our duel? He'll publicly announce his resignation from the 7 warlords if he loses. That should force the world government to act, don't you think? Isho's eyes lit up. That's an excellent idea. If the strongest of the 7 warlords, Mihawk, declares his departure, it would be a significant blow to the world government. Byakuya chuckled. Exactly. If the 7 warlords start resigning one after another, even if the world government tries to turn a blind eye, the system will crumble once no one is willing to take the position. At that point, whether or not the world government officially abolishes the system, it'll already be as good as gone. It was clear from Byakuya's words that he had never been concerned about the possibility of losing to Mihawk. But his ambitions didn't stop there. Since he couldn't gain a substantial amount of world source energy from Mihawk, he had to find other ways to exploit this situation. Chapter 194, The Reason. Byakuya had to take a different approach. The next day, news spread across the seas that Marine Vice Admiral Byakuya would face off against Dracula Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Mihawk's reputation needed no introduction, while Byakuya had gained considerable renown for advocating the abolition of the 7 warlord system. This announcement created a massive stir in the world. Countless factions paid close attention, especially the swordsmen of the seas. Those near the duel's location flocked to the island near the G5 branch as if in a frenzy. Meanwhile, those further away lamented their inability to reach the New World in 3 days to witness this epic clash of top-tier swordsmen. Even Byakuya hadn't anticipated that this news would draw so much attention. The sheer volume of interest caught him off guard. Within 1 day, numerous ships belonging to various factions appeared near the G5 branch. Even some Marines came to witness the spectacle. Realizing the event's magnitude and not wanting to take advantage of Mihawk, Byakuya postponed the duel by approximately 2 weeks, giving Mihawk ample time to prepare. He tasked Isho with persuading Mihawk and conveying the duel's revised terms. Although Mihawk was puzzled by the delay, he remembered Isho's earlier words. Since Byakuya had proposed that the duel be held in 2 weeks, Mihawk reluctantly agreed. This would give him time to mentally and physically prepare himself for the battle and analyze Byakuya's known swordsmanship techniques. Mihawk agreed with Byakuya's specific request without a second thought. To him, the title of a warlord was far less significant than the opportunity to duel an equal in swordsmanship. When news of the postponement spread, swordsmen from across the seas rejoiced. With 2 weeks to prepare, many had enough time to reach the New World. From the Four Blues and the first half of the Grand Line, countless ships set sail towards Sabete Archipelago to get their ships coated and make their way through Fishman Island to the New World. Isho returned to inform Byakuya that Mihawk had agreed to the terms. Byakuya clapped his hands in satisfaction and said, "Perfect. Now my plan can proceed smoothly." Isho was puzzled. "Are you planning to spend these 2 weeks developing a special technique to defeat Mihawk?" Byakuya chuckled and shook his head. "Of course not. Do I need to prepare a special move just to deal with Mihawk? It's as simple as lifting a hand." Isho's expression darkened. He might have drawn his sword if not for his usually calm demeanor. What was this supposed to mean? He had fought Mihawk to a stalemate, yet Byakuya claimed defeating Mihawk was as easy as lifting a hand. Was Byakuya implying the same about fighting him? Unaware of Isho's thoughts, Byakuya continued with a grin. "Isho, how many ships will pass through the Sabete Archipelago to reach the New World over the next 2 weeks?" Isho suppressed his frustration and answered seriously, "While I can't give you an exact number, judging by the commotion this news has caused, there will be at least 300 ships. 300 ships might not sound like much, but considering the duel's location in the New World, a place not easily accessible, this number was astounding. Any pirate capable of reaching the New World likely had a bounty of several 100 million berries. At least 300 ships?" Byakuya's eyes gleamed with excitement. "I'm going to make a fortune." Isho was confused. "What do you mean by making a fortune?" "You'll find out soon enough," Byakuya replied with a mysterious smile. He picked up a din mushi and made a call. "Smoker, get ready. We have a big business opportunity coming your way." Smoker, the commanding officer stationed at Sabete Archipelago, responded from the other end. "Vice Admiral Byakuya, are you saying?" Having worked under Byakuya for many years, Smoker quickly connected the dots. "I see. You mean those ships passing through Sabete?" Byakuya interrupted with a sly grin. "Exactly. When those ships pass through Sabete Archipelago, we'll make sure they pay their taxes. You need to bring your people and thoroughly clean them out. Not a single berry of the island entry fee should be missed. And if they want to get their ships coated, have the coating artisans double the usual prices. If anyone dares to cause trouble, let that old man Rayleigh handle it." "Yes, understood," Smoker replied. At that moment, his eyes seemed to gleam with the sparkle of belly. This was a windfall of epic proportions. After ending the call, Smoker immediately began arranging manpower for the operation and informed Rayleigh to be ready to act at any moment. Isho, having overheard Byakuya's entire conversation with Smoker, was left completely stunned. "So this is why you delayed the duel for 2 weeks? Just to make money?" But recalling the name Byakuya mentioned during the call, Isho frowned and asked suspiciously, "Byakuya, that Rayleigh you mentioned. Is that who I think it is?" Byakuya didn't hold back, replying openly, "Yeah, Dark King Rayleigh, the right hand of the Pirate King. Don't tell me you've never heard of him." Isho's face darkened. "Of course, I've heard of Dark King Rayleigh. What I haven't heard is anyone daring to call him an old man. Moreover, as a Marine Vice Admiral, Byakuya commanding a legendary pirate was absurd beyond belief." For a moment, Isho wondered if he had followed the wrong person. After a long pause, Isho hesitated before cautiously asking, "Byakuya, you didn't delay the duel for 2 weeks and even arrange for the legendary pirate Rayleigh to intervene, just to make money off those 300 ships, did you?" "Of course not. Byakuya's quick and decisive response brought Isho a sense of relief. Looks like my faith in him wasn't misplaced. Byakuya must have a deeper purpose behind all this. But before Isho could feel reassured, Byakuya sighed dramatically and said, "Isho, you're thinking too small. Far too small." Isho blinked in confusion. Too small? What do you mean? Byakuya's eyes sparkled with ambition. What's the point of making money off those 300 ships? In the 2 weeks leading up to the duel, nearly 1,000 ships will gather in the waters near the G5 branch. At that point, I'll charge each ship a daily docking fee of 1 million berry for every day they stay. 1,000 ships mean nearly 1 billion belly in revenue daily. Isn't that far better than just 300 ships? Isho was genuinely stunned. If this guy weren't a marine and decided to go into business, he'd probably be the richest person in the world by now. Byakuya continued enthusiastically, and on the duel day, I can sell tickets to watch the fight. Anyone who wants to spectate has to pay an entrance fee of 1 million belly. Plus, we can sell premium spots closer to the action at much higher prices or even hold a small auction for the best seats. After all, this is a battle between two of the greatest swordsmen alive. Most swordsmen won't witness a fight like this even once in their lifetime. If we don't charge a high price, it'd insult Mihawks and my reputation. Isho couldn't help but think, you're aware you're one of the greatest swordsmen alive, yet your schemes are more like those of a cunning merchant, or worse, a swindler. Do you think selling overpriced tickets reflects well on your reputation as a swordsman? It's a good thing Mihawk doesn't know the truth. Otherwise, he'd probably grab his sword and come for you. Just as Isho was mentally berating Byakuya, the latter added, "Oh, and make sure not to let Mihawk find out about this. What if he comes asking for a share of the profits?" Isho finally couldn't hold back and muttered, "Only you could come up with something this shameless." Chapter 195, Ambush. As the day of the duel approached, the number of ships arriving in the G5 branch's territorial waters surged dramatically. The soldiers stationed there were overwhelmed, working tirelessly to collect fees. Handling such enormous sums of money left them feeling dazed. It was the first time they realized that collecting money could be exhausting. The sheer volume of fees to be collected was staggering. Each arriving ship had to pay the docking fees for their intended stay, and the Marines meticulously logged these payments. Any ships discovered to have evaded payment during patrols must make up the owed amount immediately. Failure to comply left no room for negotiation, escape was impossible, and death was the only alternative. This strict policy deterred anyone attempting to sneak in without paying. Word of this policy spread quickly, reinforcing Byakuya's infamous reputation as someone who would stop at nothing for money. After all, he had previously led Marines to collect tolls from Big Mom's pirate crew, one of the 4 emperors. Now, the news of Byakuya's duel with Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, was too tantalizing for most to resist, even with exorbitant fees. Reluctantly, the majority paid up. Byakuya didn't anticipate that delaying the duel by 2 weeks allowed many people to reach the G5 branch waters. Even crews from the 4 emperors' pirate groups sent representatives to witness the battle. Except for the Beast's pirates, all 3 other emperor crews had members in attendance. When the crowd lining up to pay tolls saw a peculiar ship seemingly made of mochi, flying a flag with a grinning, lipstick-wearing skeleton adorned with a top hat and a fur-lined collar, they collectively gasped. As the ship drew closer, revealing the figures on board, someone exclaimed in shock, "That's the Sweet Commanders, the highest-ranking combatants in Big Mom's crew, aside from Big Mom herself. I can't believe they're all here." Standing at the ship's bow with their arms crossed were Katakuri, Smoothie, Cracker, and Snack, exuding an intimidating aura that suggested they weren't here for pleasantries. Speculation quickly spread. Perhaps Big Mom's crew had come to settle the score with Byakuya for previously demanding tolls from them. This seemed like the most logical explanation. After all, a marine daring to charge a toll from one of the 4 emperors was sheer audacity. If the emperors didn't respond, their reputations as rulers of the seas would be tarnished. While Big Mom herself hadn't come, the presence of her sweet commanders made her stance crystal clear. Most onlookers sneered at the Marines, muttering, "Serves them right. That Vice Admiral Byakuya must be crazy for money. Let's see how he deals with the Big Mom pirates now." The Marines manning the toll collection booth shuddered when they saw Katakuri and the others hastily reporting the situation to Vice Admiral Fergus. Dealing with the highest-ranking fighters of a Yonko crew was far beyond their pay grade. Before long, however, the situation escalated further. A ship resembling a massive bird with pale green wings appeared from the distance. Its elegant design and movement on the waves gave it the illusion of dancing flames. The flag it bore sent another wave of shock through the crowd. Even those who didn't know the Marine Fleet Admiral's name would undoubtedly recognize the insignia of the strongest man in the world. The sight of the skull with a crescent-shaped mustache left no doubt about the ship's origin. "No way, even the Whitebeard pirates are here? This isn't the Moby Dick, so Whitebeard himself must not have come," someone speculated. But another voice exclaimed, "Look! That's Marco the Phoenix, 1st Division Commander. And there's Fire Fist Ace, Diamond Jozu, and Flower Sword Vista. Practically all of Whitebeard's top fighters are here." The crowd was stunned. Is this duel that significant? 2 of the Yonko crews have sent their strongest fighters. Some travelers from the first half of the Grand Line whispered among themselves. When I passed through Fishman Island, I heard rumors that Vice Admiral Byakuya had some bad blood with Marco and Ace. Do you think that's why the Whitebeard pirates are here in full force? This revelation left the crowd in awe. How much trouble can one Marine Vice Admiral cause? Someone muttered. He's provoked the Big Mom pirates, now the Whitebeard pirates, and let's not forget he barely escaped an ambush by the Beast's pirates just a while ago. This guy's practically courting disaster. Byakuya had already crossed paths with 3 of the 4 Emperor pirate crews, leaving only the red-haired pirates untouched. When Katakuri and Marco's ships arrived, the previously orderly ranks of ships quickly parted, clearing a path. This was a testament to the immense influence the 4 emperors held in the New World. Upon learning that the Whitebeard pirates were involved, Vice Admiral Ferguson's communication lines were overwhelmed with calls. Even Byakuya and Isho, stationed at the Marine branch, received word. While heading toward the outskirts of the sea, Isho asked curiously, "Brother Byakuya, why do you think the Whitebeard pirates are coming?" Byakuya answered instinctively, "They're probably here for revenge. If things go south, we'll just beat them down." "Revenge?" "Yeah. Back then, I gave Marco and Ace a good beating. Those brats probably didn't take it well, so now they're bringing company to settle the score." Isho nearly fell into the sea upon hearing this. Could Byakuya possibly be the reincarnation of a troublemaker? How had he managed to provoke enemies on all sides? Meanwhile, at the edge of the sea, Katakuri and Marco's ships were speeding toward the Marine forces without any intention of slowing down. Judging by their menacing approach, the Marines realized that trying to stop them, let alone collect tolls, would likely cost them their lives. Ace, aboard Marco's ship, and Snack, aboard Katakuri's, both shouted toward the Marine soldiers in unison, "Where's Byakuya? Get him out here." After speaking, the 2 exchanged glances that seemed to convey mutual understanding. It was clear they were the ones who had suffered the most from Byakuya's earlier actions. Ace's motives were straightforward. After being defeated and humiliated by Byakuya alongside Marco, he resolved to train relentlessly, aiming to drastically improve his strength in a short amount of time so he could seek revenge. Ace's training over the past month had been as intense as the previous 3 months combined. With Whitebeard's devilish training regime, Ace felt he had significantly improved. With his crewmates by his side, this was the perfect opportunity to restore his honor. In simpler terms, the skies had cleared, the rain had stopped, and Ace felt ready to take on the world again. Snack's reasoning, however, was entirely different. He knew his strength was lacking, and in his mind, why bother trying when you could just call in backup? While Big Mom was still recovering from her injuries and couldn't come to the G5 branch herself, she was furious when she learned the Marines had been charging tolls. She sent Katakuri to leave their group in settling the matter. To Snack, Katakuri, who had never been defeated, would easily crush Byakuya. That confidence fueled Snack's arrogance. Katakuri and Marco didn't care about their brother's bold statements. They had come to make trouble, and it was necessary to appear as commanding as possible to uphold the prestige of the four emperors. Upon hearing that 2 emperor crews were here to challenge Byakuya, the onlookers grew even more excited. Many had been frustrated by Byakuya's relentless toll collection. If Byakuya were to fall to these 2 Yonko crews before his duel with Mihawk, it would be the ultimate spectacle. They had already paid to witness the duel. Still, if Byakuya were killed beforehand, his story would go down in history as a cautionary tale, a reckless marine vice admiral who cared more about money than his life, leaving his fortune unspent even in death. As the marine soldiers moved aside, Cracker sneered arrogantly. "You pathetic marines dare to charge us tolls?" He raised his hand, summoning 10 biscuit soldiers armed with long swords, sending them charging toward the marines. "Today, I'll make sure you marines understand one thing: the dignity of the Big Mom pirates is not something that trash like you can trample on." The strength of the biscuit soldiers far surpassed that of the ordinary marine soldiers. Just as they landed on the marine ship and were about to wreak havoc, a purple figure flashed across the air, accompanied by a tiger's roar. In an instant, the 10 towering biscuit soldiers crumbled into a pile of broken biscuits as if struck by an unstoppable force. Isho appeared in front of the marines, calmly sheathing his sword. "As long as I'm here, let's see who dares to harm a single marine." After Byakuya's duel with Mihawk was announced, rumors of Isho's half-hour-long battle with Mihawk, where he didn't lose, began to circulate. Many doubted the claim's validity, arguing that a marine vice admiral couldn't last so long against the world's greatest swordsman. They dismissed it as marine propaganda. However, many doubts were dispelled after witnessing Isho easily dispatch Cracker's 10 biscuit soldiers with a single strike. Chapter 196, Phase Fruit User arrived. Even if this marine vice admiral named Isho wasn't as powerful as the rumors suggested, his strength was undeniably impressive, at least on par with an elite marine vice admiral. When Cracker saw his formidable biscuit soldiers being easily destroyed in front of so many people, he couldn't save face. Raising his longsword, he pointed it at Isho and bellowed, "You blind marine! You're strong, I'll give you that, but you're qualified to die by my blade." Isho, unfazed by Cracker's provocation, calmly replied, "You should worry about yourself first, don't end up dead before this blind man does." Cracker didn't immediately sense anything was wrong. However, Katakuri, with his highly advanced observation, Haki noticed something was off. He turned and saw a young man in a marine vice admiral's uniform standing behind Cracker. In this situation, who else could it be but Byakuya? Just as Cracker was about to strike Isho, a cold voice came behind him, "Your mouth stinks, and I hate foul mouths." Katakuri's eyes widened in alarm. "Cracker, watch your back." But it was too late. Cracker felt a terrifying force strike his waist. The impenetrable biscuit armor covering his body shattered instantly, revealing his true form beneath. He was launched into the sky with a single kick in the blink of an eye. The onlookers stared in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had happened. As Cracker soared higher, he felt as if the sheer force of the attack was tearing his body apart. Blood spurted uncontrollably from his mouth. "Damn it, what's happening?" At that moment, a figure in a white marine uniform appeared beside him in midair. Seeing the familiar face, Cracker trembled and stammered, "Why, you're Byakuya." With a wicked smile, Byakuya responded, "Congratulations, you guessed right. Here's your prize, a high-speed descent experience card." Cracker didn't hesitate. Activating his Devil Fruit Awakening, he summoned layers of dark blue biscuit armor around himself. These biscuits were far harder than his usual creations, comparable to steel. This was his ultimate defensive technique. But Byakuya seemed entirely uninterested in the fortified biscuit armor. Raising his right leg, he delivered a devastating whip kick to Cracker's chest. The supposedly indestructible layers of armor crumbled like toys, shattering on impact. Cracker was sent hurtling downward like a cannonball, leaving shockwaves in his wake. The speed of his descent was so fast that it seemed like he was a meteor engulfed in flames. Watching this, Katakuri frowned deeply and muttered, "Damn it." His hands transformed into sticky mochi, extending to form a large mochi net to catch Cracker. However, when Cracker crashed into the mochi net, the residual force was so immense that even Katakuri stumbled, nearly falling over. If just the aftermath of that attack is this terrifying, then Cracker, who took 2 direct hits. Katakuri thought grimly as he pulled Cracker to safety. Cracker was horrifying, his eyes rolled back, his face pale, and blood streaming from every pore of his body. His entire figure was drenched in crimson. The most shocking sight was his body, twisted into an unnatural V-shape, with all the bones above his waist shattered. He was barely alive, and if Katakuri hadn't used his devil fruit ability to catch him, Cracker would have been killed outright by Byakuya's kicks. If Isho's earlier display of power had surprised the crowd, then Byakuya's attack instilled pure terror. To cripple a pirate of Cracker's caliber with just 2 moves, this was a feat reserved for those on the level of Marine Admirals. Byakuya's overwhelming strength was the foundation of his arrogance. Even after seriously injuring Cracker, Byakuya stood nonchalantly on Katakuri's ship, completely unfazed by the presence of the Big Mom Pirate's strongest forces. Katakuri, furious at the sight of the barely breathing Cracker, handed him to Smoothie. "Vice Admiral Byakuya, do you think so little of the Big Mom Pirates? Do you believe the Charlotte family can be trifled with?" Katakuri growled. Byakuya shrugged. "Are you not to be trifled with?" He held back from saying what he truly wanted. "Haven't I already toyed with the Big Mom Pirates enough? Your mother is still bedridden, recovering from our last encounter." The tension between Byakuya and Katakuri grew thicker as their confrontation escalated. The crowd watching from the sidelines grew more excited. While Cracker was strong but still a step below his elder brother, Katakuri was undoubtedly the strongest combatant in the Big Mom Pirates after Big Mom herself. Byakuya's earlier performance had already proven his immense strength, and a battle between him and Katakuri promised to be nothing short of spectacular, perhaps even rivaling the much-anticipated duel between Byakuya and Mihawk. Meanwhile, not far away, Marco and Ace, aboard their ship, recognized the figure on Katakuri's vessel. Marco frowned deeply and sighed. "That guy's strength is like a bottomless abyss. You think you've trained enough to defeat him, but when you fight him, you realize how powerless you still are." Turning to Ace, Marco asked, "Do you truly believe your current strength is enough to challenge him and avenge what happened at Fishman Island?" Ace remained silent for a moment, hesitating before his eyes grew resolute. "I want to try." Marco looked at him, a hint of sadness in his eyes that quickly disappeared. He patted Ace's shoulder and said, "We'll back you up." Jozu and Vista simultaneously said, "The 4 of us will take him on together." Ace nodded firmly. "All right." However, Ace had no idea what kind of consequences his simple statement, "I want to try," would bring. At this age, Ace only understood the thrill of vengeance and the need to repay grudges without contemplating the broader implications. As Katakuri and Byakuya's confrontation was on the verge of erupting, Katakuri activated his advanced observation haki to glimpse a brief moment of Byakuya's future. But in that instant, his face turned pale, and cold sweat drenched the back of his shirt. His observation haki couldn't predict Byakuya's future, a phenomenon Katakuri had only encountered once. The last person he couldn't predict was Knight, the enigmatic leader of the Knight organization who had gravely injured Big Mom. "Wait a second. Byakuya? Knight?" Katakuri's eyes snapped to Byakuya, who wore an enigmatic smile on his face. Could it be? Katakuri's heart was filled with shock. If Byakuya truly was Knight, the implications were terrifying. The mysterious leader of the Knight organization, turning out to be a Marine Vice Admiral, would send shockwaves across the entire ocean if this information got out. While Katakuri was reeling from this realization, his observation was that Haki suddenly picked up faint images of Byakuya. This confused Katakuri. Had he been mistaken? Yet before he could delve further, the Byakuya in the vision spoke. "I have high hopes for you, so I'm giving you a bit of consideration by revealing my identity. Make sure to keep your younger siblings in check and stop them from seeking death. If there's another incident like Cracker, I won't hold back next time. And if my identity is exposed, I'll bring the Night Organization and wipe out the entire Big Mom pirates, every single one of you. When I say I'll kill your entire family, I mean it. That includes you and Big Mom herself. You know I have the strength to back my words. As Byakuya's words echoed in Katakuri's mind, the vision shattered as though it had never existed. Katakuri stared at Byakuya, astonished. The man managed to use Katakuri's own observation, Haki, to deliver a direct warning. What kind of ability was this? Reflecting on the killing intent in Byakuya's final words, Katakuri couldn't help but shiver. He did not doubt Byakuya's power or resolve to carry out his threats. From the perspective of onlookers, Byakuya hadn't made a move, yet Katakuri's expression was that of someone who had seen a ghost. He trembled uncontrollably as though he had witnessed the most horrifying thing imaginable. Smoothie asked worriedly, "Katakuri, are you all right?" Katakuri took a deep breath to process the shock Byakuya had inflicted on him and slowly shook his head. "I'm fine." What happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Katakuri bowed deeply and apologized to Byakuya. "This was our mistake. We're willing to compensate for all losses." "Katakuri!" Smoothie and Snag called out in unison, astonished. "Shut up!" Katakuri roared. "This matter will be handled my way." Smoothie and Snag saw Katakuri scolding them harshly for the first time in their lives. They were left speechless. Byakuya glanced at Katakuri and said nonchalantly, "In that case, your ship's toll fees will be increased tenfold." "Understood. I accept." Katakuri's unusually respectful tone baffled everyone. No one could comprehend the sudden shift in his attitude. After resolving matters with Katakuri, Byakuya disappeared in a flash and reappeared aboard Marco's ship. His eyes locked onto Marco and a visibly irritated Ace. Byakuya flashed a smug, provoking smile. "So, will you pay the tenfold fee, or should I beat you all half to death and have Whitebeard himself bring 10 times your bounty to reclaim you?" Byakuya's words were even more audacious than Ace and Snag's earlier statements, but he had the strength to back his arrogance. Ace's hands ignited with scorching flames as he declared firmly, "I choose to beat you half to death." "Oh, what terrifying flames," Byakuya said mockingly, feigning fear. "I might just get burned to death." Despite his playful words, his hand rested on the sword's hilt. If Ace truly lost his composure, Byakuya had no qualms about igniting a war akin to the Summit War. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from the distance. "Vice Admiral Byakuya, how about giving me some face and letting this matter go?" Chapter 197, Conqueror Haki Awakening. Upon hearing the voice, Byakuya immediately recognized who it belonged to even before the person appeared. "Give me some face?" Such familiar words. Could it be the user of the face fruit, Shanks? It was indeed him. Byakuya hadn't expected this individual to show up, but it made perfect sense after giving it some thought. Mihawk was Shanks' longtime close friend, and Shanks himself was a master swordsman. Watching the duel between Mihawk and Byakuya was a reasonable motivation. While Byakuya pondered the situation, a seemingly ordinary ship sailed into view, capturing everyone's attention. Its flag bore the iconic emblem, a skull with crossed swords and 3 vivid red scars over its left eye. "It's the red-haired pirates, one of the 4 emperors." "Oh my god, 3 emperor-level crews in one place today. Look! The entire red-haired crew has mobilized. This is going to be spectacular." Nearby ships began to back away, clearing space while watching the brewing confrontation intently. True to their reputation in the anime, the red-haired pirates always traveled aboard a single, deceptively simple vessel with their full cadre of senior officers aboard. Renowned as the Iron Wall crew for their formidable balance, the red-haired pirates boasted an astoundingly high average bounty among their members. They were the only Emperor crew with a double Emperor configuration. First mate Ben Beckman, besides his exceptional intellect, possessed combat power comparable to Shanks himself. Among the Emperor crews, only the Whitebeard pirates could rival their strength outright. The Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates had to take a back seat. Fujitora, aware of their capabilities, frowned slightly and muttered, "This situation is growing increasingly troublesome." As the red-haired pirates arrived, the atmosphere shifted to less favorable for Byakuya. Shanks and his crew focused on Byakuya, who stood aboard Marco's ship. They had witnessed Byakuya easily dispatch Cracker earlier, leaving Shanks convinced that the Marine Vice Admiral possessed Admiral-level strength. When it seemed like Byakuya and Ace might clash, Shanks quickly intervened. However, before Byakuya could respond, Ace spoke up. "Shanks, this is between me and Byakuya. It has nothing to do with the red-haired pirates." Since Shanks had confirmed Ace's identity as Roger's son, Ace deliberately distanced himself. Not because he disliked Shanks, but because he resented any special treatment stemming from his lineage. To Ace, Roger was nothing more than the father he despised. He saw himself solely as Whitebeard's son and wanted nothing to do with Roger or anyone connected to him. Shanks and Ben Beckman exchanged wry smiles. "This kid is something else," said Shanks. "The captain probably regrets not being there for Ace back then," Beckman added. Shanks couldn't stand by and let Ace face Byakuya, knowing the latter's overwhelming strength. "Byakuya, how about giving me some face? There's no need to go overboard with a kid. We're all here to witness your duel with Mihawk. Why stir up unnecessary trouble?" Though Shanks called Ace a kid, he felt somewhat guilty, as Byakuya's youthful appearance suggested they were likely of similar age. Regardless, their power gap was undeniable, leading Shanks instinctively to view Byakuya as much older. Byakuya turned to Shanks with a mocking smirk. "A kid? Sure, his mindset matches that of a 7-year-old. But why should I give you a face? Who do you think you are to ask that of me?" A stunned silence fell over the crowd. Did this man understand who he was talking to? To speak so brazenly to the red-haired pirates, a crew with 2 Emperor-level fighters, was beyond bold, it was lunacy. Even Ace, who prided himself on his confidence, was momentarily dumbfounded. Byakuya's fearlessness made Ace's bravado seem tame by comparison. Fujitora sighed deeply, murmuring, "Byakuya, you haven't changed at all." Despite his words, Fujitora stepped beside Byakuya, indicating his support. In his mind, while challenging the red-haired pirates was no small feat, it wasn't beyond their capabilities. Meanwhile, Katakuri cautiously instructed his subordinates to keep their distance from the brewing storm, casting nervous glances at both Byakuya and Shanks. His thoughts churned. Is Byakuya planning to reveal his Knight Organization identity and call for reinforcements? If so, would that technically count as him exposing his identity, sparing me from being blamed? The rising tension was palpable, the atmosphere thick with unease. Yet Shanks maintained his calm demeanor, smiling faintly. The younger generation sure is wild these days. However, Ben Beckman's sharp gaze lingered on Byakuya, and after a moment of quiet observation, he whispered something to Shanks. Shanks' expression shifted subtly. "Have we met before?" Byakuya's heart skipped a beat. Had he been recognized? Yet his expression remained unreadable. Without missing a beat, he replied coldly, "If we haven't yet, we will soon," and impelled down. Shanks' composure cracked slightly, his tone taking on an edge. "Is that so? Your generation is certainly bold, but it's high time someone taught you to respect your elders." As he spoke, Shanks unleashed an overwhelming burst of Conqueror's Haki. The once calm sea roared to life, waves crashing violently as dark clouds gathered above, casting an oppressive gloom. The air grew so stifling it was difficult to breathe. Yet, despite the suffocating pressure, Byakuya stood firm, unmoved amidst the tempest like an unyielding rock against the tide. The entire force of Shanks' Haki bore down on him, but he remained resolute. Under such overwhelming pressure, Byakuya seemed to sense a new power awakening within him, one that actively resisted Shanks' Conqueror's Haki. However, This nascent force was far too weak and was quickly crushed by Shanks' overwhelming aura. Yet, thanks to Byakuya's innate ability of infinite regeneration, the new power kept re-emerging, appearing, resisting, being destroyed, and then appearing again. With each cycle, it grew stronger at an unimaginable speed. What started as a thread-thin stream of energy soon became as thick as an infant's arm. And rather than slowing, its growth only accelerated. Feeling his profound transformation, Byakuya murmured, "Could this be Conqueror's Haki?" Conqueror's Haki, the rarest form of Haki, is possessed by only one in millions, a king's aptitude that signifies the potential to rise above others. While it seems almost commonplace in the New World, where many notable figures possess it, true mastery remains exceedingly rare. Most users of Conqueror's Haki can only unleash it indiscriminately as a shockwave of spiritual pressure. However, few, like Shanks, can focus precisely on a single target. This mastery is considered an intermediate level. At its pinnacle, Conqueror's Haki can be imbued into weapons, greatly enhancing their power and enabling devastating attacks without direct contact. If Byakuya were to clash directly with Shanks, he would witness the full potential of this ability. Byakuya never anticipated awakening Conqueror's Haki, which surprised him. Over the years, despite his audacious actions as a Marine, he hadn't shown any signs of possessing it. He even doubted whether he truly had the king's aptitude. Yet, under the crushing pressure of Shanks' aura, it unexpectedly surfaced, an unforeseen but delightful development. Opening his system panel, Byakuya saw a new entry under his special skills, Conqueror's Haki, LV1, 97%. Initially tempted to use World Source Energy to level it up, he noticed it was shy of advancing to the next level, likely thanks to Shanks' help. Abandoning the idea of using his precious resources, Byakuya decided to milk Shanks' oppressive aura for all it was worth. Conqueror's Haki required far more World Source Energy to upgrade than the other two types of Haki. And now, with Shanks as the perfect free sparring partner, why waste resources? Seconds later, a system notification chimed. Conqueror's Haki, LV2. Not bad at all. Byakuya thought as the two remained locked in a battle of auras. Despite his progress, Byakuya deliberately feigned struggle, pretending to barely hold on to avoid provoking Shanks into outright combat. While observing the clash, Ace couldn't help but feel the crushing weight of Shanks' Haki. If Ace were to face Shanks' Conqueror's Haki head-on, he doubted he could last even 3 seconds. Shocked, he muttered, "So this is what Father called the strongest Conqueror's Haki on the seas? The pressure, it's even greater than Father's. Even someone as powerful as Byakuya looks like he's barely managing against him. Is this the strength of the world's top echelon?" Nearby, Isho sensed Byakuya's plight. Drawing his blade, he prepared to intervene. At the same moment, Ben Beckman swiftly aimed a golden shotgun at Isho, ready to shoot if the Marine made a move. While Isho could sense a dangerous aura from Ben Beckman, he remained confident in his abilities, believing himself at least on par with the red-hair pirate's first mate. Just as Isho was about to act, Byakuya raised a hand to stop him. Gritting his teeth, he said, "No need to intervene, I can handle this." Isho, puzzled, replied, "Byakuya, why endure this unnecessarily? It's unwise to clash with Shanks' strength head-on when you lack Conqueror's Haki of your own." Endure? Byakuya nearly laughed out loud. His Conqueror's Haki had already reached level 3 and was halfway to the next. He secretly wished to milk Shanks' aura until he maxed out the skill. But such is the life of a frugal man, with limited resources, Byakuya couldn't afford to waste this golden opportunity provided by one of the sea's strongest. As time passed, Byakuya maintained his act, looking half-dead, as though he might collapse at any moment. Yet deep down, he knew that continuing this stalemate benefited him more than Shanks. Sweat began to bead on Shanks' forehead, and his chest rose and fell slightly. Even for him, maintaining his Conqueror's Haki at full strength for so long was taxing. Shanks squinted at Byakuya, who still appeared barely conscious. "What the hell is this guy made of? Even the hardest working mule doesn't have this kind of stamina," he muttered. Behind him, Lucky Roo joked, Boss, are you okay? You've been at this for ages, and I'm starving. How about we take a break and order some food? Ben Beckman, more serious, advised, maybe we should leave it at this. I get the feeling something's off with that Marine. If he is connected to the Knight organization and has infiltrated the Marines for some deeper purpose, exposing him might provoke them into retaliation. We'd end up like Garp, being hunted all over the sea. Not worth it. Shanks nodded, realizing Ben Beckman had a point. Besides, he was genuinely exhausted, both physically and mentally. He'd never trust Byakuya's seemingly frail demeanor again. With a final surge of frustration, Shanks withdrew his Conqueror's Haki. The oppressive aura vanished instantly, the sea calmed, and the skies cleared. Isho breathed a sigh of relief, glad the confrontation hadn't escalated further. The presence of Marco and Katakuri's crews already placed the Marines at a severe disadvantage. Avoiding a full-scale battle was undoubtedly the best outcome. Shanks, wiping the sweat from his brow, addressed Byakuya with a hint of reproach. After an hour of watching you struggle, I don't like bullying the younger generation, it's bad for my reputation. So let's call it quits here. Despite Shanks' words, Byakuya still wore a pained expression, as if he were on the verge of collapse. The onlookers were stunned. Had Shanks' Haki caused severe internal injuries? But in reality, Byakuya was staring at his skill panel, frustrated that his Conqueror's Haki hadn't quite reached level 6. Realizing Shanks had retracted his aura, Byakuya shouted indignantly, "Hey! What do you think you're doing? I was so close to leveling up. Bring it back! Continue the Haki!" Chapter 198, The Worst Possible Misunderstand. Let Shanks keep using his Conqueror's Haki? Everyone present was stunned into silence by Byakuya's words. What kind of absurdity was this? Had Byakuya been hit so hard by Shanks' Haki that he'd lost his senses? Others suspected he was just trying to show off, even if it was poorly timed. After all, Byakuya had looked incredibly battered while barely holding his ground under the weight of Shanks' Haki. Isho, standing behind Byakuya, awkwardly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Byakuya, my friend, for someone your age to withstand Shanks' Conqueror's Haki for so long, you've already proven your strength to everyone here. There's no need to push it any further." Isho wasn't afraid of a clash with the red-haired pirates, but he was pragmatic enough to know that any fight in this situation would put them at a disadvantage. Everyone with eyes could see how much strain Byakuya was under. It simply wasn't wise to prolong this standoff. Shanks, on the other hand, was equally perplexed. In his 2 decades at sea and 6 years as one of the 4 emperors, no one had ever made such a bizarre request, for him to continue crushing them with his Conqueror's Haki. Byakuya was truly the first. As Shanks hesitated, wondering whether to indulge this strange demand, everyone's attention suddenly shifted toward the sea. From the horizon, a single bicycle glided lazily across the waves, its rider exuding a casual air as if he were out for a leisurely trip. This kind of laid-back attitude could belong to no one else but Marine Admiral Akiji. Shanks frowned, muttering, "What's Akiji doing here?" Ben Beckman, watching the Admiral's approach, leaned in and said in a low voice, "Captain, with Akiji here, the balance of power between us and the Marines evens out. If a fight breaks out, things might not be in our favor." Hearing this, Shanks instantly ceased projecting his Haki. As Beckman pointed out, the scales were tilting in the Marines' favor. // with the arrival of the ice-powered Admiral, the tension between the two groups froze as well. Akiji casually parked his bike on Byakuya's ship, lifted his eye patch, and squinted at the scene. Byakuya looked utterly spent, and Shanks exuded menace. Internally, Akiji mused, "As expected, Byakuya, who's got about a third of my power, is struggling against a top tier like Shanks. Good thing I got here in time, or my junior might have fallen victim to him." Akiji's gaze at Byakuya seemed to convey, "Don't worry, little brother. As long as I'm here, no one will dare bully you." Byakuya sighed inwardly. "My dear brother, you're here to ruin everything, aren't you?" Shanks was just about to go all in again, and now my plan to level up using him is completely derailed. Before Byakuya could wallow in frustration, Isho's voice came from behind, full of relief. Admiral Akiji's arrival is truly timely. Now Shanks can't possibly act recklessly, and this unnecessary battle can be avoided. Byakuya, my friend, you don't need to push yourself anymore. You might injure yourself further. Hearing this, Byakuya nearly choked on his breath. He wanted to scream but could only swallow the frustration. After all, he couldn't openly blame Akiji for arriving at the worst possible moment. Looking at Akiji, whose expression practically screamed, "I've got your back," and Isho, who was relieved that a battle had been avoided, Byakuya's face turned pale as he silently cursed, "What did I do to deserve this?" If it weren't inappropriate, Byakuya would have punched both Akiji and Isho on the spot for being such useless allies. Instead, with teary eyes, he muttered, "I don't want to use my world energy." Akiji, misinterpreting Byakuya's expression, thought he was deeply moved by his timely rescue. Brimming with emotion, Akiji patted Byakuya on the shoulder and declared, "Don't worry, little brother. As long as I'm here today, I won't let Shanks lay a finger on you." The firmness in Akiji's tone made Byakuya nearly stagger, his throat tightening as he fought back an exasperated groan. Isho stepped forward to steady him, offering reassurance, "Rest easy, Byakuya. With me and Admiral Akiji here, no harm will come to you." By this point, Byakuya had run out of words to respond. With a hollow, drained expression, he muttered, "Leave. Just leave. I want to be alone." Akiji, standing protectively in front of Byakuya, coldly addressed Shanks. "If I were you, I wouldn't linger here any longer." Shanks slung Griffin over his shoulder and retorted with a smirk, "Do you think you, Isho, and an injured Byakuya are enough to stop the red-haired pirates? Our title of the Iron Wall Pirates isn't for show." Akiji's tone remained calm as he countered, "Vice Admiral Garp recently saw a certain wanted poster that sent him into a frenzy. He's been scouring the seas for you, vowing to rip you apart with his own hands. He's already been informed of your presence here and is on his way. So it won't just be me and Isho. You'll also have to deal with Garp. Are you sure your crew can handle all three of us?" Shanks' face darkened as he exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Garp is chasing me across the entire ocean again? How did I not hear about this?" At that moment, Ben Beckman leaned close and whispered, "Captain, remember? After Luffy set out to sea, we pulled back the people we are keeping an eye on Garp." Shanks slapped his forehead in realization. "Ah, right. That's what happened. Damn it, we can't let that old stubborn man catch us. Everyone, we're pulling out." The red-haired pirate's crew moved swiftly and methodically, turning the ship around to prepare for a quick escape. It was clear they had experienced this kind of situation many times before. Lucky Roo, however, hesitated and suggested, "Boss, how about we eat first before we leave? I'm starving to death here." Shanks shot him an exasperated look and barked, "Eat, eat, eat. That's all you ever think about. If we stick around to eat, we'll all be having meals in Impel Down." "But there's no food in Impel Down," Lucky Roo argued. "Wouldn't it be better to eat now? At least if we get captured, we'd be going in with full stomachs." As Lucky Roo continued to ramble about the lack of food in Impel Down, Yasopp clamped a hand over his mouth. "Can't you see the boss's face? If you keep talking, he'll throw you into Impel Down himself." Lucky Roo finally quieted down after seeing Shanks' face turn a deep shade of blue. Meanwhile, across the sea, Ace also began to panic. "Grandpa is coming? If he catches me, I'm done for." Memories of his childhood flashed through Ace's mind, of the countless times he'd been beaten black and blue by Garp after declaring he'd become the Pirate King. The mere thought made his scalp tingle. "Marco, we need to go. If Grandpa catches us, we're all heading to Impel Down," Ace shouted urgently. Marco, knowing full well the nature of Ace's relationship with Garp, didn't need further convincing. He issued the same command as Shanks, and the Whitebeard pirates began preparing to retreat. However, before leaving, Ace didn't forget his arch-rival. He turned to Byakuya, who was being helped onto the marine ship by Isho, and shouted, "Byakuya, you look seriously injured, so I won't pick on you this time. But the next time we meet, I'll defeat you and settle the score from Fishman Island." Byakuya nearly exploded with anger. What the hell? Now even Ace thinks he can walk all over me? Do not pick on me. Go ahead, try it. If I don't beat the crap out of you, I'll change my surname. Just as Byakuya fumed, he realized something crucial. Wait, if they all leave, what about my world energy? My Conqueror's Haki? Most importantly, they haven't paid me yet. Determined not to let them get away, Byakuya struggled to break free from Isho's grip, only to be held firmly in place. Isho tried to calm him, saying, "Byakuya, my friend, you're gravely injured. You mustn't push yourself. Admiral Akiji has already driven them off, and we're safe now." At that moment, Akiji walked over with a smug expression. "Byakuya, did you see that? I made the red-haired pirates and the white-haired pirates retreat with just a few words. That's the power of using your brain. It's way better than Akainu's brute force methods, don't you think? Pretty impressive, huh?" Byakuya raised a trembling finger at Akiji, his lips quivering with anger. "Oh, you're impressive, all right. If you can take one punch from me and survive, then I'll admit you're the best." Akiji, thinking Byakuya was merely lashing out in embarrassment, casually brushed his hand aside and chuckled. "You've only got a third of my strength. Forget one punch, even if you landed 30 punches, they wouldn't faze me. Just focus on recovering. If you get into trouble again, I might not be able to save you like I did this time." Byakuya's eyes widened in utter disbelief. What the hell did I just hear? Ace says he won't pick on me because I'm injured. Akiji says he can tank 30 punches from me without breaking a sweat. And now he claims I only have a third of his strength? Where does he even get these numbers? What is wrong with this world? Why are these people so ridiculously confident? Chapter 199, versus Mihawk. The time quickly flew by, and the day of Byakuya's duel with Mihawk arrived. Their agreed meeting place was on Mihawk's secluded island. Early in the morning, Byakuya set sail aboard the Arctic Daylight. Standing at the ship's bow, his sword hung at his waist while his cape billowed sharply in the sea breeze. His demeanor exuded an indescribable sharpness akin to a long-hidden sword about to be unsheathed. Not far behind him, Fujitora and Akiji stood deep in conversation. "Fujitora, why has Byakuya been so cold and distant ever since he got injured that day? He won't even speak to us." Akiji asked thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on Byakuya's back. "You're also a master swordsman, any idea what's going on with him?" Fujitora, gently running his hand along his cane sword, replied calmly, "I understand how he feels. I've faced Mihawk before. His strength is no less than mine or Byakuya's. The pressure of this duel must be immense, forcing Byakuya to focus entirely on the upcoming fight." Akiji nodded, enlightenment dawning. "Makes sense. As expected of fellow swordmasters, your insight runs deep. Understand me?" Byakuya, having overheard their conversation, smirked coldly. "Understand what, exactly?" He thought darkly. "Every word you say is nonsense. I'm avoiding you both because I might lose control and draw my sword on you." He couldn't help but recall the disastrous day when Akiji's words had inadvertently caused the red-haired pirates, white-haired pirates, and even Big Mom's crew to escape. They had taken with them countless opportunities to plunder world essence and bountiful treasures. Worse, Fujitora had restrained Byakuya, preventing him from acting. Every time he thought about it, rage boiled within him. "Look!" Akiji exclaimed suddenly. "Byakuya's body is trembling, and his aura seems unstable." Fujitora nodded gravely. It must be lingering injuries from his clash with Shanks. Then wouldn't this duel with Mihawk be incredibly dangerous for him? Indeed. If it comes to it, we must intervene to save him, Fujitora said solemnly. Akiji, brimming with confidence, reassured him. "Don't worry. With me here, I'll make sure nothing happens to him." Unbeknownst to them, their words only fueled the growing sharpness of Byakuya's aura. Out of sight, he clenched Wind Howl tightly, repeatedly telling himself to stay calm. "Don't lose it. If I cut these two down, all my efforts will go to waste." After this internal struggle, Byakuya and his companions finally arrived at Mihawk's island. The place was already swarming with spectators who had paid a hefty price for witnessing this battle. When Byakuya disembarked, the crowd parted to create a path for him, murmuring in awe at his commanding presence. Byakuya leapt from the ship, landing gracefully on the soft sands. The island featured two parallel mountain peaks of identical height, forming a natural stage for the duel. Mihawk stood stoically atop the left peak, waiting. Byakuya climbed the right peak, but as he stood there, he noticed something peculiar about the island. "This place feels off. These two peaks. If you told me they were shaped like a certain part of the human body, I'd believe you." The bizarre resemblance reminded Byakuya of Gill Island's equally uncanny landscape. Curious, he asked, "Mihawk, do you know this island's name?" Mihawk, puzzled by the question, replied, "The island's name? I just randomly chose this place from the sea. It's uncharted and doesn't appear on any log posts." Hearing this, Byakuya's interest was piqued. "If it's nameless, why don't we give it one?" Mihawk frowned slightly. "We're here to determine the world's greatest swordsman, not to play around." Byakuya ignored the remark. "Exactly. Since this duel will crown the world's strongest swordsman, it's only fitting to name the battleground where it happens." Mihawk paused, considering Byakuya's logic. It would make the duel sound more grandiose in retellings. Eventually, he nodded. "Fair enough. Do you have a suggestion?" Byakuya grinned. "Let's call it Forbidden Peak Island. The name fits perfectly, two duelists competing for the ultimate title atop Twin Peaks." It even evoked imagery reminiscent of the legendary duel in classic wuxia novels. Mihawk, who was notoriously bad at naming things, agreed without hesitation. Satisfied, Byakuya unsheathed Wind Howl and declared, "This is Kaisnian, one of the 50 skillful great blades, forged from Jack's ivory and soon to be imbued with Kaido's dragon horn." Mihawk raised an eyebrow, his usually composed demeanor faltering slightly. "Jack's ivory? Kaido's horn?" For the first time, even Mihawk found himself curious about Byakuya's peculiar choice of materials. With their introductions complete and the island named, the duel between two of the greatest swordsmen in the world was about to begin. Kaido's dragon horns aside, Jack's ivory might be more feasible. Maybe I should give it a shot someday. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. Mihawk, ever composed, drew his blade, the legendary black blade, Yoru, and declared coldly, "Supreme Grade Blade, one of the 12, Black Blade, Yoru." With formalities completed, the battle was ready to commence. The spectators around the mountains couldn't hold back their excitement as they speculated, who do you think will win and claim the title of the world's strongest swordsman, Byakuya or Mihawk? Isn't it obvious? Mihawk, of course. The voice came from Vista, the Flower Sword and 5th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. The crowd turned toward him in surprise. Having left the Whitebeard Pirates with Ace and Marco just days ago, Vista couldn't resist witnessing this duel between the finest swordsmen on the seas. Following the Whitebeard Pirates' allied crews, he returned to the scene, eager for the event. Vista's reputation as a formidable swordsman in the New World made his opinion highly regarded. When asked for his reasoning, he explained confidently, "Byakuya was injured recently in his clash against Shanks' Conqueror's Haki. There's no way he's fully recovered in such a short time. Meanwhile, Mihawk has earned his title through countless battles, recognized by all swordsmen as the strongest. Byakuya's feats, on the other hand, remain shrouded in vagueness, known only through sparse accounts and rumors. Considering everything, Mihawk is the more likely victor." Vista's analysis resonated with the crowd, who believed they could predict the battle's outcome. Nearby, Ein and Tashigi overheard the discussion and turned to Isho and Kazan with concern. Do you think Byakuya will lose? Aine asked, her voice tinged with worry. Isho hesitated, recalling Byakuya's trembling during their journey here. It's hard to say. If he truly loses, Admiral Kazan and I will do everything in our power to protect his life. Kazan, less serious than Isho, tried to reassure them. Relax. Byakuya's got at least a third of my strength. He's not going down that easily against Mihawk. Amid the conversations, Byakuya charged directly at Mihawk, wielding Kaznian without a probing strike. The spectators gasped in shock. Vista, watching closely, nodded knowingly. He's panicking. Look at that, he's not even testing the waters with a slash. If this keeps up, his defeat will come even quicker. Mihawk, having sparred with Tashigi and Aine earlier, had gained some insight into Byakuya's swordsmanship, its hallmarks being unparalleled speed and devastating cutting force. Over the past 2 weeks, Mihawk had devised counters for these very attributes. So when Kaznian came crashing down at an extraordinary speed, the Black Blade, Yoru, ready and waiting, intercepted it from an uncanny angle. Clang! The sharp clash of steel echoed through the air, scattering clouds across the skies within a radius of 10,000 miles. Mihawk successfully blocked the strike, but his heart sank rather than rejoicing. He became even more cautious. Though Mihawk had prepared for Byakuya's speed and cutting prowess, he had completely underestimated the raw power behind the blow. His right hand trembled from the impact, and his entire arm felt numb. Is this even a sword? Feels more like a hammer's brute force, he thought grimly. This sensation reminded him of facing an opponent far superior in strength, a disparity akin to that between a male and female swordsman of equal skill. Unfortunately for Mihawk, he was akin to the weaker swordsman in this matchup. Byakuya, too, was surprised. That strike had carried slightly more force than usual, yet Mihawk had managed to block it. Impressive. No wonder he's the world's strongest swordsman, Byakuya mused. Before Mihawk's arm could fully recover, Byakuya launched a new assault. Armament Normal Series, Atomic Slash. In an instant, Mihawk seemed to blur in Byakuya's eyes, replaced by images of Isho and Kazan. The memories of their past actions fueled Byakuya's relentless aggression. Without hesitation, he poured his fury into Kaznian, enveloping the blade in an abyssal coating of armament hockey that was so dense it seemed to devour all the light around it. Your blade, it's a black blade too. Mihawk exclaimed in shock. To the spectators, Kaznian appeared to vanish entirely as Byakuya's slashing speed surpassed even Mohawk's expectations. The blade streaked through the air like a beam of light, impossible to track with the naked eye. Though the strike hadn't landed yet, its sheer cutting force shredded Mihawk's clothing in multiple places. Forced to rely on his observation of hockey, Mihawk narrowly managed to perceive and react to Byakuya's assault. Clang! 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 A rapid succession of collisions rang out as Mihawk deflected strike after strike. But the mountain beneath his feet began to crumble under the relentless pressure. Rocks tumbled down as cracks spread across its surface, and its height steadily diminished. Mihawk wanted to counterattack, but to his frustration, Byakuya's stamina seemed limitless. Each strike carried the same unwavering power and precision as the last, as if meticulously calculated. Faced with such relentless ferocity, Mihawk could do little but defend. Byakuya, he's overpowering Mihawk, someone in the crowd muttered in disbelief. The spectators were stunned, their eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. This wasn't what they had expected at all. How could the outcome deviate so drastically from what they had envisioned? Chapter 200, Sword God. Even someone as composed as Dracula Mihawk couldn't help but question himself under Byakuya's relentless storm of attacks. Am I truly a match for Byakuya? This was the first time Mihawk doubted himself since becoming the world's strongest swordsman. Not even his clashes with his longtime rival, Shanks, had ever shaken his confidence like this. The sheer pressure from Byakuya wasn't something a swordsman of equal caliber could exert, it was the kind of overwhelming dominance that came from an opponent league above him. Despite this crushing pressure, Mihawk wasn't one to surrender just because of adversity. Even if he realized he couldn't win, he would fight with every ounce of his strength until the end. Though he was forced into a defensive position, retreating step by step, he found an opening after blocking one of Byakuya's strikes. Suppressing the pain in his arm, Mihawk gripped his black blade, Yoru, with both hands and slashed toward Byakuya's chest. Breaking Byakuya's relentless offensive rhythm was Mihawk's only chance to catch his breath and counterattack. Byakuya, fully capable of ignoring the strike, chose to retreat instead, leaping back to the mountaintop he had initially stood upon. In doing so, the dynamic between the two swordsmen became clear. While both had started on peaks of equal height, Mihawk's mountain was now reduced to half its original size, a stark visual representation of the gap in their strength. Though Mihawk appeared slightly battered, his expression remained calm. After catching his breath, he unleashed a barrage of ghostly, fire-like slashes, which surged toward Byakuya like a tidal wave. However, Byakuya simply smiled faintly, and with a casual motion, he threw his blade toward Mihawk. What is he doing? A swordsman throwing his sword? The crowd was puzzled by Byakuya's actions. Even Mihawk couldn't understand his intent. The airborne Kaznian transformed into a massive black crescent moon, erasing Mihawk's ghostly slashes as if absorbing them. The crescent sped toward Mihawk with breathtaking speed, forcing him to dodge rather than attempt a direct block. As the crescent struck the remnants of Mihawk's mountain, it made no sound. The mountain disappeared, leaving behind a crescent-shaped crater stretching across a third of the island. At its center, Kaznian stood embedded in the ground. Seeing the massive peak vanishing into thin air stunned the crowd. The female onlookers felt an inexplicable pang in their chests as if empathizing with the island's pain. The display of power shook Mihawk, but they didn't forget the duel. Gathering himself, he looked toward Byakuya's position, only to find that Byakuya was no longer there. A deep sense of danger welled up within him. His gaze darted to the crater, but Wind Howl had also vanished, leaving only a shallow scratch in the earth. A chilling thought crossed Mihawk's mind, but a blade was already pressed against his neck before he could react. Its cold, razor-sharp edge sent shivers down his spine as Byakuya's calm voice echoed behind him, "You've lost." For the first time, Mihawk's composed facade cracked, revealing a wry smile. He sheathed Yoru, raised his hands in surrender, and turned to face Byakuya. Seeing Mihawk's gesture, Byakuya was reminded of a similar scene from long ago, when Mihawk defeated Zoro in the East Blue. Sure enough, Mihawk echoed the same words from that moment. "I've lost. To take a wound to the back is the greatest shame for a swordsman. Please, deliver the final blow to me from the front." Byakuya paused for a moment before smiling. "Impressive. Very well, I'll grant you this request." "Thank you," Mihawk said, taking a deep breath to brace himself. Byakuya vanished in a blur, reappearing behind Mihawk as Kaznian slid smoothly into its sheath. A deep wound ran diagonally across Mihawk's chest, from his left hip to his right shoulder, staining his clothes crimson. Though Byakuya held back, Mihawk's injuries were severe, as he hadn't defended against the strike. Staggering and dropping to one knee, Mihawk's unyielding spirit kept him conscious. This defeat wasn't entirely a loss for him, it showed him that stronger opponents existed, giving him a new goal to chase. Breathing heavily, Mihawk spoke. "As promised, I'll renounce my title as a warlord of the sea and remain on this island for the next 2 years." Byakuya looked at Mihawk, sensing his melancholy. "You know, you could use these 2 years to train a disciple. Perhaps through teaching, you might discover insights you never expected." Mihawk raised an eyebrow. "Is that how you improved your swordsmanship? By teaching those 2 marine swordswomen?" Byakuya shamelessly nodded, though the insights he had gained from teaching Ein and Tashigi were far removed from swordsmanship. He decided to nudge Mihawk toward a familiar path. "During my time in the East Blue, I encountered a young swordsman with incredible potential. Unfortunately, I was occupied and couldn't take him under my wing. He should have just set out to sea. You might want to meet him. If he meets your standards, take him as your disciple. It'll make your time on the island more fulfilling." Intrigued, Mihawk asked, What's this swordsman's name? Roronoa Zoro, swordsman of the three-sword style, Byakuya replied with a faint smile. Mihawk repeated the name to himself. Three-sword style. Roronoa Zoro. Though the name sounded peculiar, Mihawk didn't question it. Instead, he resolved to find this swordsman and take him as his student if he lived up to Byakuya's description. Before Mihawk could express his gratitude, Byakuya had already returned to his ship. Ein and Tashigi rushed to greet him, their excitement bubbling over. Byakuya-senpai, you're amazing. You defeated Mihawk. You're the world's strongest swordsman now. That means we were trained by the strongest swordsman in the world. This is incredible. Their enthusiasm was infectious, especially given the weight of the title they now attributed to their mentor. While they celebrated, Byakuya simply smiled, indulging in their praise as the ship set sail again. Byakuya felt the softness of the sensation on his arm, enjoying it immensely. He raised his eyes to look at Mihawk as if to say, this is the unexpected reward of teaching swordsmanship. Mihawk, noticing Byakuya's gaze, became even more resolute in his decision to take the three-sword style Zoro as his disciple. After all, since embarking on the sword's path, Mihawk had walked it alone. Byakuya and his disciples, sharing a harmonious bond, deeply moved Mihawk in a way he hadn't expected. Someone in the crowd shouted, the world's strongest swordsman, Byakuya. One shout led to another, and soon the air was filled with cheers of the world's strongest swordsman, Byakuya. Despite the praise, Byakuya remained calm and composed. He raised his voice, silencing the crowd. Do not call me the world's strongest swordsman, he declared firmly. His words stunned everyone, including the undercover G5 Marines planted among the crowd by Colonel Ferguson. Ferguson had instructed his soldiers to chant the world's strongest swordsman after Byakuya's victory, expecting to rally public enthusiasm. Yet Byakuya's unexpected objection left them dumbfounded, and their enthusiasm was abruptly cut short. Even Mihawk stood silently to the side and was surprised by Byakuya's stance. For Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman title was a source of pride and a burden. Hearing the crowd cheer for Byakuya stirred complex emotions within him. It was both a motivation and a strange discomfort. Yet when Byakuya suggested that Mihawk take Zoro as his disciple and even personally introduce Zoro, Mihawk felt that Byakuya was worth befriending. However, before Mihawk could dwell too long on his thoughts, Byakuya's powerful voice broke through the murmurs. From this moment forward, I shall be known as the Sword God, Byakuya. His marine code of justice fluttered dramatically in the windless air, his declaration dripping with arrogance. The crowd was left speechless. So it's not that you don't want a title. You just don't want the title of the world's strongest swordsman. Colonel Ferguson sighed, massaging his temples in frustration. He waved at the planted soldiers, who quickly caught on and began chanting anew, Sword God Byakuya. The crowd echoed the chant enthusiastically, their fervor rekindled. Byakuya glanced around, visibly pleased. It seems my reputation among the people is quite favorable. Look how cooperative they are, he remarked smugly. A knowing silence fell over Isho, Kuzan, and the others who understood the true origin of the cheers. Fergus, trained under Byakuya at the Marine Elite Training Camp, knew him well enough to play his part perfectly, earning his unofficial title as Byakuya's top aide. Meanwhile, Mihawk, watching from the side, felt as if he'd been betrayed. His once upright posture slumped slightly as he reevaluated his earlier judgment. This man is not worth befriending. The next day, news of Byakuya's victory over Mihawk at the Forbidden Peak spread across the seas. Few could believe the outcome. Mihawk, who had long held the world's strongest swordsman title, had been dethroned by a mere 20-year-old Marine Vice Admiral. Rumors circulated that Mihawk, grievously injured, was ambushed by old enemies during his retreat and vanished without a trace, his fate unknown. In the East Blue, a lone ship drifted on the sea. A green-haired swordsman with 3 swords at his waist read the latest newspaper. The bold headline proclaimed, The Sword God Byakuya. The article detailed Byakuya's triumph over Mihawk and his proclamation as the Sword God. Mihawk lost, the green-haired man muttered. So to become the world's strongest swordsman, I'll have to defeat Vice Admiral Byakuya. In the new world, Byakuya received a system notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully altered the storyline. Events such as Mihawk's withdrawal from the 7 warlords of the sea and Zoro's new target has been triggered. You have earned 10,000 world energy points. The gains were significant. Byakuya's reputation across the seas soared after defeating Mihawk, inching him closer to achieving his ultimate goals. However, the red-haired pirates reacted quite differently. On board their ship, Lucky Roo, munching on a massive chunk of meat, held up a greasy hand to read the paper aloud. The sword god Byakuya. Yasop raised an eyebrow. Mihawk actually lost to Byakuya? That's surprising. The crew buzzed with discussion. Mihawk could spar with our captain, but Byakuya couldn't even withstand Shanks' Conqueror's haki before. How could he defeat Mihawk? Shanks and Ben Beckman exchanged glances, both deep in thought. Shanks murmured, "They're not wrong. We've met Byakuya before and know his strength. How could Mihawk lose to him?" Simultaneously, both Shanks and Ben arrived at a possible conclusion. In unison, they said, "Byakuya must have been hiding his true strength when he faced us." The realization made sense the more they considered it. Shanks turned to Beckman. "Are you sure Vice Admiral Byakuya is the same person we encountered 2 years ago in Windmill Village, the one called Harry from the Night Organization?" Beckman nodded. "I'm certain. Though Byakuya's appearance differs slightly from Harry's, the resemblance is unmistakable upon closer inspection. So Byakuya is a member of the Night Organization." Shanks concluded. Beckman added, "It's likely. The Night Organization must have a grand scheme. Otherwise, they wouldn't place someone with Admiral-level strength in the Marines, climbing step by step to become Vice Admiral Byakuya. The effort involved must be tremendous. What's their goal, then?" Shanks wondered aloud. The Night Organization's actions seem aimed at eliminating the 7 warlords of the sea, which aligns with Byakuya's push to abolish the system. Beckman shook his head. That alone doesn't prove a connection. The Night Organization only targets corrupt warlords, not all of them indiscriminately. And from what I know, Byakuya isn't the only one advocating for the abolition of the system. Isho, the blind swordsman by his side, is equally passionate about it. Shanks nodded thoughtfully. Regardless, there's no denying a connection between Byakuya and the Night Organization. Beckman agreed. In that case, we should focus on the Night Organization and uncover their true intentions. Among the 4 emperors, the red-haired pirates often played the role of balancing the world's powers. With its disruptive influence, the rise of the Night Organization posed a threat to that balance. Shanks felt compelled to act. "It seems I need to meet with them face to face," Shanks said, his tone resolute. Chapter 201, Shanks' Revelation. The Red Line, Mary Geo's, a grand and ornate hall housed a modestly sized round table surrounded by 5 lavish chairs. Seated in those chairs were 5 elderly figures, their white hair and solemn expressions exuding an air of authority. Among them, a bald elder clutching a longsword that was nearly the size of his body spoke coldly. "Did he mention over the phone what this meeting was about?" Another elder shook his head. "He didn't specify. He only said it was a shocking discovery." "Ridiculous. What could be so important that it can't be discussed over the phone? Does he not realize the potential consequences if this meeting leaks?" As the indignant elder finished, the tightly shut doors were suddenly pushed open, and a man in a black cloak entered. His voice, calm and steady, resonated from beneath the cloak. "First, this information will not leak. Second, the matter I bring is of great importance and must be discussed in person. Furthermore, the news I bring is the kind of information your world government would most desire to know." The man approached the 5 elders and removed his hood, revealing a face with striking red hair and 3 scars over his left eye, an unmistakable identity. It was none other than the captain of the red-haired pirates, red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. T/N, reminder, this novel ended in 2022. Seated before him were the 5 elders, the highest authorities of the world government. If news of this meeting were to reach the public, the world would be utterly shocked. A meeting between Shanks, a Yonko, and the world government's leaders would be as unbelievable as a mouse becoming the bridesmaid of a cat, a situation so surreal it defied reason. Both parties were aware of the potential fallout should this meeting become known. This mutual understanding explained Shanks's black cloak and the gravity of the meeting. The 5 elders, intrigued by Shanks' words, felt their curiosity piqued. One elder, bald with a crescent-shaped birthmark on his forehead and a green suit, asked, "Do you know the location of the Revolutionary Army's headquarters?" "No," Shanks replied, his tone measured. "What I have learned has nothing to do with the Revolutionary Army. It pertains to the organization currently gaining significant attention, Night Organization." Night Organization. The 5 elders exchanged stunned glances. While the Night Organization was not as immediate a threat as the Revolutionary Army, their recent actions, combined with their indiscriminate elimination of CP agents, had made them a growing concern. The Night Organization was ranked as the second most dangerous threat to the world government, right after the Revolutionary Army. The 5 elders had even considered making the Night Organization one of the 7 warlords of the sea, primarily due to their enmity toward the warlords. However, the organization's elusive movements, indeterminate membership, and formidable strength posed a significant challenge. Clutching his longsword tightly, the bald elder leaned forward and asked urgently, "Do you know the location of the Night Organization, or have you identified any of its members?" Shanks answered slowly, each word deliberate. "I am almost certain that Marine Vice Admiral Byakuya is a member of the Night Organization, operating under the codename Nighty." "Byakuya?" The 5 elders' surprise was palpable. Though Byakuya was only a vice admiral, his name had long been familiar to them due to his accomplishments. Just 2 days ago, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had submitted a proposal to the 5 elders, suggesting the creation of a 4th admiral position. The candidate he recommended was none other than Vice Admiral Byakuya. Sengoku's report was thorough, detailing Byakuya's meteoric rise and outstanding achievements. Graduated 2.5 years early from the Marine Elite Training Camp as its top cadet. Promoted directly to Rear Admiral and assigned to the Sabati Archipelago. As a Rear Admiral, defended St. Escroc against forces sent by Don Quixote Doflamingo. Rescued Princess Persicio during a transaction between the Don Quixote family and the Beast's pirates, defeating Jack the Drought, one of Kaido's top lieutenants. Despite Jack's subsequent rescue by Kaido during transport to Impel Down, Byakuya's victory remained significant. As a vice admiral, governed the Sabati Archipelago with remarkable efficiency, reducing major incidents to nearly zero during his tenure. Later, he transferred to the G5 branch in the New World as its commander, where he quelled rebellions on Fishman Island and protected King Neptune, a member nation's ruler. Defeated Snack, one of Big Mom's sweet commanders, and killed Kumiku of the Flying Six during an ambush by the Beast's pirates, effectively forcing the Big Mom and Beast's pirates to retreat into their respective territories for months. Exposed the crimes of former warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo and pacified the unrest in Dressrosa. These feats solidified Byakuya's reputation within the Marines, and his governance and leadership were exemplary. Given such a record, Sengoku's proposal to elevate him to admiral was not without merit. Now, to hear Shanks implicate Byakuya as a member of the Night Organization was utterly shocking. Not long ago, Byakuya directly defeated the world's strongest swordsman, Dracula Hawkeye Mihawk, proving his strength was on par with that of a Marine admiral. After Sengoku listed all of Byakuya's achievements over the past 2 years, even he was shocked to realize how much Byakuya had accomplished. Similarly, the 5 elders were troubled upon reviewing Byakuya's contributions. They would have readily approved Sengoku's proposal if such merits had belonged to any other Marine Vice Admiral, especially one with strength rivaling an admiral. After all, admiral-level combat power is so rare that it can be counted on one hand across the entire sea. However, What made the 5 elders hesitant was that the candidate for the 4th Marine Admiral was none other than Byakuya, who had openly opposed the world government by advocating for the abolition of the 7 warlord system. To complicate matters, after the last meeting, CP0's Agent Zero reported everything that occurred and conveyed Doflamingo's final interrogation statements to the 5 elders. Byakuya's purpose for joining the Marines is not simple. If you allow him to act freely within the Marines, I'm afraid they will no longer be the Marines of the world government. These factors made the 5 elders reluctant to approve Sengoku's proposal. Now, Shanks had added another layer of complexity by confidently asserting that Marine Vice Admiral Byakuya was Harry, a key figure in the Knight organization. This news further deepened the 5 elders' dilemma. Previously, their debate revolved around whether Byakuya should become the 4th Marine Admiral. Now, it had shifted to whether they needed to capture and interrogate him. If they decided to apprehend Byakuya, they would also have to consider the potential backlash from the Marines. Byakuya was no ordinary individual. He was Sengoku's nephew, Zephyr's disciple, and he had under his command Isho, who was rumored to possess admiral-level strength. Furthermore, Byakuya had garnered admiration and support within certain factions of the Marines. These were all complications the 5 elders had to weigh. One of the elders, dressed in a dark blue suit with long white hair and a lengthy beard, hesitated before asking, "Is this information credible? Do we have concrete evidence?" Shanks was visibly surprised by the question. Since when did the world government need to tread so cautiously before acting against a Marine Vice Admiral? Shanks replied candidly, "I met Byakuya in the East Blue over 2 years ago." These were his own words. The room fell silent again. The bald elder, known for his temper, slammed his long sword against the floor tiles and said harshly, "Whether or not Byakuya is part of the Knight organization, just capture him and interrogate him to find out." Yet no one echoed his sentiment. They all knew that moving against Byakuya meant potentially provoking 4 admiral-level combatants, necessitating extreme caution. The bearded elder intervened before Shanks could speak again, saying, "You've been away for too long. Staying here any longer will arouse suspicion. You should leave Mary Geo's immediately." This was a clear dismissal. Shanks' eyes briefly flickered with a cold glint before he decisively turned and left without another word. After Shanks departed, the remaining 3 elders slowly spoke up. "We can move against Byakuya, but it can't be us who makes the first move." The bald elder asked, "What do you mean?" "The obstacles in directly capturing Byakuya are too great. Instead, we need to leverage other forces," the blonde elder explained. The document Sengoku submitted doesn't just highlight Byakuya's contributions. It also essentially lists all the enemies he's made across the seas. Understanding dawned on the bald elder. "Are you suggesting we get Big Mom's crew and the Beast's pirates to target Byakuya?" Based on the record of his exploits, Byakuya had crossed paths with these 2 Yonko crews the most. The elder with curly white hair, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "Exactly. Merely revealing Byakuya's connection to the Knight organization to Big Mom would be enough to provoke Charlotte Linling's wrath. Since Byakuya already has enmity with the Beast's pirates, given Kaido and Big Mom's relationship, we only need to facilitate an alliance between their crews to have both Yonko groups attack Byakuya together. Against the combined might of 2 Yonko crews, Byakuya will undoubtedly be overwhelmed. To save his life, he might even be forced to reveal his ties to the Knight organization, prompting their intervention. What if he refuses to expose the Knight organization? Then he'll die at the hands of Kaido and Big Mom, which would be even better for us. This plan would eliminate a key figure of the Knight organization, redirect the Yonko's ire toward each other, and remove an unstable element from the Marines, tightening the world government's control." To the 5 elders, this was an entirely favorable outcome. The bearded elder added, "Exactly. To avoid any unexpected interference, we also need to ensure that no Marine reinforcements can assist Byakuya when Kaido and Big Mom strike. With Byakuya's strength, we might even be able to involve more forces in targeting him," another elder mused. "Isn't Marco and Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates hostile toward Byakuya? If we engineer a situation where Whitebeard's crew suffers losses at Byakuya's hands, perhaps even Whitebeard himself would step in. As the scheming five elders plotted, a web designed to ensnare Byakuya began to take shape, woven meticulously and with malevolent intent. Chapter 202, Leveling Up. At this moment, Byakuya was in his office, reviewing his system interface. Host, Byakuya. Template, Limitless, Saitama. Fusion rate, 60%. World energy, 71,500. Cost to increase fusion rate from 60% to 61%, 6,100 world energy. Special abilities, King Engine, Extreme Psychokinesis, Max, Armament Hockey, Max, Hardened, Observation Hockey, Max, Illusions, Extreme Swordsmanship, Max, Infinite Regeneration, Passive, Conqueror's Hockey LV6. Testicle-free Ninja Sonic, 1000 points, Admiral level. King Engine King, 10 points, Ordinary person. Tornado of Terror Tatsumaki, 1200 points, Admiral level. Looking at the near maxed out state of all his skills except for Conqueror's Hockey, Byakuya couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. These were the results of his relentless efforts over the past 2 years. Spotting the world energy value, he realized he could afford to increase his fusion rate by another 10%. Without hesitation, he chose to enhance it, deciding to delay upgrading Conqueror's Hockey until he could no longer farm experience from Shanks. After all, even without the boost from Conqueror's Hockey, Byakuya's current strength was enough to rank him among the top-tier powerhouses of the seas. Congratulations! Your fusion rate has reached 70%. You can now randomly obtain a unique ability from a strong individual in the One Punch Man world. Drawing complete. Congratulations! You have obtained the ability, Dragon-level Monster Psychos, Gravity Manipulation. Note, as gravity manipulation is categorized under psychokinesis, it has been directly integrated into extreme psychokinesis. After reading the notification, Byakuya waited for a follow-up message about upgrading his extreme psychokinesis. Yet, after a long silence, nothing happened. Byakuya's face was filled with confusion. If it's integrated into extreme psychokinesis, shouldn't it let me upgrade that skill again? Why isn't the system responding? Did it crash? Moreover, considering Byakuya's current level of psychokinetic strength, he could already manipulate gravity to some extent. Did he need another gravity-based ability? When Byakuya queried the system, he finally understood the situation. Previously, his psychokinetic gravity manipulation was in its initial stages and lacked finesse. However, with the new specialized skill, his gravity manipulation had reached a top-tier level, surpassing even Isho's mastery of the gravity fruit. After the explanation, Byakuya muttered, "Does this mean I can now compete with Isho in summoning meteors for fun?" Overall, the new ability didn't provide a massive advantage. Still, it wasn't entirely without merit. Most notably, Byakuya could now use gravity manipulation openly under the guise of being a marine. Since Isho's gravity fruit powers were public knowledge, any display of gravity manipulation would naturally be attributed to him. This reinforced Byakuya's resolve to keep Isho by his side. Having such a perfect scapegoat would be a waste if not utilized. Before Byakuya could ponder how to exploit Isho's scapegoat potential better, he suddenly received a call from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Answering it casually, Byakuya said, "Hey, Sengoku, what's up? What does the sword god himself owe the pleasure?" On the other end of the line, Sengoku was silent, his face dark. This brat was growing more arrogant by the day since defeating Mihawk. Not only did he drop all formalities, but he also shamelessly referred to himself as the sword god. Sengoku cursed inwardly. Why didn't Mihawk finish him off in their duel? Useless. Truly unworthy of being the world's greatest swordsman. Meanwhile, aboard a coffin-shaped ship heading for the East Blue, a heavily injured Mihawk sneezed several times in a row. He muttered, "Even with my constitution, I'm catching a cold? How embarrassing. Once I reach East Blue, I'd better recover fully before seeking out the swordsmanship prodigy Byakuya mentioned." With the name and reputation he gave, finding them shouldn't be hard. Back to Byakuya's conversation with Sengoku, the silence on the other end persisted. Growing impatient, Byakuya complained, "Are you mute? If you're not going to talk, I'm hanging up." Finally, Sengoku couldn't hold back anymore. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Byakuya, do you need a beating? How dare you talk to me like that?" "I wasn't sure it was you," Byakuya retorted. "The line was silent, so I thought maybe someone else got hold of your snail phone. This is my personal den mushi. Who else could it be?" "Well, who knows? Maybe someone killed you, and your snail phone ended up in their hands," Byakuya replied seriously. "Good! My dear nephew, you've made it clear how much you care. Perhaps I should withdraw my proposal to the 5 elders to promote you as the 4th Marine Admiral." Fuming, Sengoku tugged at his beard, accidentally pulling out several strands. Byakuya stood up abruptly at Sengoku's words, shocked. "Uncle Sengoku, are you saying you were going to propose promoting me to the 4th Marine Admiral?" Hearing Byakuya's sudden change in tone, Sengoku cursed inwardly, "This little brat. The moment it benefits him, he calls me Uncle Sengoku. Wasn't I just a mute a second ago? Fine, I'll be mute now and see who gets anxious." When the line went silent again, Byakuya smirked knowingly. He could tell Sengoku was sulking. Casually, he declared, "Uncle Sengoku, hold on. I'll take Isho with me and wipe out a Yonko crew right now to cheer you up." Before Sengoku could respond, Byakuya hung up. Looking at the snail phone on his desk, he began counting down softly. 3, 2, 1. Buru 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 buru. The den mushi rang, and Byakuya's lips curved into a faint smile. After letting it ring for a moment, he picked up and said, "Uncle Sengoku, calling again so soon? I've already ordered the branch soldiers to prepare for battle. We should be ready to head out shortly." Sengoku, on the other end, sighed helplessly. All right, stop trying to scare me. I've got some good news for you." While he accused Byakuya of posturing, Sengoku knew this rascal wouldn't hesitate to act on his words. Starting a war with a Yonko crew recklessly would be disastrous for the Marines. Otherwise, Sengoku would have already gathered the full strength of the Marines to take down 1 or 2 Yonko crews. "Uncle Sengoku, were you serious earlier about promoting me to the 4th Marine Admiral?" Byakuya's tone was laced with urgency. This wasn't just about a promotion, it had practical implications. After using up his world energy to increase his fusion rate by 10%, Byakuya was left with only 6,000 points. He needed to accumulate more, and the possibility of becoming an admiral meant he could earn tens of thousands of points quickly. How could he not be excited? Hearing the eagerness in Byakuya's voice, Sengoku chuckled bitterly, "You're more enthusiastic about getting a promotion than you are about your uncle." "But yes, it's true. A few days ago, I proposed the idea to the 5 elders. Now it's up to them to decide." Byakuya frowned. "Did the 5 elders agree to it?" Feeling triumphant, Sengoku replied, "They did. Fleet Commander Kong informed me of their approval just now. I wanted to be the first to share the news with you. What do you think? Your uncle's not bad to you, huh?" However, Byakuya felt no joy upon hearing this. Given the 5 elders' temperament, his push to abolish the warlord system should have been enough to make them resent him. Why would they agree to promote him as the 4th Marine Admiral? It didn't make sense. Noticing Byakuya's silence, Sengoku seemed to guess what was on his mind and continued, "Don't overthink it. Maybe after the last meeting, they realized the importance of the Marines and understood that cooperation is necessary to maintain order on the seas. This promotion could be their way of showing goodwill toward the Marines. Or maybe they agreed because of my influence. Both are possible." Byakuya quipped, "Between those two, I'd say the former sounds more plausible." "You're something else, kid," Sengoku exclaimed, exasperated. "Anyway, the official appointment should come in a few days. Just enjoy the moment. I've got work to do." After hanging up, Byakuya didn't display any excitement. Sengoku had overestimated the five elders' goodwill. From a logical standpoint, if someone raised a dog to bite others but suddenly got bitten by the dog themselves, their first reaction wouldn't be to show goodwill and try to reason with the dog. Instead, they'd punish it, or even put it down. As the saying goes, if something seems too good to be true, there's probably a catch. The five elders undoubtedly had other plans in mind. Chapter 203, Warn Jinbei. As Byakuya suspected, the five elders approved Sengoku's proposal to officially make Byakuya the fourth Marine Admiral to lull the Marines and Byakuya into a false sense of security, allowing their true plans to unfold more smoothly. Once Byakuya became an admiral and lowered his guard in his moment of triumph, the plan was for two Yonko crews to launch a coordinated assault against him. Under such an attack, Byakuya's death would be almost certain. Moreover, with the world government displaying apparent goodwill toward the Marines in this matter, it was unlikely the Marines would suspect their involvement. Even if the truth came to light later, Sengoku's personality would likely lead him to suppress any overreaction, avoiding excessive retaliation. This would restore the Marines to their previous state of compliance, once again becoming a tool of the world government, a scenario the five elders were eager to see. Of course, all of this hinged on successfully eliminating Byakuya. Without meeting them, the five elders hadn't anticipated that Byakuya clearly understood their nature. Their uncharacteristic behavior made their scheme obvious to him. After hanging up the call, a cold glint flashed in Byakuya's eyes as he sneered, "If you have time to plot against me, I might as well find something to keep you busy." After letting Sabo escape during their last encounter, Dragon expressed a strong interest in allying with Byakuya's organization. He had even suggested a meeting to discuss the specifics. However, Byakuya had been preoccupied with his upcoming duel with Mihawk and had yet to respond. Now, it seemed like the right time to consider it. Although Byakuya's appointment as the fourth Marine Admiral had not been made official, the news had already spread across the seas, drawing widespread attention. Many were surprised by the announcement, but it was not entirely unexpected. Byakuya had long been rumored to be the fourth admiral. The world government had simply formalized it, turning his reputation into an official title. However, some questioned whether Byakuya truly deserved the rank of admiral. While his accomplishments since graduating from the Marine Elite training camp were impressive, having defeated or captured several notorious pirates and recently besting the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, earning him the title of Sword God, many felt he still fell short compared to the other admirals. The main point of contention was that Byakuya had never directly clashed with a Yonko. Marine records highlighted this gap. Even though he survived an ambush by the Beast's pirates, it was with the help of former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr that he had not faced Kaido one-on-one. By contrast, all three current admirals had proven capable of going head-to-head with a Yonko. For example, despite being a vice admiral, Garp had famously pursued the pirate king, Roger, across the seas. Akainu had once battled Kaido for 3 days and nights. These feats underscored the strength required of an admiral, and Byakuya had yet to demonstrate this. What people didn't know, however, was that Byakuya had single-handedly fought most of the Beast's pirates and forced Kaido to flee in humiliation. This event wasn't public knowledge because Byakuya had chosen not to share it, fearing it would sound too far-fetched and invite suspicion. Likewise, Kaido had imposed a strict gag order on his subordinates to prevent the story from spreading, unwilling to let such an embarrassing incident tarnish his reputation. When Byakuya heard the rumors circulating across the seas, he paid them no mind. To him, the title of Marine Admiral was secondary, his primary concern was earning world energy. To that end, Byakuya requested leave from Sengoku, claiming he wanted to return to East Blue to visit his hometown after so many years away. He intended to see familiar faces like Captain Vaughn, Kobe, and Nami while hoping to run into Monkey D. Luffy along the way. Byakuya set sail for the East Blue with a small group of soldiers aboard the Aurora. Because he planned to meet Dragon, Byakuya left his soldiers behind at a secure location, traveling alone to ensure secrecy. Given the critical juncture of his impending promotion and the need to secure more world energy, he took every precaution. When leaving the New World, he chose not to pass through Mary Geos but to coat his ship and travel through Fishman Island. When Byakuya appeared on Fishman Island, the reaction was immediate and dramatic. The fishmen scattered as if they had seen a ghost, avoiding Byakuya's sight altogether. Still resentful of the last incident, the island quickly became a ghost town. Within 5 minutes, King Neptune and Prince Fukaboshi appeared before Byakuya. Neptune, seeing Byakuya, felt a surge of conflicting emotions. On one hand, he couldn't hate Byakuya, who had saved his life and Fishman Island's future. But gratitude wasn't the dominant feeling either. Neptune felt torn. After all, tens of thousands of fishmen had perished at Byakuya's hands during that incident, reducing the island's population by nearly 80%. It was a scar too deep to heal. Such massive casualties were something no one wished to see. Since that event, the fishmen of Fishman Island seemed to have developed a peculiar condition. Just hearing Byakuya's name caused them to tremble uncontrollably, needing quite some time to regain their composure. As a result, Byakuya became a forbidden name on Fishman Island. Neptune spoke with a complicated tone, "Vice Admiral Byakuya." "Oh, no, now it's Admiral Byakuya." A Marine Admiral so young, it was hard to imagine what heights he might reach. "The official appointment hasn't come through yet," Byakuya replied nonchalantly. "You can still call me Vice Admiral Byakuya." As Byakuya surveyed the deserted Fishman district, he remarked with a hint of regret. "I was hoping to encounter some troublemaking fishmen this time so I could help you deal with them. But it seems they all ran away at the sight of me. What a disappointment." Byakuya recalled the last time he had been here when a single sword strike had eliminated over 50,000 fishmen, netting him nearly 40,000 units of world energy. It had been an exhilarating experience, though he lamented that opportunities like that didn't occur more often. Standing nearby, Fukaboshi watched Byakuya shake his head in disappointment and thought, "Are you here to help or kill? Surely, you must know the answer to that yourself." "I'd rather not point it out." Fearing Byakuya might act out again, Neptune quickly interjected, "Rest assured, Vice Admiral Byakuya. Thanks to you, those troublemakers have all been dealt with since the last incident. Fishman Island is peaceful now, and there won't be any further issues." "By the way," Byakuya asked, "where is Jinbe?" "Jinbe left a few days ago and hasn't returned yet," Neptune replied evasively. In truth, Jinbe was recuperating in Ryugu Palace, but Neptune feared another conflict between Byakuya and Jinbe and chose to lie. Byakuya cast a sidelong glance at Neptune, his expression cold. "This old man can't tell the truth to save his life. I spared Jinbe's life last time, so he owes me a favor. Do you remember that?" Byakuya asked. Yes, I remember." Neptune nodded vigorously. "Now it's time for him to repay that favor. When he returns, tell him to announce his resignation from the 7 warlords of the sea. Once he does that, the debt is cleared." Neptune hesitated. He couldn't agree immediately. Jinbe's acceptance of the 7 warlords title secured the release of captured fishmen and symbolized the world government's goodwill toward improving relations between humans and fishmen. If Jinbe publicly resigned, it would send the opposite message, that Fishman Island had no desire for harmony with humans. Such an act would completely undermine the efforts of Queen Otoheim, Neptune, and Jinbe himself, nullifying years of hard work. Even at the risk of angering Byakuya, Neptune couldn't agree to this lightly. Byakuya's smile grew cold. "What's wrong? You're not planning to repay the favor?" Though the sunlight filtered through the ocean above, Neptune and the others felt no warmth. A chilling cold seemed to seep into their very bones like they were standing in an icy cavern. Neptune looked at Byakuya in shock, wondering if he was about to make a move. Was Fishman Island truly doomed this time? As tension filled the air, a voice suddenly came from Ryugu Palace. "Wait!" In a flash, Jinbe appeared before Byakuya, his speed in water unmatched. His expression was solemn as he spoke deeply, "You're right. I owe you a favor for sparing my life last time. However, resigning from the 7 warlords is something I cannot do. It would have a devastating impact on Fishman Island. Pausing briefly, Jinbe continued, to repay my debt, I am willing to take my own life here and now. I only ask that you spare King Neptune and Fishman Island. With that, Jinbe gathered a powerful water orb in his hand and aimed it at his head. Jinbe! Neptune cried out in alarm. No one had anticipated such a move. To repay his debt while protecting Fishman Island's relationship with the world government, Jinbe was willing to sacrifice himself. His decisive act left everyone stunned. Byakuya, observing Jinbe's actions, thought, as expected of Jinbe the Knight of the Sea. His title truly suits him. Just as the water orb was about to strike Jinbe's head, Byakuya moved like a phantom, dispersing the attack instantly. Smack! Jinbe's hand struck his forehead, leaving a red mark but causing no real harm. Huh? I'm still alive? Jinbe muttered in confusion, rubbing the bright red imprint on his forehead. Neptune hadn't seen Byakuya's move clearly but knew only Byakuya could have intervened in time. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Vice Admiral Byakuya, for sparing Jinbe. Jinbe, still surprised, looked at Byakuya. While his interactions with Byakuya were limited, he gathered enough from personal experience and Neptune's accounts to form an impression. Byakuya was a ruthless and domineering individual who wouldn't hesitate to kill. Jinbe had assumed that failing to fulfill the favor would mean certain death for him and possibly doom for Fishman Island. He hadn't expected Byakuya to save him. Byakuya spoke calmly, the abolition of the 7 warlord system is already inevitable. Whether you resign or not, the outcome will be the same. Chapter 204, Heading to the Amazon Lily. Byakuya spoke calmly, the abolition of the 7 warlord system is already inevitable. Whether you resign or not, the outcome will be the same. Placing your hopes for peaceful coexistence between Fishman Island and humanity in the hands of the world government is undoubtedly the most foolish idea. Neptune and Jinbe froze upon hearing these words. It wasn't unusual to hear such a statement from anyone else, but coming from Byakuya, who was about to be promoted to Marine Admiral, it was exceptionally jarring. The implications behind those words ran deep. At best, it sounded like Byakuya disagreed with Jinbe's ideals. At worst, it could be interpreted as outright dissatisfaction with the world government. If this word reached the higher-ups, Byakuya's promotion to Admiral might be revoked before it was finalized. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Neptune quickly ordered everyone nearby to leave and cautiously asked, Vice Admiral Byakuya, why would you say such a thing? Byakuya countered with a question, if fishmen and humans were to live in harmony, then tell me, where in the vast ocean do the most fishmen and merfolk reside? Without hesitation, both Neptune and Jinbe replied, Sabaody Archipelago. The answer was obvious. After all, Fishman Island was situated 10,000 meters directly below the Sabaody Archipelago, and most fishmen and merfolk preferred not to stray too far from their homeland. Given a choice, they would naturally gather at Sabaody. Byakuya sneered. Yet, even at Sabaody, humans haven't achieved harmony among themselves. How could you expect harmony between humans and fishmen? Every time the celestial dragons visited Sabaody, countless civilians either lost their lives or were enslaved. This was just the plight of ordinary humans. At the same time, the celestial dragons spent exorbitant amounts of money at auctions to buy fishmen and merfolk as personal slaves. If the celestial dragons were to discover many strong fishmen and beautiful merfolk at Sabaody, completely free of charge, it wouldn't take 3 days for the entire Fishman Island to be annihilated. While Byakuya didn't state these facts outright, Jinbe and Neptune understood that he was referring to the celestial dragons. The world government, the most potent organization among humans, existed primarily to serve the celestial dragons. As long as the celestial dragons coveted fishmen and merfolk, there was no chance for Fishman Island to coexist peacefully with humans. Neptune and Jinbe weren't unaware of this harsh reality, they didn't want to admit it. They would first have to confront the celestial dragons to change this situation, a feat they knew was impossible. Tentatively, Neptune asked, Vice Admiral Byakuya, what are you suggesting, then? Change will come to every era eventually, Byakuya replied. The question is whether you're willing to be the ones to push for that change and accelerate its arrival. Jinbe asked, what about the abolition of the 7 warlords system? Byakuya answered calmly, that's just the first step. Both Neptune and Jinbe gasped audibly. They hadn't expected Byakuya, someone about to ascend to the rank of Marine Admiral, to harbor such terrifying ambitions. He wasn't just seeking reform, he aimed to overturn an entire era. After contemplating, Jinbe declared, if that's the case, I'll resign. Byakuya had laid his cards on the table. Neptune and Jinbe couldn't feign ignorance any longer. Rather than placing their hopes in the impossible goodwill of the world government, they chose to gamble everything on Byakuya. That was their genuine belief. Byakuya stayed on Fishman Island for only one night. Early the next morning, he set off again. Neptune and Jinbe came to see him off, watching the eternal daylight disappear into the distance. Feeling uneasy, Neptune asked Jinbe, do you think Byakuya can truly bring about this era of change? Recalling the previous night's conversation, Neptune couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. Jinbe answered without hesitation, there's no one across the entire sea more suited for the task than Byakuya. Besides, Jinbe added, Fishman Island is already in a precarious position. If we don't act now, it won't be long before we face extinction. Neptune sighed deeply but said nothing more. He understood that silently awaiting annihilation was far worse than taking bold action while they still had the strength to fight. Even if they failed, it was better than living with regret for doing nothing. Meanwhile, Byakuya was quite pleased with the outcome of the conversation from the previous night. Congratulations, host, on successfully altering the plot. Major events such as Jinbe joins the Straw Hat Pirates and Jinbe announces his resignation from the 7 warlords have been changed. World Energy Reward, 15,000 points. In truth, Byakuya had only made his remarks after interacting with Neptune and Jinbe and witnessing Jinbe's willingness to sacrifice himself to repay a favor. What seemed noble in the original story wasn't necessarily so in reality. Only by direct interaction could Byakuya make the best judgment. After last night's discussion, Byakuya's words had deeply resonated with both Jinbe and Neptune. As a result, Jinbe would no longer join the Straw Hat Pirates. This unexpected turn of events marked yet another critical change to the story, a welcome surprise for Byakuya. On his journey back to the East Blue, Byakuya's objectives were clear, to push every remaining warlord of the sea into resigning and render the 7 warlord system completely obsolete. Achieving this would earn him a significant amount of world energy points. With Crocodile already dead, Doflamingo imprisoned and impelled down, and Mihawk and Jinbe agreeing to withdraw privately, only 3 warlords remained. The pirate empress Boa Hancock, Gecko Moria, and tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. Since Kuma was part of the Revolutionary Army, Byakuya figured a word to Dragon would take care of that matter. As for the other 2, Byakuya decided not to approach them as a marine but as knight, his alternate persona. Whether or not they cooperated would determine their fate. If they refused, their only outcome would be death. Since Byakuya had arranged Mihawk's and Jinbe's resignations privately, there was no risk of others associating his actions as knight with his identity as Byakuya. After briefly stopping at Sabaody Archipelago to meet Smoker and Rayleigh, Byakuya set his sights on Boa Hancock. Renowned as the world's most beautiful woman, she became his first target. As night fell, Byakuya donned his black crescent moon robe and pitch-black mask. Departing from the ship, he melded into the darkness. 5 figures similarly clad in black crescent moon robes in the distant sky awaited him. These 5 were Tatsumaki, Sonic, Enel, Lucci, and Law, who had followed Byakuya from the New World. Among them, only Enel and Tornado could fly for extended periods. Since Enel couldn't assist the others in this regard, Tatsumaki used her psychokinesis to keep Lucci, Law, and Sonic aloft. Hands on her hips and exuding a commanding aura, Tatsumaki mocked the three grown men, and none of you can fly? How pathetic! Faced with her taunts, Lucci, Law, and even Sonic, the strongest among them, could only hang their heads in silence. They dared not retort, especially since they had once doubted Tatsumaki's strength, claiming it was far inferior to Byakuya's. Tatsumaki hadn't forgotten that slight; she had made their lives miserable since then. Byakuya arrived just in time to witness this scene. He teased Tatsumaki, "I never imagined you had such a commanding presence, Tatsumaki." At the sight of Byakuya, Tatsumaki huffed and turned her head away, pretending not to notice him. The memory of Byakuya humiliating her in a spinning drum dance manner during a past altercation was still too embarrassing for her to face directly. Just recalling it made her cheeks flush, and her body reacted strangely, feelings only intensified in his presence. Byakuya chuckled at her flustered demeanor, thinking, such a classic tsundere, denying with words, but honest in action. However, he didn't dwell on it and instead issued orders to the group. "This time, we'll split into 2 teams. Tatsumaki and I will head to Amazon Lily, the pirate nation, to deal with Boa Hancock, the pirate empress. The rest of you will go to the Florian Triangle to locate and eliminate Gecko Moria." Byakuya's strategy made sense. The Florian Triangle was vast, shrouded in thick mist, and finding Moria's location would be extremely challenging. However, with Enel's observation, Haki combined his Rumble fruit powers, and they could conduct a wide-area search and locate Moria in the shortest time possible. "Understood," Enel replied with a nod. Since the other 3 couldn't fly, their team would need to commandeer a random pirate ship to reach their destination. Meanwhile, Byakuya and Tornado set off together, flying toward Amazon Lily. Chapter 205, Amazon Lily. Amazon Lily, the Kingdom of Kuja. At the island center stood a grand palace, the residence of Boa Hancock, the pirate empress and ruler of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. The island was shrouded in darkness late at night, with most inhabitants asleep. However, the palace was brightly lit, and heated discussions echoed within its walls. "Snake Princess, we must start planning the kingdom's future. We can't keep living aimlessly like this." A short elderly woman standing inside the palace spoke urgently. She was Gloriosa, the former empress of Amazon Lily, affectionately known by the island's residents as Granny Nyan. Seated on the high throne before her was a stunningly beautiful woman. Her long black hair flowed over her shoulders, her skin was as white as snow, and her clear, shimmering eyes carried a noble and elegant aura. Despite her cold, haughty demeanor, there was an undeniable allure to her, a beauty that seemed to captivate the soul at a single glance. This was Boa Hancock, the pirate empress. Hancock, around 27 or 28 years old, was in her prime, even more youthful and captivating than in the original storyline. In contrast to Granny Nyan's urgency, Hancock remained composed. Her long, smooth, radiant, slender legs crossed gracefully as she leaned back on the throne. Her presence was enchanting, capable of stirring desires even in other women. "At the time, I didn't want to join the 7 warlords of the sea, but you insisted," Hancock said coldly. "I only joined for the sake of Amazon Lily, and now you're asking me to think about what to do after leaving the warlords. I don't have the leisure to indulge in your nonsense." Granny Nyan anxiously struck her snake-headed cane against the floor. "Snake Princess, ever since the Marines and the world government agreed to abolish the warlord system, your position will inevitably be revoked. You must prepare." Over the past few days, Granny Nyan had noticed newspaper reports. 2 former warlords, Hawkeye's Mihawk and Knight of the Sea Jinbe, had withdrawn from the system. Although the papers provided no details, Granny Nyan suspected other forces were working behind the scenes. She was relentless in trying to persuade Hancock to plan. Hancock, however, dismissed the warnings. "So what? It hasn't been abolished yet, has it? I'm afraid that before it's officially dissolved, Amazon Lily will already face destruction." Granny Nyan's voice rose. Hancock frowned, her brow tightening as she gritted her teeth. Finally, her commanding aura surfaced. "Enough! Stop with your fearmongering. As long as I'm here, the kingdom will never fall." With that, Hancock motioned to the guards stationed nearby. "Escort her out." As the guards began to drag Granny Nyan away, she shouted, "Snake Princess! This is not the time for stubbornness. The kingdom's survival depends on your decisions. Hancock stood and slowly approached Granny Nyan. Her perfect figure was on full display, and her breathtakingly beautiful face exuded pride. Even if this kingdom were to fall, I would still be forgiven. Because I am simply too beautiful. In that moment, Hancock's charm radiated with an intensity beyond words. Everyone in the palace, Granny Nyan and the guards alike, was mesmerized, their eyes filling with heart-shaped pupils. Taking advantage of the moment, Hancock kicked Granny Nyan out of the palace and ordered her guards to prepare her bath. I want to relax before bed. As Hancock left, her elegant figure swaying with every step, two cloaked figures perched in the shadows of the palace finally spoke. They were Byakuya and Tatsumaki, who had been observing the scene. Tatsumaki puffed out her cheeks in frustration. That woman is so narcissistic. Does she think she can do whatever she wants just because she's beautiful? And besides, she's not the only one who's beautiful. Byakuya looked at the fuming Tatsumaki and thought, why must women make things difficult for other women? Even he and Tatsumaki, possessing strong psychic resistance, couldn't deny Hancock's overwhelming allure at that moment. Tatsumaki, though undeniably beautiful herself, appeared more like a petite 13 or 14-year-old girl, a budding flower compared to Hancock, who was a fully bloomed, intoxicating peach. But for Byakuya? He wanted it all. Looking at the now empty palace, Tatsumaki asked, so, what's the plan now? Byakuya grinned. What else? Let's go have a little chat with Hancock. Byakuya, who knew exactly how to handle Hancock, wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. After all, stumbling upon a beauty mid-bath was an event worth savoring. To not take a peek would be inhuman, or so he thought. If he managed to win Hancock over, that'd alter the storyline and net him the sea's most stunning woman. A perfect plan. Meanwhile, with his observation hockey concealing their presence, Byakuya and Tatsumaki stealthily followed Hancock into the palace bathhouse. The structure exuded a classic design, with a large, square pool. Steam rose into the air, veiling the room in a dreamy mist. Hancock entered, locking the door behind her. Under the soft glow of lanterns and the gentle haze, she approached the pool. Slowly, she shed her delicate robes, revealing a flawless, ethereal figure that words could scarcely describe. As she slid into the water, rose petals floating atop the surface brushed against her smooth, porcelain skin, enhancing the mesmerizing scene. Leaning back in the pool, Hancock began to ponder. Though she had dismissed Granny Nyan's words earlier, the weight of her responsibilities as an empress bore heavily on her. When Hancock joined the warlords, her primary goal was protecting Amazon Lily from marine attacks. The kingdom's location within the calm belt offered natural defense, with countless sea kings lurking beneath the waves. However, with the Marines' development of sea stone-coated ships, they could now navigate the calm belt unscathed. This breakthrough left Amazon Lily vulnerable to marine offensives at any time. Hancock now faced a dilemma: either relocate her kingdom to a hidden island or seek protection from a powerful force like one of the four emperors. While the Kuja pirates were formidable, they lacked the strength to resist a direct marine assault. But Hancock's pride and disdain for men made the latter option difficult to stomach. Unbeknownst to her, Byakuya and Tatsumaki remained hidden, awaiting the perfect moment to move. If that's the case, even if she were willing to join, her only viable option would be to align with the sole female Yonko, Big Mom, and join the Big Mom Pirates. However, the Big Mom Pirates recently had a conflict with the Knight organization, severely injuring Big Mom. With both sides now harboring deep-seated enmity, joining the Big Mom Pirates would likely make her a target of the mysterious Knight organization, potentially no better than facing attacks from the Marines. Hancock was torn between difficult choices and deep internal conflict when a crisp and melodious young girl's voice suddenly came behind her. That mark on her back looks so ugly. It's like the claw marks left by a wild beast. Who's there? Hancock shouted sharply, reaching for a nearby garment and slipping it on to cover her flawless figure. The thin, gauzy fabric was meant for sleeping, offering little coverage. Much of her snow-white skin remained exposed, glistening with water droplets from the bath. The garment clung to her skin, highlighting her perfect physique rather than concealing it. In that fleeting moment, Byakuya caught a glimpse beneath the fabric, a tantalizing sight of twin cherry-like peaks and a faint hint of black. This tantalizing semi-revealed allure was almost too much for Byakuya to bear. Such an intoxicating scene might leave even someone like Sonic defenseless. The guards outside the door, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, rushed in upon hearing the commotion in the bath. "Sister! What happened? Who are you?" The three Boa sisters instantly encircled Byakuya and Tatsumaki, adopting a combat-ready stance. Byakuya, summoning incredible willpower, shook off the temptation and apologetically waved his hands, grinning sheepishly. "We were just passing by." The child spoke out of turn. "Please forgive us for the offense." "Child? Who are you calling a child?" Tatsumaki immediately countered. Facing the two mysterious figures clad in enigmatic attire, Hancock's expression turned icy. Her tone chilled as she asked, "Did you see the mark on my back?" Compared to being caught bathing, Hancock was far more concerned about someone seeing the mark on her back. Sandersonia and Marigold froze in shock, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. The Boa sisters had a tragic past of being captured by human traffickers and enslaved by the celestial dragons. This harrowing ordeal left all three of them with the mark of the celestial dragons, the infamous hoof of the soaring dragon, burned onto their backs. This brand was permanent and impossible to remove. Cutting away the skin would only result in it reappearing after healing. To those enslaved by the celestial dragons, the mark was an inescapable symbol of shame, a constant reminder of their suffering. Even though they had escaped Mary Geos and the clutches of the celestial dragons, the brand's existence made it impossible to forget their enslavement and the torment they endured. Whenever Hancock recalled those days, she felt overwhelming terror and an icy chill. This profound hatred for the celestial dragons extended to her branded back, a source of unending loathing. She had never allowed anyone but her sisters to see it, guarding this secret vigilantly. Even during her baths, Hancock relied on her sisters to stand guard at the door to ensure absolute privacy. But despite these precautions, two strangers had somehow infiltrated her heavily guarded palace. When Byakuya opened his mouth to speak again, Tatsumaki boldly cut him off, saying, "So what if we saw it? It's just ugly anyway." These words nearly made the Boa sisters faint from anger. They had never encountered anyone so audacious as to justify peeping with such confidence. Byakuya nearly lost his temper at Tatsumaki's provocative remarks, wanting to pick her up and give her a stern lecture right in front of Hancock. Tatsumaki had no idea what the mark meant to Hancock, but Byakuya did. Her words had torn open Hancock's barely healed emotional scars and rubbed salt into them, enraging her to the core. Hancock's almond-shaped eyes glared at Tatsumaki as waves of conqueror's haki erupted from her. She gritted her teeth and demanded, "What did you just say?" Tatsumaki nonchalantly retorted, "Are you going to attack us? If so, you should first consider who your enemy is, unless you want to bring disaster upon your nation." Though strong, Hancock's conqueror's haki was insignificant compared to Shanks. Against Byakuya, it was completely ineffective, not even improving his proficiency in countering it. Though consumed by rage, Hancock retained enough composure to observe the mysterious pair's attire and felt a nagging sense of familiarity. Tatsumaki's remark jogged her memory. Hancock suddenly recalled hearing about a mysterious organization that dressed similarly. A flash of realization struck her, and the intensity of her conqueror's haki faltered as she gasped, "You're from the Night Organization?" Tatsumaki's slight hum of acknowledgement confirmed it. Byakuya suddenly remembered his own identity. Right, who were they? They were members of the Night Organization. Byakuya mentally chided himself for almost forgetting their purpose due to a moment of indulgence. But he quickly brushed it off, reasoning that even prominent figures had moments of weakness. Meanwhile, Hancock's situation had taken a turn for the worse. Just moments ago, she had been worrying about whether joining the Big Mom Pirates might provoke the Night Organization. Now, before she had even decided, the Knight Organization had appeared and discovered her most closely guarded secret. This was truly a case of misfortune knocking at her door. Hancock directed her gaze toward Byakuya, her thoughts racing. If these two were truly from the Knight Organization, the man before her must be Knight himself, the infamous figure with a bounty of 3.7 billion berries. Byakuya, now fully composed, locked eyes with Hancock and spoke coldly, "Our purpose in coming here is simple. You must voluntarily resign from the position of Warlord of the Sea." "And if I refuse?" Hancock retorted defiantly. "Then you'll leave us no choice but death," Tatsumaki interrupted, bluntly delivering the threat Byakuya had yet to voice. Byakuya couldn't help but feel Tatsumaki was a child learning all the wrong things from him. The Knight Organization's blatant threat made Hancock's face grim. Resigning as a warlord of the sea would likely invite retaliation from the world government, while refusal could mean the destruction of her nation before dawn. The choice between early death and delayed death left Hancock in a terrible bind. Byakuya gave her no time to deliberate. He began a countdown. 3. With that, Sander, Sonia, and Marigold were immediately enveloped by a telekinetic force, suspended midair, their expressions filled with panic. 2. The pressure intensified, and blood began to trickle from their noses and mouths. As Byakuya was about to utter 1, Hancock shouted, "I agree to resign." Byakuya calmly released his telekinetic hold, and the two sisters collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Had Hancock delayed her response by half a second, her sisters would have been crushed into pulp. Hancock, usually a proud and strong woman, now felt utterly powerless in the face of Byakuya's overwhelming dominance. It was as though she had returned to her days as a celestial dragon's slave, trapped in a nightmare where no one could save her. Byakuya, looking at Hancock's delicate face, which still bore traces of fear, chuckled softly and said, "Good. You've made the right choice." Chapter 206, Hancock joins Knight Organization. "I can choose to resign from the Shichibukai, but I have one condition." Hancock stared straight into Byakuya's eyes. Byakuya chuckled softly, taking unhurried steps forward until he stood before her. The proximity was so close that he could smell the alluring fragrance emanating from her, a scent capable of stirring a man's deepest desires. Lowering his gaze, he was greeted by an expanse of flawless, snow-white skin. Hancock bit her luscious red lip with her pearl-like teeth, suppressing the urge to strike, yet stood her ground without retreating a single step. Since her escape from Mary Geo's, she had never been this close to a man. Byakuya's tone turned cold. "Do you think you're in any position to make demands?" Hancock's expression showed a hint of vulnerability, but her voice was firm. "The warriors of Amazon Lily are born fighters, and the Kuja pirates are strong." She paused before continuing, "And along with myself, I only ask that you agree to one thing." "Oh? Let's hear it." Taking a deep breath as if making a momentous decision, Hancock declared, "Let the Kuja pirates join the Knight Organization. Allow the Amazon Lily Kingdom to fly the flag of your organization." Byakuya raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Hancock with newfound interest. From what he recalled of her character in the original story, she was portrayed as exceptionally proud, willful, and disdainful of others. Matters concerning her kingdom didn't seem to hold her attention nearly as much as her predecessors. However, after today's encounter, Byakuya realized that Hancock was deeply concerned about Amazon Lily's safety. Her willingness to go to such lengths to join the Knight Organization made that abundantly clear. Her usual arrogance, it seemed, was a facade, something she cultivated to uphold her image as Empress. After all, people often overcompensate for what they lack. But in Byakuya's presence, she had no room to maintain that facade. A single misstep could ruin her kingdom and even herself, especially with her deepest secrets already exposed by two members of the Knight Organization. Her proposal to join was a testament to her desperation. For Byakuya, the idea wasn't entirely surprising upon reflection. The Knight Organization, considered the fifth emperor of the seas, wielded immense power and mystery. Few dared provoke them. Even the world government would have to proceed cautiously before making any moves against them. With Amazon Lily losing its protection under the Shichibukai system, aligning with the Knight organization was a logical way to ensure its survival. It was a natural evolution of her plan to join a Yonko crew, though now aimed at Byakuya's organization instead. As for Hancock's claims about Amazon Lily's strength, where nearly every woman was adept in armament hockey, while impressive, it was still insignificant to Byakuya. If he truly wanted an army, he could use world source energy to exchange for monster cells. These would enhance his followers' strength significantly while ensuring absolute loyalty. Such advantages rendered Hancock's offer relatively trivial. Still, there was one aspect that intrigued Byakuya. Anyone with an eye for detail could see that Hancock was driven to this decision out of sheer necessity, not sincerity. But Byakuya didn't mind. A forced alliance might not be sweet, but it quenched his thirst for strategic gain. As long as it helped accumulate world source energy, even if it involved replacing Luffy's straw hat with a green one, the process didn't matter. The climax was all that counted. Byakuya smirked with a hint of mockery. "Are you sure about this?" Sonia and Marigold immediately tried to dissuade her. "Sister, you don't have to go this far." But Hancock silenced her sisters with a gesture, turning to Byakuya. "As the Empress of Amazon Lily, this is my responsibility." "Good!" Byakuya clapped his hands. From today onward, the Kuja pirates are officially part of the Knight organization. However, all others will remain auxiliary members. Only you will be a core member. Hancock nodded without hesitation. This distinction was something she had already anticipated. Byakuya retrieved 3 vials of rapid healing serum from his system's shop and tossed them to Hancock. As a welcome gift for joining the organization, these serums can remove the Heavenly Dragon's Hoof brand on your backs. Hancock's eyes lit up with hope as she clutched the serums like precious treasures. "Lord Knight, is this true? Will this remove the mark?" Her voice trembled with emotion, betraying her usual composed demeanor. Byakuya nodded. "Yes. Simply inject the serum into your body. The process will be painful, but you must endure until the effects are complete. This serum could heal long-standing internal injuries, let alone a mere brand." For Hancock and her sisters, the prospect of enduring pain was trivial compared to the torment of their past enslavement in Mary Geos. Hancock volunteered to go first, allowing the glistening needle to pierce her delicate skin. As the green serum entered her body, waves of searing pain radiated through her, especially from her back, which felt like countless ants were devouring it. Yet, despite the agony, she didn't utter a single sound. Instead, her pale, sweat-drenched face reflected relief and joy. Pain meant the serum was working. When the ordeal ended, Hancock hastily bared her back and asked, "Is the mark gone?" Byakuya gazed at the now flawless, porcelain skin of her back and chuckled. "It's gone!" Her sisters cheered in unison. "Sister, it's gone!" Hancock turned around, her face flushed with happiness, only to realize the state of her attire, or lack thereof. Embarrassed, she offered Byakuya a deep bow. "Thank you, Lord Knight, for this gift. There's no need for formalities. We're family now," Byakuya replied with a knowing smile. Hancock's perception of Byakuya began to shift. Where once she resisted, a faint sense of gratitude now took root. However, the effects of the serum had left her drenched in sweat, making her already revealing outfit even more so. A few days later, aboard the ship, Byakuya departed from Amazon Lily, leaving Tatsumaki behind to handle any unexpected issues. Though Hancock was now aligned with the Knight organization, she hadn't immediately announced her resignation from the Shichibukai. Byakuya understood her reasoning. Flying the Knight organization's flag offered immense protection, but no safeguard was absolute. His ultimate solution? Transforming Amazon Lily into a floating island akin to Skypiea, beyond the reach of any adversary. As Byakuya contemplated this plan, a nagging thought crossed his mind. Had he forgotten about an important figure? Judging by the timeline, that person should move to East Blue soon. If they crossed paths, Byakuya decided he'd settle the matter swiftly. Meanwhile, Sonic and his team finally arrived in the Florian Triangle. What's with all this fog? Enel grumbled, and used to such gloom after basking in the perpetual sunlight of Skypiea. Lucci said, the sooner we deal with Moria, the sooner we can get out of this cursed place. Can your heartnet work in a place like this? Sonic asked. Enel, hearing this, activated his observation hockey and his rumble fruit powers to conduct a broad scan. It can, but its range is somewhat smaller compared to when I'm on Skypiea. Good, then let's begin. Enel initiated a large-scale search without sparing his strength, quickly pinpointing the exact location of Moria and his group. The four traversed a bizarre forest and arrived at a cemetery garden. Rows of broken, weathered gravestones protruded from the ground, and thick fog swirled ominously, giving the impression of an ominous force hidden all around. They had to cross through this cemetery to reach Moria's back castle. Sonic, being a ninja, keenly observed his surroundings and warned, the soil in most of these graves looks freshly turned. Something's likely to emerge. Just as he finished speaking, a skeletal arm with bits of decaying flesh burst from the soil, grabbing for Lucci's right ankle. Anticipating this, Lucci remained unflustered. Instead of dodging, he kicked back with immense force, shattering the arm into fragments. However, that single kick seemed to trigger the cemetery like a switch. Hundreds of graves shook violently as zombie-like creatures clawed their way out of the dirt. The air was filled with the stench of decay, making it almost unbearable. The four were surrounded by hundreds of zombies, creating a dire situation. Suddenly, from behind a nearby empty wall, a sly voice echoed. "Scared, aren't you? Even if you're from the Night Order, you'll be no match for the mighty Absalom." Using his telescope, Absalom observed Sonic's group with a smug grin. As a transparent fruit user, Absalom had been monitoring their movements since they landed on the island and confirmed their identities. Yet, instead of reporting this to Moria, he believed his power was enough to handle them. However, what happened next completely shattered Absalom's expectations. Faced with the horde of zombies, Enel sneered. Lightning began radiating from his body, illuminating the area as if it were broad daylight. A massive, lifelike thunder dragon roared to life, opening its jaws wide as it surged toward the zombies. The moment the thunder dragon touched the grotesque creatures, they were instantly reduced to smoldering ash. In less than a second, the hundreds of zombies were wiped out. How is this possible? Absalom exclaimed in disbelief. Years of painstakingly accumulated zombie soldiers had been eradicated in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, with his heartnet activated, Enel sensed another presence not far away. In a flash of electricity, he appeared right in front of Absalom. "No one here?" Enel muttered, furrowing his brow as he scanned the seemingly empty spot. Did his heartnet malfunction? Now trembling in fear at Enel's sudden appearance, Absalom nearly wet himself. If he were discovered, he'd undoubtedly end up like the zombies. In desperation, Absalom activated his strongest backup plan, 3 zombie generals personally crafted by Moria. These were corpses of powerful individuals from the seas, transformed into zombies of unmatched strength compared to the cannon fodder. The ground trembled again as 3 nearly intact zombies emerged, their appearances alone signifying their superiority. "There's more?" Lucci dashed toward one of the zombie generals, delivering a punch that shattered its head into pieces. A fellow warlord of the sea, yet all Moria does is hide in this place and produce trash like this? Lucci said with disdain, shaking the grime off his fist. He felt that finding Moria was more troublesome than fighting him. Once located, any one of their group could easily crush Moria's pirate crew. At the same time, Sonic swiftly sliced another zombie general in half, showing his lack of interest in the mission. Law, on the other hand, exhibited excitement. Eyeing the weapon held by the 3rd zombie general, he exclaimed, This is one of the 21 great-grade swords, Shusui. Unlike ordinary zombie soldiers, zombie generals retain fragments of their memories. The zombie-wielding Shusui spoke, "I am Ryuma, a samurai of Wano. This blade, Shusui." Before he could finish, Law activated his powers. Room! In an instant, Law's sword, Kikoku, slashed multiple times through the air, cutting Ryuma's body into pieces. Shusui materialized in front of Law, who seized it eagerly. Who cares about history lessons? I'm not interested, Law said, examining the sword excitedly. What seemed like a dull task had unexpectedly yielded a precious treasure. Absalom, meanwhile, stared in horror as his trump cards, the zombie generals, were effortlessly dispatched. Are these people even human? He thought, feeling his pants might fall off from fear. The strength of the seas today felt leagues apart from 10 years ago. Absalom nervously watched Enel, gulping hard. I just need to stay hidden until they leave, he thought. Then I'll warn Moria-sama immediately. But Enel frowned and muttered, still right in front of me? Though he couldn't see the enemy, it didn't pose a challenge. Purple lightning surged from Enel's feet into the ground, electrocuting Absalom, revealing his charred and trembling form. Law glanced at Absalom and scoffed, this guy's body is stitched together with animal parts. Such crude handiwork. Your ship's doctor needs better training. Despite being heavily shocked, Absalom remained alive, albeit barely. His heart sank as his secrets were laid bare. Sonic coldly said, take us to Moria. Absalom, barely able to speak, coughed out a wisp of smoke. Why do you want to see Moria-sama? Before he could finish, Sonic's blade severed Absalom's right arm. Sonic growled, pointing his ninja sword at Absalom's face, too much talking. Let us, or die. I'll take you. I'll take you. Absalom, now panicked, clutched his severed arm as he reluctantly led the way. Unbeknownst to the group, Absalom covertly sent a warning to Moria, urging him to prepare for an invasion. Inside the Bat Castle, a shadowy bat flew through a small window and merged with the massive figure resting on a bed. Moria, the Shadow fruit user, sat up with a frown. Intruders? Ever since his defeat by Kaido of the Beasts in the New World years ago, where most of his crew perished, Moria had hidden in the Florian Triangle with his remaining subordinates, dreaming of returning to the New World to take revenge. Aside from becoming a warlord of the sea, he had done little to draw attention. Yet even in such obscurity, someone had come for him. Are they really here to bully the defenseless? He muttered. Chapter 207, Arrival East Blue. Moria grew angrier the more he thought about it. Standing up in fury, he resolved to use his secret weapon, originally meant to take down Kaido, on the intruders. He would show the sea that Gecko Moria wouldn't be trifled with. However, before Moria could step outside, the door to his chamber suddenly collapsed with a resounding crash. 5 figures stood in the doorway, Sonic, 3 others, and Absalom. Seeing the group, Moria's initial rage subsided halfway, replaced by surprise. The Night Organization, he muttered. Even though Moria resided deep within the Florian Triangle, he kept himself informed about the latest sea developments. He had heard of the Night Organization's formidable strength. Judging by their hostile stance, Moria realized a fierce battle was inevitable. Absalom led the 4 members of the Night Organization to Moria, secretly relieved, thinking, with the captain here, my life should be spared. Moria's eyes darted to Absalom, who was covered in burns, and his shadow immediately extended toward him as a thin line, moving swiftly. Since his battle with Kaido, Moria had been short on capable subordinates and couldn't afford to lose Absalom. Yet, just as his shadow was about to connect with Absalom's, a foot clad in armament hockey stomped down, pinning it in place. Shocked, Moria looked up at the man wearing a white dove mask standing atop his shadow. Rob Lucci hoisted Absalom with one hand, smirking provocatively. Now that we've found Moria, you're useless to us. Absalom's eyes filled with terror, and he struggled frantically. But before he could break free, Lucci tightened his grip, snapping Absalom's neck right in front of Moria. Furious, Moria roared, Night Organization, huh? Do you think I, Gecko Moria, fear you? How dare you kill my subordinate in front of me? None of you will leave the Florian Triangle alive today. Hearing Moria's threats, the 4 Night Organization members burst into laughter. To them, Moria was like a clueless fool who didn't realize the precariousness of his situation. Without further ado, Lucci shifted into his hybrid form and disappeared, moving rapidly toward Moria. For Lucci, the mission had been monotonous so far, with no worthy opponents. Facing a slightly stronger adversary like Moria, he was eager to engage in battle. The same was true for the others. Enel transformed into a streak of lightning, closely following Lucci, shouting, "This big guy is mine. Don't you dare steal him from me." Sonic, the fastest of them all, appeared directly before Moria, his ninja blade gleaming ominously. With a chuckle, he said, "First come, first served." Moria, though uncertain about the situation, could sense the blatant disdain in their words. They acted as if defeating him were a foregone conclusion, much like Kaido had viewed him years ago, as nothing more than an ant. Enraged by their contempt, Moria's bloodshot eyes and bulging veins stood out starkly against his pale skin. "You're going too far," he bellowed. Just as Sonic, Lucci, and Enel moved to attack, Law, who had remained still, shook his head and said, "Within 7 steps, you're faster. Beyond that, I'm faster." Room! In an instant, their targets switched to the lifeless body of Absalom, while the enraged Moria suddenly appeared right in front of Law. Lucci, Sonic, and Enel cursed Law for his underhanded tactics as they unintentionally obliterated Absalom's corpse. Law smirked, his training in Skypiea paying off. Injection shot. With precise swordsmanship, Law stabbed his blade, Kikoku, into Moria's chest, blood gushing from the wound. Moria howled in pain. Surrounded by 4 formidable opponents, he realized he was doomed if he didn't go all out. Shadows Ascent! Moria roared, summoning countless shadows that poured into his body. These shadows, stolen from others over the years, were his greatest resource. Moria's already towering frame grew larger as more shadows merged with him. His black suit tore apart as his muscles expanded, making him appear even more menacing. But to Sonic and the others, it was all for show. Moria looked intimidating but lacked the substance to back it up. Lucci executed a Shurgan, appearing before Moria and unleashing a devastating 6-king gun into his bloated abdomen, having its size. Shadows poured from Moria's mouth as he gasped in pain, desperately trying to recapture them. Before he could make any progress, Enel's Thunder Dragon struck him, leaving Moria smoking and dazed. The air reeked of charred flesh. Seizing the opportunity, Sonic moved quickly, slashing Moria's enormous head clean with his ninja blade. Blood sprayed as Moria's massive body crashed to the ground, collapsing the floor beneath him and burying him in the rubble. Despite their victory, the 4 were left unsatisfied. Enel sighed, mission complete. "Let's go." Lucci, recalling something, said, "Wait. Didn't Moria have a subordinate with the Gozgo's fruit?" Said Byakuya-sama, "As long as Moria is dead, the rest doesn't matter." "If she escaped, she's just lucky," Sonic replied nonchalantly. Lucci nodded in agreement. The 4 left swiftly, leaving no trace of their presence. The once feared Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who had dared to challenge Kaido, had perished quietly on his ship without anyone noticing. Moments after their departure, a young girl with a gothic appearance and a parasol emerged from the eerie forest, skipping cheerfully. But as she approached the cemetery, she froze. Hundreds of graves had been desecrated, the ground littered with charred remains. A terrible thought crossed her mind, and she floated toward the ruined castle. Stopping abruptly at the side of the crumbled structure, she spotted a figure buried under the rubble. "Moria-sama," she cried. Desperately using her devil fruit abilities to clear the debris, she uncovered Moria's headless corpse. The shocking sight overwhelmed her, and she fainted on the spot, unable to process the horrific reality. At the same time, as he crossed Reverse Mountain and was about to reach Lode Town, Byakuya received a system message. "Congratulations to the host for successfully altering the storyline. The Straw Hat Pirates vs. Gecko Moria, and Gecko Moria announces his withdrawal from the Warlords of the Sea. Reward, 10,000 points of world source power." Byakuya's lips curled into a faint smile. Sonic and the others seemed efficient, they had already completed the task. Although the world source power gained from dealing with Gecko Moria was modest, the points earned from recruiting Boa Hancock far outweighed it. Congratulations to the host for successfully altering the storyline. Hancock falls in love with Luffy and the Empress withdraws from the warlords of the sea. Reward, 30,000 points of world source power. The world source power gained from recruiting Hancock was on par with rewriting a significant plot point in the original story. This highlighted Hancock's importance in the original narrative. Byakuya glanced at the system panel with a satisfied expression. World source power, 61,000. Once the formal announcement of his appointment as a Marine Admiral was made, Byakuya would gain another substantial amount of world source power. At that point, the seemingly unattainable 100% fusion rate would no longer be out of reach. In Logtown, the Marine branch base had mobilized its entire force. Marines filled the streets and docks, attracting the attention of the town's residents. What's going on with the Marines? Why such a grand display? Is some big shot coming to town? A passerby asked a more informed acquaintance. You got it right. A big shot is indeed arriving, the informed local replied smugly. The passerby was skeptical. What kind of big shot would come to the East Blue? You're not pulling my leg, are you? The East Blue, long considered the weakest of the four seas, rarely produced pirates with bounties exceeding 20 million berries. A big shot in this region seemed far-fetched. How about a Marine Admiral? Ever heard of one? A Marine Admiral? That's right. The newly appointed 4th Admiral, Sword God Byakuya, is on his way to Logtown. That's why the Marines here are rolling out the red carpet. Hearing Byakuya's name, the passerby finally understood. The news spread like wildfire across all four seas since the Marines announced Byakuya's imminent appointment as the 4th Admiral. The East Blue, Byakuya's birthplace, was particularly ecstatic. Having one of their own become a Marine Admiral was a source of immense pride. It gave them a badge of honor they could flaunt to the other seas. Even if the East Blue was seen as the weakest, they now had Byakuya to boast about. The news was like a nightmare for the pirates frequently active in Logtown. They scrambled to flee the area, terrified of crossing paths with the formidable Marine Admiral. A single breath from someone of his caliber could obliterate them and their dreams. Admiral Byakuya, Logtown is just ahead. Captain Pierce is already waiting for us at the dock, a Marine reported. Byakuya nodded. Understood. Prepare to dock. Yes, sir. Standing at the ship's bow, Byakuya gazed at the approaching Logtown and muttered with a hint of exasperation, what is it with Dragon and his preferences? Does Logtown hold that much significance? Indeed, Byakuya's visit to the East Blue was to meet with Monkey D. Dragon, the Revolutionary Army leader. Byakuya planned to meet Dragon openly as a Marine. While Byakuya initially hesitated to reveal his identity, his new status as a Marine Admiral meant every move he made was under scrutiny. Gone were the days when he could move unnoticed across the world. Since discretion was no longer an option, Byakuya used his real identity to meet Dragon. This would demonstrate his sincerity and facilitate negotiations. He also intended to persuade Dragon to have Bartholomew Kuma withdraw from the warlords of the sea. As for the possibility of Dragon exposing his identity, Byakuya wasn't worried. No one would believe a report from the world's most wanted criminal about a Marine Admiral. Byakuya's ship, the ship, docked at Logtown, and as he disembarked, both Marines and civilians erupted in cheers. Marine Admiral Byakuya! Marine Admiral Byakuya! The crowd's enthusiastic chants filled the air. For the East Blue residents, Byakuya's presence symbolized a rare period of peace. With a Marine Admiral in their midst, pirates would think twice before causing trouble. Byakuya listened to their cheers, a sense of responsibility dawning on him. For these ordinary people, peace and safety were their most genuine desires. But with the advent of the Great Pirate Era, even these simple wishes had become a distant dream. He realized the seas would remain calm if he remained in the East Blue. But once he left, the pirates would resurface, brandishing their weapons and threatening the lives of the common folk. His marine uniform wasn't just a tool to gain world source power, it also carried an undeniable responsibility. While news of Admiral Byakuya's arrival spread, sending most pirates fleeing from Lodetown, a lone pirate crew sailed directly toward the town. Unlike others, they seemed determined to face the storm head-on, embodying the reckless spirit of charging into danger despite knowing its perils. Chapter 208, Meeting Dragon. In the stillness of the night, Byakuya sat at his desk, hands clasped with his fingers rhythmically tapping together. His cold gaze rested on the den mushi on the table. The moment it rang, it would signify that Dragon had arrived in Lodetown and was willing to meet him. With the news of Marine Admiral Byakuya's arrival spreading across Lodetown, Byakuya was confident that Dragon, cautious by nature after years of leading the Revolutionary Army, had likely deduced his true identity as the leader of the Knight organization, Knight. Byakuya had deliberately left the choice to Dragon. He had already shown his sincerity, now, it was up to Dragon to decide. If the den mushi remained silent, it would mean that Dragon had declined the chance to collaborate. In that case, Byakuya would treat the Revolutionary Army as enemies. But if Dragon made the call, knowing Byakuya's identity and still choosing to cooperate, Byakuya might consider offering the Revolutionary Army some assistance within his power. As expected, Dragon hesitated, debating whether to make the call with the receiver in hand. Yet, considering the dire situation of the Revolutionary Army and the word Sabo had conveyed, Dragon finally gritted his teeth and dialed. Purururu. Purururu. Hearing the den mushi ringing, Byakuya's lips curled into a smile. It seemed Dragon had made his choice. He picked up the receiver, and a raspy voice came through. Byakuya? Knight? Who would have thought that the leader of the Knight organization would turn out to be the newly appointed Marine Admiral? You've managed to deceive both the world government and the Marines. Bold move. If I weren't bold, how could I collaborate with the Revolutionary Army? Byakuya retorted with a smirk. Dragon paused briefly before asking, where shall we meet? At the top of Roger's execution platform. I understand. 5 minutes later, Dragon and Byakuya met atop the plaza. Dragon wore a dark green robe, while Byakuya, in his signature black crescent moon robe, had opted not to wear a mask. It was unusual, two figures representing opposing ideologies calmly conversing face to face. Although Dragon knew Byakuya's youth, seeing him in person stunned him. Byakuya appeared barely older than his son, Luffy. Yet this young man had already ascended to the rank of Marine Admiral and secretly led the Knight organization, recognized as the 5th Emperor of the New World, with a bounty of 3.7 billion berries. Dragon couldn't help but recall his days as a young Marine Rear Admiral under his father's orders when he was Byakuya. As Dragon reflected on his past, Byakuya suddenly interrupted with a question so abrupt it caught him off guard. Dragon, are the marks on your face from being smacked with Garp's sandal? Otherwise, how could they be so symmetrical? This question stemmed from a long-standing curiosity Byakuya had developed while watching One Piece. Fans had speculated endlessly about Dragon's facial marks, with many believing Garp's legendary sandal discipline caused them. However, since the original story offered no clarification, Byakuya felt compelled to ask directly now that he had the chance. Dragon's previously calm demeanor faltered slightly. As clouds gathered over Lodetown, veiling the crescent moon and dim stars, lightning bolts flickered ominously as if mirroring his inner turmoil. Byakuya, unfazed, regarded Dragon's reaction with amusement. From the original series, he had deduced that Dragon's devil fruit powers were likely weather-related, capable of summoning fierce storms and lightning. Impressive as it was, Byakuya felt indifferent. Unless Dragon could summon Saitama's bald head from One Punch Man, no weather phenomenon could intimidate him. If Dragon dared to attack, it would allow Byakuya to notch an undeniable accomplishment. Capturing the world's most wanted criminal, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, would silence any critics questioning his merits as a Marine Admiral. Unaware of Byakuya's train of thought, Dragon struggled to suppress his irritation. He reminded himself, stay calm. He's here to negotiate, not argue with this brat barely older than my son. He's just an ignorant kid. After a moment of composure, Dragon spoke coldly. These are tattoos, not sandal marks. He had no desire to elaborate further, and Byakuya didn't press him. From Dragon's reaction, Byakuya guessed the sandal mark theory might somehow be tied to the secret of the Will of D. Wary of more outlandish questions, Dragon decided to cut to the chase. Are you looking to collaborate with the Revolutionary Army as the leader of the Knight Organization or as a Marine Admiral? Byakuya answered without hesitation. As the leader of the Knight Organization. I still have use for my identity as a Marine Admiral. Having achieved the rank of Marine Admiral, Byakuya was now just a step away from becoming Fleet Admiral. Though he found the world government's actions increasingly suspicious, it wasn't the time to blow his cover. He would adapt as the situation evolved. Dragon wasn't surprised by this response. Obviously, someone of Byakuya's cunning had ulterior motives for joining the Marines and wouldn't easily expose himself. Such a dangerous individual infiltrating the Marines left Dragon uneasy. He couldn't help but worry if his old man, Garp, might be taken out by Byakuya someday. He considered whether he should secretly warn Garp to stay vigilant, but knowing his father's personality, Garp would undoubtedly confront Byakuya directly if he found out. If Byakuya learned Dragon had leaked the information and ruined his plans, the Revolutionary Army might face the Knight Organization's ruthless retaliation. As Dragon pondered this, Byakuya's next words ignited a spark of anger within him. Byakuya spoke casually, I think the Revolutionary Army has strayed from its path. It seems to me the problem lies with its leader, you. Dragon's face hardened, his tone icy as he responded, do you even know what you're saying? A clueless outsider like you has no right to judge the Revolutionary Army's path. If this is your attitude, then our collaboration ends here. Am I wrong? Byakuya countered. Isn't your current approach simply targeting countries where the conflict between nobles and commoners is most intense? You stir up the commoners' sense of resistance, encourage them to join the Revolutionary Army, and overthrow the corrupt nobility alongside you. Dragon's anger gave way to astonishment. He had assumed Byakuya knew little about the Revolutionary Army, yet in just a few sentences, Byakuya had accurately summarized its years of operations. Byakuya paid no mind to Dragon's surprise, continuing, your approach isn't fundamentally wrong, but your efficiency is abysmally low. Dragon began to realize Byakuya truly understood the Revolutionary Army. It seemed their potential cooperation wasn't just talk. You're right, Dragon admitted reluctantly, but this method has been the most suitable for a fledgling Revolutionary Army. Byakuya shook his head. That's not necessarily the case. I know the Revolutionary Army possesses an extensive intelligence network. You need to maximize its potential. Byakuya's words piqued Dragon's intrigue. How should we do that? It's simple, you must spread the Revolutionary Army's ideology far and wide. Dragon frowned slightly. We've already been spreading it. I don't mean spreading it one nation at a time, Byakuya clarified. I'm talking about broadcasting it across the entire sea to every nation. People must know that when subjected to injustice, they can rise and resist. During your propaganda efforts, you should also share stories of noble oppression alongside examples of commoners achieving victory through rebellion. This will give oppressed people confidence. They'll see that if others in similar situations can succeed, they can too. Even if your Revolutionary Army doesn't physically appear in a particular country, its oppressed citizens will already stand with you in spirit. Byakuya's words hit Dragon like a revelation. If implemented, this approach could multiply its effectiveness dozens of times. Dragon was now fully convinced of Byakuya's sincerity about collaborating. At that moment, Dragon felt an overwhelming urge to keep Byakuya in the Revolutionary Army, tapping into his strategies. The earlier notion of revealing Byakuya's identity to Garp had entirely vanished. In Dragon's mind, Garp could fend for himself. Byakuya's importance outweighed anything else. Seeing Dragon's excitement, Byakuya remained composed. He had anticipated this reaction. What else? Dragon asked eagerly, pulling a small notebook and pen from his pocket like an attentive student ready to take notes. What I just mentioned pertains to ideological awakening, Byakuya began. But ideology alone isn't enough. You must also provide adequate military support. Without it, even if the oppressed masses achieve temporary victories and overthrow the nobles, they won't be able to maintain control over their nations. The seas are full of powerful individuals, and without strength, any gains will be short-lived. As Byakuya spoke, Dragon's pen didn't stop moving. It was clear he had been a diligent note-taker since childhood. Dragon grasped the implications. Without military strength, even temporary victories by the commoners would eventually be crushed by the nobility, the marines, or the world government, who wielded far greater resources and power. Over time, this would only deepen the despair of the oppressed, leaving them more disheartened than ever. But the Revolutionary Army's current strength is far from sufficient to openly challenge the world government, Dragon said, his tone troubled. Byakuya gave a mysterious smile. That was true before. But starting today, with our collaboration, the Revolutionary Army will have the means to stand against the world government. As he spoke, Byakuya pulled a heart-sized, pulsating purple object from his cloak. Dragon was astonished by the sight. The purple, heart-like object looked alive, its surface veined with intricate, pulsating blood vessels entwined into a dense network. Dragon pointed at it in surprise. What is that? Byakuya answered nonchalantly, this is something I developed at great cost. I call it the Heart of Justice. It grants immense power to those who consume it. Even the disabled or mortally wounded can recover fully and gain extraordinary strength after taking it. Unknown to Dragon, this was a monster cell obtained by Byakuya from the system's store. Monster cell greatly enhances the physical capabilities of the consumer, transforming them into a battle-optimized monster. Consumers will become completely loyal to the host, Byakuya. Cost, 1 world source point. Chapter 209, Straw Hat Pirate. Byakuya knew that if he revealed the true name of the monster cell to Dragon, even someone as dense as he would realize this wasn't exactly wholesome. So, he had to develop a more positive name to mislead Dragon. However, when Byakuya saw the look on Dragon's face, practically screaming disbelief, he realized that the sunny name Heart of Justice wasn't enough to fool him. Dragon's gaze at Byakuya seemed to say, I thought you were my spiritual guide, but you're treating me like a fool, aren't you? The appearance of this thing had nothing to do with justice. Byakuya cleared his throat and continued his act. Ahem, don't judge it by its unsettling appearance. Think of it like a powerful devil fruit. In the hands of the Revolutionary Army, it can help liberate more oppressed people. But in the hands of the world government, it could become a weapon to destroy the Revolutionary Army. Objects themselves aren't inherently just or evil, it all depends on whether the user stands for justice or falls into corruption. Byakuya's earnest tone momentarily threw Dragon into deep thought. He realized Byakuya had a point. An object was just a tool, the wielder's intentions mattered. Judging something as evil based solely on its appearance was short-sighted. Coming to this realization, Dragon suddenly felt enlightened. He bowed to Byakuya with gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. I see now that I've been too superficial. Your words have truly opened my eyes. Byakuya let out a sigh of relief internally. That was close, but I managed to pull it off. The Heart of Justice can indeed grant immense power to those who consume it, Byakuya explained, but it does come with some side effects. What kind of side effects? Dragon asked, his tone now filled with respect for Byakuya. Since it activates the user's potential all at once, their strength becomes fixed after consuming it. They won't be able to improve further through conventional methods. Other than that, there aren't any major drawbacks. Byakuya lied without batting an eye, conveniently omitting the part where users became loyal to him. Dragon was curious. What kind of power can someone gain after consuming the Heart of Justice? Let me put it this way, Byakuya said. For an average person, it would elevate their strength to about the level of a Marine captain. For someone with some combat ability, they could reach as high as a Vice Admiral, or at least a Rear Admiral at minimum. Hearing this, Dragon's eyes widened in astonishment. He stared at the pulsating heart of justice in Byakuya's hand, a fiery determination igniting within him. A vice admiral. Dragon, who had left the Marines as a vice admiral to establish the Revolutionary Army, understood this significance. Vice admirals were the backbone of the Marines. Only about 100 existed despite generations of training. In terms of strength, they were comparable to pirates with bounties in the 300 to 400 million belly range. Even consuming a devil fruit required years of developing its abilities to reach the level of a vice admiral. Yet this seemingly ominous object could achieve the same result in an instant. For the Revolutionary Army, still in its infancy and severely lacking in manpower, this was nothing short of a godsend. Compared to its benefits, those minor side effects were negligible. Dragon swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, "Byakuya, how many of these hearts of justice do you have?" Byakuya's heart leaped with excitement. The fish has taken the bait. Feigning hesitation, he replied, "These are incredibly costly to produce. Our organization invested billions of belly in research, and we've only recently succeeded in creating them. The quantity is very limited." Dragon nodded solemnly. "I understand. Something like this must have taken a tremendous amount of effort. While the Revolutionary Army doesn't have much money, I hope you can sell us as many as possible. I'll do everything I can to meet your terms." The Heart of Justice was even more valuable than devil fruits for an army struggling with a lack of mid-tier combat power. Byakuya pretended to hesitate. "I'll be honest. Each devil fruit can be exchanged for 10 Hearts of Justice. That's already the limit our organization can offer." 10! Dragon exclaimed in shock. "Damn, I said too much." Byakuya quickly realized his slip. But since he had already spoken, he couldn't backtrack now. Besides, one devil fruit could fetch 1,000 points of world source power, equating to 1,000 Hearts of Justice, 100-fold profit. Not bad at all. Seeing Byakuya's apparent regret, Dragon feared he might change his mind. He rushed forward, grabbing Byakuya's hand with fervent gratitude. "Thank you so much. Not only have you given us guidance, but you're offering the Hearts of Justice at such a low price. I don't even know how to express my gratitude." At this moment, Dragon felt he should enshrine Byakuya in the Revolutionary Army. He was truly a saint, someone unparalleled across the seas. Byakuya, ever the actor, sighed dramatically. "I'm just doing my part to help the oppressed people of the world." Dragon looked at Byakuya with growing admiration. Such wisdom at a young age, a top-tier powerhouse of the seas, and yet willing to lend strength to the downtrodden. Moved by this thought, Dragon suddenly proposed, "Byakuya, since you've helped the Revolutionary Army so much, why not officially join us as a spiritual mentor? Your position will be equal to mine, and we'll lead the Revolutionary Army together to overthrow the world government." "Since you've put it that way," Byakuya replied with a faint smile, "how could I refuse?" Byakuya never anticipated that tonight's operation would go so smoothly. Originally, he planned to use the Revolutionary Army's extensive intelligence network to collect devil fruits for himself while offering the Heart of Justice as motivation for them. However, during his persuasion, he unexpectedly found himself elevated to the Revolutionary Army's spiritual guide position, on equal footing with Dragon. This surprise windfall was beyond his wildest dreams. Now, with control over both the Marines and the Revolutionary Army, Byakuya envisioned a torrent of world source power flowing into his grasp. Dragon, beaming with delight, patted Byakuya on the shoulder. "Ha ha ha. Since that's settled, I'll take the liberty of calling you my younger brother, Byakuya." Byakuya blinked in surprise. "Dragon, as my older brother?" He quickly did the mental math. "Doesn't that make Luffy my nephew? Wait a second, I just gained 3 nephews out of nowhere." Dragon, normally a cautious and methodical person, was thoroughly convinced by Byakuya's words. Every sentence seemed to resonate deeply with him, charting a clear path for the future of the Revolutionary Army. Byakuya's selfless acts for the betterment of the oppressed only reinforced Dragon's belief that they were kindred spirits. Not having someone like Byakuya in the revolutionary movement, Dragon thought, would be a monumental loss. If not for Byakuya already being a Marine Admiral, Dragon might have tried to persuade him to lead the revolutionary army together. Byakuya proposed a bold idea to Dragon: select a sea region and establish a nation governed by the revolutionary army. This would showcase their contrast to the world nobles and serve as a beacon of hope for the oppressed. It would also allow them to spread revolutionary ideals and create a nation that people from across the seas would aspire to join. As for the pressure from the world government, Byakuya assured Dragon that his knight organization would handle it. Dragon was deeply intrigued by the proposal. Truthfully, he had long wanted to do something similar but lacked the confidence due to the revolutionary army's limited strength. Yet, with Byakuya's words of encouragement, Dragon suddenly felt emboldened. The two grew more animated as they talked, losing track of time. Before they knew it, dawn had arrived. The sun rose slowly over the horizon, its first warm rays piercing the darkness and casting light on the two men as if symbolizing the revolutionary army's resolve to overthrow the world government and usher in a new era. Meanwhile, a small pirate ship was steadily approaching the harbor of Lobetown. Its flag bore the emblem of a straw-hatted skull. That's right, Monkey D. Luffy was coming to confront Byakuya. Sitting atop the ship's go-ahead prow, Luffy stared at the approaching Lobetown excitedly, shouting, "Byakuya, just you wait. I'm gonna give you a good beating so you know how I feel." On the deck, Zoro, three swords at his side, coolly replied, "Luffy, if you're going after Byakuya, you'll have to wait your turn. Beating him and claiming the title of Sword God is something I've promised to accomplish." Before Luffy could retort, there were two loud smacks, and both Luffy and Zoro were left clutching large lumps on their heads. Nami, fists clenched, shouted angrily, "I won't allow you to call Byakuya by his name so casually, let alone try to fight him." Her expression then softened into worry as she murmured, "I wonder if Byakuya will be disappointed in me for becoming a pirate. If he is, will he even agree to see me?" After Byakuya left, Nami had planned to join the Marines and follow in his footsteps once her village recovered. But rebuilding the village was far more expensive than she had imagined, and her savings of 100 million belly were quickly depleted. Left with no choice, Nami returned to her old ways of stealing from pirates. One day, after a botched heist, she was nearly killed by pirates but was saved by Luffy and Zoro, who happened to be passing by. She ended up joining their crew almost by accident. Upon hearing that Byakuya had arrived in Lobetown, she rushed there, hoping to see him again. Luffy, still nursing his bump, said resolutely, "Nami, you have no idea how many times I've been beaten by Grandpa because of Byakuya. And Grandpa's punches hurt like crazy. I have to settle the score with Byakuya." Zoro, equally serious, added, "Defeating the world's greatest swordsman was a promise I made to someone. Since Byakuya defeated Mihawk, the previous greatest swordsman, my goal is now to surpass him. I have to keep my promise." Listening to her crewmate's lofty ambitions, Usopp clung to the ship's mast, trembling and on the verge of tears. "Are there any sane people on this ship? He thought we were pirates. Byakuya is a Marine Admiral. You're not just picking a fight, you're dragging me along to die with you." Everyone's either discussing revenge on Byakuya or challenging him to fulfill some promise. And Nami's worried he won't even bother to see her? At that moment, Usopp seriously considered jumping into the sea to escape. Chapter 210, versus Straw Hats. After the lengthy conversation that night, Dragon had gained significant insights from Byakuya, giving him a clearer vision of the revolutionary army's path forward. Before departing, Byakuya handed him the Heart of Justice and said, "This Heart of Justice is a free gift for you. Once you return, have someone consume it and verify its authenticity. If it works as described, we can begin our trade, 10 Hearts of Justice in exchange for 1 Devil Fruit." Dragon, overjoyed, accepted the Heart of Justice and expressed his gratitude. "Byakuya, my brother, I can't thank you enough. To be honest, what the revolution needs most are capable mid-level leaders. With the Heart of Justice, our urgent shortage will be greatly alleviated. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to gather devil fruits from across the seas. Byakuya smiled lightly. I'm glad to hear that, brother. Just as they were about to part ways, a booming shout came from the docks. Byakuya, get out here right now. I, Luffy, am here to settle the score with you. Both Byakuya and a slightly stunned dragon turned toward the source of the voice. Sure enough, they saw an angry Luffy standing at the dock, sleeves rolled up and ready for a fight. Dragon's heart sank as he internally cursed. How can someone like me, usually so sharp, have such a hot-headed son? Dad spent years teaching him, and this is what he turned out to be. Unlike Dragon, Byakuya's attention wasn't entirely on Luffy. His eyes quickly scanned the three individuals behind him, Nami, Zoro, and Usopp. Compared to the original storyline, the crew missed Sanji, the cook. It seemed that Byakuya's warning to Sanji during the whole Cake Island arc as part of Nightfall had deterred him. However, what surprised Byakuya was that Nami and Usopp had still joined the Straw Hat Pirates despite his interference with the timeline. Perhaps some aspects of the original story were immutable. Byakuya looked at Dragon and sighed. Dragon, my brother, as you can hear, your son Luffy is practically ordering me to come out. He's delivered himself to my doorstep to boost my performance metrics. Don't blame me for being harsh. After all, I need to maintain my position as a Marine Admiral. Dragon, hearing Byakuya's implication, forced an awkward smile. I understand. But understanding didn't mean he wasn't conflicted. As a father, Dragon had spent little to no time with Luffy, preoccupied with the revolutionary cause. This left him feeling deeply guilty toward his son. Even though Luffy had come to provoke Byakuya, Dragon couldn't stand by and watch Byakuya harm Luffy. After a night of heartfelt discussion, Dragon now saw Byakuya as one of his own and decided to speak frankly. Byakuya, I know this might be a tall order, but I hope you can spare Luffy. Even if it means locking him up and impel down, that's fine, Dragon said gravely, his tone laced with helplessness. This was the most he could ask as Luffy's father. It wasn't just about whether he could defeat Byakuya in a confrontation. It was about the invaluable support Byakuya and his revolutionary insights had brought to their cause. Besides, Luffy was the one who instigated this challenge, a small-time pirate from the East Blue going after a Marine Admiral. If Byakuya killed him, it would be seen as perfectly reasonable. Byakuya observed Dragon's conflicted expression and sighed. Don't worry, Dragon. I'll handle this appropriately and ensure Luffy's life isn't in danger. Byakuya wasn't sure why he promised this. Perhaps he was moved by Dragon's fatherly concern, or he realized that killing Luffy would put him in an awkward position within the Marines. Luffy was, after all, Garp's beloved grandson. While a covert operation might avoid complications, openly killing Luffy would alienate Marines close to Garp, such as Akiji, Sengoku, and even Zephyr. Maintaining these relationships was crucial for Byakuya's long-term plans. After 2 years in this world, Byakuya had built meaningful connections with many characters. He was no longer the same person who, upon activating the system, was willing to do anything for power. Besides, with Caesar mass-producing artificial devil fruits and his lucrative trade with Dragon, Byakuya wasn't as desperate for world source energy as before. With these considerations in mind, Byakuya reassured Dragon. However, sparing Luffy didn't mean letting him off scot-free. After bidding Dragon farewell, Byakuya returned to his quarters to change into his Marine Admiral uniform. Meanwhile, chaos was brewing at the dock. Piercing knocks echoed on Byakuya's door. A soldier reported urgently, Admiral Byakuya. Pirates are causing trouble at the dock. Captain Pierce is unable to hold them off, and the situation is dire. Byakuya opened the door, nodded calmly, and replied, understood. Unlike Smoker, the original officer stationed in Lobetown, Pierce was weaker. This change in personnel was a result of Byakuya's interference. Pierce wasn't completely incompetent, making Luffy's current strength seem impressive. Byakuya didn't realize that his presence had caused Garp to double down on training Luffy during his visits to Fusha Village. Fueled by envy and determination, Garp had put Luffy through grueling training, increasing Luffy's noticeable strength. Back at the dock, Captain Pierce and several dozen Marines lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Luffy and Zoro stood triumphant amidst the fallen soldiers. "Where's Byakuya?" Luffy shouted. "He's a Marine Admiral, isn't he? Why send this bunch of weaklings to face us? Byakuya, are you too scared to come out?" Luffy's voice echoed across the harbor, loud enough for nearby residents to hear. People cautiously peeked from their windows, curious about the commotion. Some whispered, "Isn't that Straw Hat Luffy, with a bounty of 22 million berries? 22 million? He's challenging Admiral Byakuya? That's suicide." None of the onlookers believed Luffy could defeat a Marine Admiral, except Luffy and Zoro. Watching from a distance, Dragon, who hadn't yet left, felt a surge of frustration. He wanted to slap Luffy across the face. "You idiot! Even I wouldn't dare speak like this, and here you are, shouting it so casually." Nami stood quietly behind Luffy, a sense of melancholy washing over her. "Byakuya must have seen me and learned I've become a pirate. That's why he refuses to show himself," she murmured. Clutching the ship's railing with tearful eyes, Usopp muttered, "Thank goodness Byakuya hasn't shown up. If he did, we'd all be dead for sure." But his relief was short-lived. "Usopp, come on! Let's go beat up Byakuya together," Luffy called enthusiastically. Trembling, Usopp replied, "I've got a rare condition where I'll die if I see Byakuya. I can't leave the ship." But Luffy wasn't listening. Stretching his arms, he grabbed Usopp and began pulling him onto the dock. Usopp screamed in terror, "Luffy, no!" Luffy laughed, "Come on, it'll be fun to fight a Marine Admiral." As Luffy dragged Usopp toward the street, Byakuya emerged from his quarters, his coat billowing in the wind. His gaze was sharp, ready to confront the intruders. Luffy scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I slipped up." "Usopp, are you okay?" At that moment, a man in a Marine uniform suddenly appeared on the street and caught the airborne Usopp with one hand. The fence flying alongside him was silently crushed into dust before reaching him. Seeing this, Zoro was shocked and thought, could this guy be Byakuya? Due to the distance and Usopp blocking his view, Luffy didn't recognize that the one who caught Usopp was Byakuya. Instead, he shouted his thanks. "Thank you for catching Usopp. That really scared me." Byakuya, holding Usopp by the collar, casually walked to a spot about 20 meters away from Luffy and Zoro. He said indifferently, "No need to be so polite. Otherwise, I might feel bad when I take you down later." At the same time, the sound of synchronized marching echoed down the street. Over 200 Marine soldiers appeared, tightly surrounding the pier. These soldiers were in a completely different league than the Marines they had encountered earlier. Zoro, with his sharp instincts, immediately sensed it. These soldiers exuded a chilling aura of death, as if their hands had taken the lives of countless pirates, including infamous ones with high bounties. Their presence alone radiated a deadly and dangerous vibe. These were soldiers brought from the New World under Byakuya's command. Naturally, their aura was far superior to the Marines stationed at Lobetown. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even an ordinary soldier under Byakuya could easily take on 20 Marines from Lobetown. Such was the disparity between headquarters Marines and branch Marines, given the vastly different caliber of pirates they faced. Oblivious to the fact that they were now surrounded, Luffy studied Byakuya curiously and asked, "Hey, have we met before? You look really familiar." Byakuya chuckled. "Of course I look familiar. Didn't you come to Lobetown to find me?" Hearing this, even Luffy, dense as he was, realized that the man before him was the Marine Admiral Byakuya he was searching for. Dangling in Byakuya's grip, Usopp turned his head with great difficulty to look at Luffy, managing a pained smile that looked worse than crying. "Luffy, I told you. I'd die if I saw Byakuya, but you didn't believe me. Now I'm really dead." With that, Usopp rolled his eyes and fainted. Seeing Usopp's dramatic act, Byakuya couldn't help but smile. He's just like in the original story. Luffy, however, shouted angrily, "So you're the guy who got me beaten up by Grandpa so many times. I'm going to clobber you today." Byakuya ignored Luffy's challenge and turned his gaze to Nami, who was hiding nearby with a pitiful look. He mouthed silently to her, "I'll deal with you later." Understanding his words, Nami felt a mix of fear and relief. Relief that Byakuya hadn't forgotten her, but fear of what he might do to her crew now that they were pirates. Byakuya then looked curiously at Zoro and asked, "Didn't Mihawk come looking for you?" Surprised that Byakuya would address him, especially mentioning Mihawk, Zoro replied coolly, "Why would Mihawk come looking for me? My target isn't him right now, it's you. If I defeat you, I'll become the world's greatest swordsman and fulfill my promise to her." Strange, Byakuya thought. Did Mihawk not follow my suggestion to take Zoro as a disciple? Unbeknownst to Byakuya, Mihawk had misunderstood his words. Instead of searching for Zoro, Mihawk had been scouring the East Blue for someone named Zolo, a name he had misheard. Convinced he'd been tricked, Mihawk believed no such swordsmanship prodigy existed. Meanwhile, Luffy, furious at being ignored, shouted, "I'm definitely going to pound you today. But don't worry, I won't kill you." Byakuya didn't doubt Luffy's sincerity. From the state of Captain Pierce and the dozens of Marines, it was clear Luffy didn't aim to kill. Otherwise, Byakuya would have intervened long ago. Gum Gum Pistol. Luffy launched a punch, his arms stretching like bullets tearing through the air toward Byakuya. But this all-out attack was laughably weak to Byakuya, too slow and without power. In the time it took for Luffy's punch to reach him, Byakuya could have killed him 100 times. Byakuya said coldly, "Looks like it's time I gave Vice Admiral Garp a hand in teaching you a lesson." As Luffy's punch approached, Byakuya didn't dodge. With a quick movement of his left hand, he grabbed Luffy's arms. "Come here!" With an effortless pull, Byakuya brought Luffy close. As Luffy neared, Byakuya lifted his right foot and stomped hard on Luffy's chest. The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed. Luffy felt a searing pain in his chest. Blood spurted from his mouth as he flew backward even faster than before. "Luffy!" Zoro shouted in alarm, seeing the bloodstains left on the ground. Though Luffy was thrown away, his arms remained in Byakuya's grasp. When he reached the limit of his stretch, Luffy was yanked back toward Byakuya. "Damn it!" Zoro cursed under his breath. He had planned to fight Byakuya only after Luffy had won or lost. But now, it was clear Byakuya's power was terrifying. Luffy was nothing more than a plaything in his hands. Zoro couldn't wait any longer. Gripping Wado Ikimonji in his mouth and 2 ordinary swords in his hands, he charged. 3-sword style secret technique, 3,000 worlds. Byakuya raised an eyebrow. Does he have to say the technique name while biting a sword? Zoro's swords spun like windmills, creating gusts that kicked up sand and obscured vision. Then, with his eyes blazing with determination to cut through anything, Zoro dashed forward and appeared in front of Byakuya in a flash. "Not bad," Byakuya said mockingly. "But you're still not as good as Ein or Tashigi." Byakuya extended a single finger. Without even using armament haki, he intercepted Zoro's blades. Crack! Crack! The 2 ordinary swords shattered instantly, and even Wado Ikimonji, one of the 21 grade blades, developed a dent. Byakuya flicked Wado Ikimonji from Zoro's mouth, embedding it into the ground nearby. Picking Zoro up by the collar, Byakuya smirked. The 2 strongest fighters of the Straw Hat Pirates, completely defeated. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in the finale. Peace.